and then boom shakalaka. And there it is, man. We're on fire right now. Spin it, because there it goes right now, man. That's a good trade as we do get hyped up again and again here, because there goes IBIT, man. The #1 trade for me today. Now, overtaking Palantir is IBIT, and the best part about it is it goes right to our levels. So, yeah, man, we're still reading the board pretty good there with IBIT. Yeah, there's the banger, says Other Zinc. All right, it's 10:50. We'll go to Adara. We'll find out what's talking about money, and then we'll come back and we'll figure out what's for lunch.
Money, 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 money.
Yeah, let's talk about some money, money, money as we take a look at this DXY, which is pushing lower. This daily chart is continuing to consider breaking out above 99.6 without actually breaking out above 99.6. It was a really light day for economic data. Initial jobless claims 225,000, above the estimates of 215,000. Labor cost 1.8% versus 2.4% expected, and 0.3% here for productivity versus 0.4% expected. The productivity and labor cost numbers were both revisions. Tomorrow morning, got a massive slate of employment-related economic data, so let's get into it. 8:30 a.m., non-farm payrolls, 85,000 is the forecast. That would be markedly below the 115,000 that we had previously. Unemployment rate, 4.3% is the forecast. Last time we had 4.3%, so we're expecting that to be consistent. Tomorrow, we also get consumer credit at 3 p.m. Eastern. Today, 3 p.m. Eastern, some comments from President Trump on, to quote his schedule, big, beautiful coal. Let's also talk here about this, big clean coal. Let's take a look here at the CME FedWatch tool, because this is a pretty interesting look. Now, as Sean and Neil mentioned this morning, June meeting, currently 96% chance that we're going to get rates held, but just under 4% chance here that we could have a 25 basis point cut. Now, this is also interesting when you take a look here, and now you see that the first chance of a hike has been pushed back to March of 2027. Now, earlier we were saying maybe December 27 hike, December 26 hike, January 27 hike. The fact that these hike odds are gradually being pushed back a little bit, interesting look here. We're going to have to wait and see if this is as dovish as it appears to be on its face. And I think tomorrow morning's employment data could give us a good sense of direction. Back to you.
The QNT up to 73 now, so it's like it's inching higher, just like ever so slightly inching higher and higher. But really, 72 for that QNT, the Quantum IPO, that's not that. 20% is not a lot, if we're being real about it. Like 20% higher. Most of these good IPOs have been much, much bigger. So we've got two reversions that are working, and then second shot in SMCI. Again, it just breaks the high. I could have scalped it for a few pennies, but I'm not going to do that because that's not the plan of action. And then DJT, just to update you, we have like 10 minutes left to go. I know we're going to do what's for lunch. DJT got to 929, now looking for the volume weighted average price. So again, just a mean reversion on DJT. And then IBIT, last bid waiting for the volume weighted average price in here on IBIT. So this one's still very much in an uptrend. If you give it the trend from the pre-market low, so it broke the trend from the open, but it bounced off the trend from the pre-market low. So there's a couple of things that can go on here. I can get out at VWAP, but there's also a trend trade underneath this all-day. I'll call it the all-day trend. Like underneath the all-day trend, there's another entry in here to try to stick with it. You have to remember, like this has been, I can go to 15 minutes to show you better because it's just been a short forever. Like there's very few days in the last couple of weeks that this stock hasn't been a short. So sticking with it has been the theme almost every single day. Looking for multiple entries, looking for all the holds that you can, like that kind of a thing. So I think the all-day trend break, I'd probably look for a second entry, not waiting around for that little gap fill that we're seeing. What else we got going on here? Tesla was kind of on the back radar, but Tesla's lost a bit, under 420, doesn't seem to find some support. So that's looking
under
a little
420
bit,
now?
Yeah, it's given everything back when the market hasn't, so that doesn't look very appealing at all in Tesla. If you look at what's holding up, you're asking yourself, okay, well, why are we chilling at the highs? I just showed you Tesla at the lows and breaking down. Here's Apple. Apple just turned red and looks like it's breaking down. We already showed you guys, but I'll just show you again. Microsoft might be up, but it's at the lows and threatening breaking down. None of that suggests to me liking longs here. I'm looking for other places to be short.
There we go. I just want to say thank you to Saw Walker. I don't know if this is a good thing. We need a Sean compilation video madly. I don't know if madly is a good thing or not. I don't want to be too pressured. Ramin has a lot of work on her plate. She's the one that puts those videos together. We want to say thank you to Ramin. And we've had some couple good ones lately. Thank you to everyone for that Marvell one. That's gotten like 11,000 views or something like that, which has been pretty good right there. As of course, we make that Marvell pick in January. And there it goes. We want to talk about that a little bit. We did get some more out there on iBit as it just came in right there again. But you know what? I'd always figure out what's for lunch at the end over here. I mean, that's what is on everyone's mind. So let's go over and figure out what exactly is for lunch here today. Okay, man, I got to call it up. So here we go. I'm going to go find it. Today is June the 4th. So we've already told you that it's been a pretty good calendar of flags recently, and yesterday was that beef chili, so we had Mexican, which was pretty good. Today is Japanese, and we've had teriyaki flavored tilapia in the past, so fingers crossed that is not what happens today. And it is not, because today we go in the chicken variety, and that's always good. I think it's always done pretty well around here. We have gochujang glazed chicken. I should know what that is because I've definitely read that out many times. So that's glazed gochujang chicken. Coming.
Like casually look it up.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah, that would probably be pretty tasty. With the glass noodles coming in there as a side with sauteed veg, that's always the thing. And then whatever a Korean green salad is. So it's actually, sorry, my bad. It's,
that'll work.
No, it's flag of Korea today, my bad. Right there, not Japan. So Korean grilled salad there as well. So green salad, Korean grilled salad. So there it is, man. The chicken with the noodles, sauteed veg, and a salad. That today, what's on for lunch? I already see Brennan's already got it over there, so we'll get an
that's so early.
Early look to see.
Then you gotta reheat it because it'll be
He's
cold.
a hungry guy over there.
Yeah, like the lunch here at 10 o'clock, 10:30.
Yeah. All right. The name that I like is Iren. Yeah, I have a shirt like that, Brendan. All right, what's going on? All right, Iren down 6% right now, coming back in. It's actually funny. The last time I called up Iren, it was 666. And now it's 655. So I like it. I like it a lot down here. I think Iren needs to be bought. Down here, whatever, you can start to nibble in. Something you like down 7 might be worth looking at. But again, this is another data center name, not making any money, but have gotten a couple good deals. We saw yesterday they pushed a deal through for the Asian Pacific. There they got a deal with Australia. So not just happening onshore, right? We're going offshore with Iren. So good move there as, the global build out continues. You want to build out, obviously, where power is a little cheap. So South Asia, Asia Pacific, probably a decent spot there for build out. So we'll wait to see if Iren gets going on that one. I really think that that's a name that has a spot in everybody's portfolio. I recently bought CEG. They've got at least, you say they have a dividend, but it's not doing anything. It's even going lower. We actually recently bought in and around this area. We bought at 300 and right here again. It went right back up. Like we bought some right there at the 50 period. Like I said, a name that comes in that I like, I'm going to nibble on. And we bought a little bit more down into there and got an average price of around 280 or 290. And now you're back into 260 again. So watch out.
These are coming in though.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, GV's coming in. Constellation.
Yeah.
Caterpillar's not. That stayed up high. So we'll have to wait to see. That might be the real
They
winner.
were a little, yeah, they were a little.
Power arms race.
Caterpillar's a better stock. It is what it is. It's like it transverses daily or like weekly, like which non-tech holding is the biggest for me. It's some days it's Caterpillar, some days it's Eli Lilly, and you got to go back and look. But GE Vernova, on the other, that has lost the 50 period. I don't see anything. It's in a down channel. Like, look at this. So this has turned into a, downward channel, trend back into maybe the 200 period on the daily kind of move. I don't know where the buyers are going to step back in, and I'm not willing to guess. Like, it's trying to hold the bottom of this channel. It's not doing a very good job of it whatsoever. So yeah, some of those power names could look a little bit precarious. You got to separate which ones are stronger than others. One more. What was I going to go to? It wasn't USO. It wasn't Tesla. It wasn't that small capper. Oh, that's right. It was with only 1 minute to go here. Oh, first off, before I actually even get to SoFi, here, DJT, I've now moved to try to bid out because it's bouncing off of VWAP. So DJT's catching a bid off of VWAP. I'm just on the bid trying to get out of it. SoFi is holding a pretty good bull flag. if you want to call it the PDT rule or whatever it is,
No, I gotta go get a
it
haircut.
doesn't really make a difference, but its structure looks pretty good. So look at the resistance here, like 16.9, that's what's held. So I like the idea of like maybe a bull flag by the support here in SoFi for a little bit of lunchtime. And thank you for the super chat, Rob. How juicy is Red Wire with Space Strawberry News? Thoughts on the stock and move here along with next week? Write it while you can. There's a lot of money that needs to go into this other place that you might have heard of. And I just don't see there isn't the way there isn't. Like, how could there not be some reallocation out of some of the other names? It just becomes really tricky when all this money needs to funnel somewhere else. But yeah, we've seen it do this 20%, 25, 30% before, and this is not new, but it sold off big time at the 25. You don't think there'd be profit takers ahead of SpaceX if it gets there again? I wouldn't just say this about them. I'd say the same thing about Virgin Galactic, although they don't have a good business. These guys at least have something. I'd say the same thing about Asus or Sidus, but yeah, ring the registers on these when you take your profit, because no one ever went broke doing such. And I'm looking forward to this Goshu chicken. When I look it up, the pictures online are just super tasty.
Yeah,
super tasty looking. So like my mouth waters. I can't have that up anymore. Here, I just basically did like an image search and liked everything that I saw. So I was trying to remind myself what it looks like, but like there's like all kinds of different versions of it. They all look pretty good. Like that looks pretty tasty. That's on rice. There was one on noodles, but whatever.
Oh man, Korean food is absolutely fantastic. Marvell back to 300. Yeah. And I hope, I mean, you know, we all went out for a couple drinks last week, and that's what we were talking, and you talked about your brother in Rocket Lab, and all last week we were talking about, you know, getting out of some of those space names. So there,
I told him that night.
Good, man. There it goes, 146 down to 117. There, no surprise for Rocket Lab. Thanks, everybody. It's been a blast. I'll have less hair, believe it or not, next time you see me. Talk to you guys then. Ciao. Midday show is on.
Good luck on the IPO.
Good luck on QNT. Joe's going to crush that one. See ya.
Peace.
RDW's ripping. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I am Sharif. Durant Gordon's already in the house. So is Notorious Dinkelberg. Says you're joining the brotherhood there, Katina, man. I think it might be kind of your brotherhood over there, Joe.
Yeah, I don't know why you should just hop in on the gang.
I hate you both. All right, Jacques, Andrew Chow, Custom ATH, 21 sugar-free. I've been sugar-free. No more orange juice.
I told you, bro.
I know. You were right. Crazy Dirt Weed. Ripping into the show, he said. Durant Gordon.
Get that dirt weed out of here, man.
I know, right? Get that. Yeah, we don't want no bush around here. Ichiro, Jeremy Newman. We got Chrome, 2481. Shout out to Cheers Live and Ramen Boo. Ramen. I thought that was Ramin for a second. Zen Zombie, Boosted, Red Spot, and Edgar Placido. Probably butchered that, sorry. Good O, 2330. Zen Zombie, we got Ronaldo. Hi, right back at you, brother. Homeless God. I told you, man, God is omnipresent, all right? Happy Coder, we got Jer Bear, Dewey, Grey Worm. Shout out to Mike P. Right there.
Yeah, shout out Mike
let's
PD.
go. John Korb, Randy. We got the OG Bovin. I see Fox Bovin. I see it. You're absolutely right, though. KHTC1PO, Chuck of all trades, Big 40 nephew. What are you laughing at? Edgar, Mr. Love Shack, John Bronson, your boy Joey Options can't stop. My man from the Midwest, D frickin' Westermeyer. Miss you, buddy. We want to see you guys soon, man. It's been a hot minute. Travman, Dean Allen, Joey.
Yes, sir.
Can I do one more?
Yeah.
Which one? We're going to
Go with it.
We're going to go Miguel 360 KMC. Good morning. You composed? Can
Yeah,
I throw it to you now?
you can throw it to me, man.
right.
I just think of stuff and then I just start laughing. Like,
I love it.
Just certain things that people
Blicky's
say.
already
Yeah,
up hot.
Blicky and Jesse, those guys are funny. All right, guys. We also have to pay a little credit to our boy Bravely over there on TikTok. Would say King Jong-un in the
Did you know that Bravely's an Arsenal fan?
Yeah, well, I would have suggested or suspected just due to the fact he's always posting stuff and tagging you
But
in
he
it.
just moved up like 10 notches right there. Like when Juan came over, I didn't really know who Juan was.
Who Juan Padilla?
Right? No, our Juan, that Juan I'm pointing at right there.
Oh yeah,
Then he's
Juan.
an Arsenal fan. He immediately got upgraded.
Man, that's crazy. All right, man. Let's see what we got. We got King Jong-un in the chat.
King Jong-un?
What's up, Bravely? JR. Who else do we have here going on? Ellie, Jobin, JJ. We have JB. Obviously, it's not Don Tolliver. It's Charles Tolliver. Rise and shine. We like that one. We also have Poncho Lopez. What's going on, Poncho? Jad Tinder. I see you in the chat quite often. Jace. And Elfino, Lando News, and Zoe Grizzly Beats. We like that. The reason why I was cracking up, guys, is I was just thinking of a little skit. You guys know Drewski. Drewski. You don't know Drewski? The guy who did the Erica Kirk impersonation and then got in big trouble. Well, she didn't like it anyway. You've never seen it, bro? Yeah.
Yeah, but like, why do we have to tippy-toe around Erica Kirk?
Well, I mean,
tippy-toeing around people as a general rule. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? Some people, unfortunately, but anyways, this guy comes in and he's of the gangster type there, Sharif, and he's like, yeah, I'm just here for the opportunity. And Drewski says, spell opportunity. And he says,
it was all over after that, wasn't it?
It was OPP. That's all he could get through, and then he kicked him out. All right, guys, enough is enough. Let's see what we got going on here. I am not short IBIT. That is Katina Man's position
you call
there.
Left wing, bro. Don't call me ever left wing, Paulie. Call me left wing.
Yeah, what's up with that? Get ball bag, get out of here, buddy. Anyways, let's see what we got here. STI, 450%. Sharif, I was raving about this thing here bright and early this morning. Scalp City on this one. Scalp City, $15, and then we scalp all the way up 35 to 38. So that's what we got rocking and rolling. Then we also have Fox. Not the racing or the dirt bike stuff, but a little scalp on that. But that's all we have really on our radar. We have Meta climbing higher here today, so we're keeping our eye on that bad boy. We can't breach 640. That's going to be right around this pivot, 645, but a couple of strong sessions back to back here for META. We like what we're seeing. It's unfortunate. There we go. Now we're starting to find somewhat of a recovery here in NVDA. I told Travman for real to send this thing all the way to an all-time high. He said, all right, Joe, hold my beer. We'll get back to that momentarily. But we are starting to see a little bit of a recovery here in DRAM after that gap down. SanDisk, not too far off of its all-time high. And then we also have MU starting to find somewhat of a recovery after that bottom. I didn't hear anything in my ear, but I did. Yeah. Did you get it?
I didn't get it, but
okay, there we go.
We all heard it, yeah.
All right, let's send things over to Adara.
Some back-to-back headlines that are pretty interesting here. So on one hand, I'm seeing a headline here saying that Iran is saying that it continues to support, quote, resistance in Palestine. At the same time, Scott Bessent saying that the Iran conflict has been halted. So lots of back and forth here. Not too much of a move, but just be aware. Testifying in front of the House Committee. I believe it's the House Ways and Means Committee. If I get any more details from that, I'll let you know. But we're still hearing, of course, from Iran as well. Keep an eye on SHOP. They're partnering up with Manus AI, which, of course, is now Meta, was at one point trying to acquire them. So keep an eye here on SHOP. Back to you.
Yeah, okay.
Sharif, I know you got some small cappers on the name. Sure. FOXX was looking pretty good. We're now south of VWAP, so that might not be in play. But we always got to keep our eye on STI. You're up 444%. I wouldn't be surprised if buyers step in at some point.
Dang, man. Yeah, STI in a bit of a downtrend, but your boy Joey Options had a hell of a trade on it this morning. So we're going to do, you know, an imaginary hat tilt there and say chapeau to your boy Joey Options, who has been absolutely diversifying his game. As of late, you saw him trade a bunch of small caps yesterday, and more pleased I could not be about that whole thing. It's nice to have somebody on here trading small caps with you.
Can I say something
just
real quick before you get into it?
Yeah.
Listen, I would classify myself as, and you know what, it's unfortunate that I'm in like year 4.5 of this trading journey. I really like the moment. What it really drags me and attracts me to these names is the momentum. It's just like literally like
fantastic.
It's my style, right? Like quick moves, quick. It's either it's gonna work, no like waiting. Some of these heavier cap names with like NVDA where you need a lot of cash to move the price.
There's this guy. He trades small caps.
Yeah.
May have heard of him. I don't know.
CR.
No, yeah. He has this saying, breakout or bailout. And that's basically exactly what you just said there, but this sounds a lot cooler, breakout or bailout.
I like that one.
Who knows about that, huh? Who knows about in the chat? Marvell is ripping, by the way. Marvell is up like $1 zillion off the low, so I'm not going to trade it, but something to keep an eye on there because I just had it on the side. So MRVL is in Rip City, Rip City. Now, I'm in NEXR. This is putting in a gnarly bull flag. So I tried to take the breakout, small shares at the top, small shares into 190, big shares here into 170. Looking for a hold of this bull flag pattern. All right, so we've got a consolidative pattern on NEXR. It's up a very respectable 71.5%. The trade ends for me if it loses a 1025 bar, the low of which is 155. It's showing me 176, 177. I've got 181 on right now. I feel good about the trade just because it's a stair stepper. What the hell do I mean by stair stepper? And I don't mean habitual line stepper in the way that Neil means it. And if you know Chappelle Show, then you know about that. Actually, it's not even from Chappelle Show. It is. It's from the Charlie Murphy episode. My bad. So 130 level resistance in the pre. We get the breakout, I think like 15 minutes, 20 minutes after the opening bell, right at that 9:45, 9:50 candle. It's loose. We've been putting in marginally higher lows over here. It's nothing to write home about in terms of higher lows, but we are putting in a bull flag pattern. And so I'm just trying to buy the low end of the range and take this one possibly through too. Again, I stop out below the low of this candle, again, which is 155. The low of the candle is 156. I'll take it out at 155. That's NXR, okay? I'm also looking at some other good ones here. RDW, and by the way, RDW has a leveraged play if you guys are interested. RDWU, and it's done 3.77 million shares. The spread is mid-teens to high single digits. That may not appease a lot of people, so for those whom it does not appeal to, you can trade RDW, which is a 22.45, pardon me, high. And I'm liking the look of this one's jib a lot. You're getting, you know, every now and again, I want to say 10, 15, 10, 20, then again here. Okay, so every 45 minutes to half an hour, you're getting a touch onto the 10 EMA. So that could be your entry technique here into RDW. Very strong on the day. Don't see exactly how much it's up. That's 20 and a third percent here, so not bad. I'm also keeping an eye here on EDHL. Look, this one has a tendency to make intraday highs and then drop. We've seen that a lot with small cap gappers as of late. The point though is it's respecting support here at around 5.25. That 5.25 level was a resistance range. 5.25 to about 5.5. That was the pre-market bright and early at 7:30, 7:25. It clears that, but I want to point out that it had trouble clearing it initially, which gives it more credence as a level of resistance. But the deal is now we need that 5.25 to act as support, and so far so freaking good. What we need to see though is a nice clearing through 5.75, perhaps even 6, to get back on our horse and get into that 7.25, which is the high of the day, 718 technical high. So EDHL chart pattern not too bad, but do not put your myopic line whatever fold on, or I butchered that. But point is, there's a whole bunch of downtrends over here on this one. So even though it's finding support at a key level, it doesn't mean that it's all gravy, okay? ASTI also looking pretty fantastic. This one absolutely got shellacked yesterday, but to put it into context, it had a fantastic day the day prior. So it's a little zig, a little zag. Today we're zigging. Yesterday we zagged, okay? 854 high with a 690 close from yesterday. ASTI. Okay, Joey? Asked. And then we got ABSI, which looked like a buy program right from the jump, right at 9:30 there. It's dilly-dallying with 7. But as always, guys, if there are better small cap gappers that I didn't mention, I'd love for you to tag me. You guy 33 is telling me to look at BlackBerry. Fox and STI could lose their spot. Is halted down. There's blood in the street right now in STI. It's halted down at 24.31. Well, let's take a look at BlackBerry. Oh, I'm printing. Oh, I'm not quite printing yet, but I'm back in the money.
Oh, I was good, bro. I was just about to say NEXR, man.
Yeah, well,
you're in that big dog.
All right, let's take a quick look here at BlackBerry. What do we got? Blackberry's been
man,
good lately, Joey. Have you seen
man,
this?
I'm off the I'm
Yo,
off the
I might
large
have to get into
caps.
Blackberry in the swing here.
In the
'cause,
swinging, eh?
It keeps putting in these patterns, yeah. So 5-minute chart on Blackberry looks pretty good as well. There it goes through 10.5, taking out the high of the day. The new HOD is 10.63. Blackberry's got a bull flag pattern. Resistance likely to be encountered at 11, given that the whole dollar obviously is a typical area of resistance. But I also want to mention that it featured in the aftermarket, not yesterday, but the day prior, that $11 area. So Blackberry should be in focus here for those who want to trade, you know, a cheaper momentum name and one that's had pretty good look lately. Fluffy, CDTG halted. Say less, Fluffy. CDTG.
SPI back open.
STI back open, Joey? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Fluffsters, I know you and Casey, man, I don't know what it is, but they're really good with these, let me tell you. Low volume, Fluffy, 20,300 shares. Sure, it's halted. It's up 22.5%. This is her world and Casey 526's world. I don't know how they do it, but they're obviously very good at picking these ones out. Not really my cup of tea, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Thank you, Fluffy. Oh, wow. CD, did it open? Fluffy. It opened and it ripped from 850 and it's going to halt at 970 here. So I think we're in a halt perimeter already, Fluffy. We print money. That's what I want to hear. Fluffsters, get it, woman. Good luck, Fluffy. I think you're about to print some more here unless you don't take some out. So CDTG ripping to the high side. Joseph.
Yes, sir. I believe we're going off to a Dara.
Oh, my bad. I didn't hear it.
It's all right.
SPCE to the downside, facing some accusations in a French investigation concerning embezzled funds from Lebanon. So HSBC, this is an ADR, trading a bit lower here, facing, again, accusations in a French investigation, which are accusing the company, I guess, of dealing with embezzled funds from Lebanon. If I get further details, I will let you know.
Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're both in this. You got a couple pennies there on me there, Sharif. So yeah, let's rock and roll. See if we can get this breakout here on NEXR. Jose messaging me about the IPO here today, so we're gonna get prepared for that bad boy. Probably come out around 1 o'clock or so. If this breaks the support level, then we just get out. But we were rocking and rolling earlier this morning here in STI. Boom, boom, boom. You go Scalp City on this bad boy. I love it in the pre-market. Mike P. DeRider was riding this with us here today. Gorov's like, man, Joe, what happened to you, man? I don't even know you anymore. He says, I thought we were cool and all that stuff. I'm like, man.
Fly.
All right. We'll keep an eye out for that fly. Just in case, there it is. What's flying right now, Sharif, is Google all the way back up to $368. NVDA finally starting to find its way back at the high of the day. We want a big-time recovery here, guys. It's just one up day, 2 down days in a row. So, I mean, if we break this support level at 210, watch out for that 195, 200 marker to come back into play. And then as for IBM, selling off a little bit, but I do believe that there's going to be an opportunity to get involved with some of these names that you feel like you might have missed out on. You're not getting any form of a pullback in Micron or SanDisk just yet. Nothing to the tune of, 10, 15% like we experienced here in Google. So if you were looking to pick up this name like myself, and I was going to look for approximately 349, 350 to grab some, doesn't seem like we're getting that just yet as we're trading approximately $20 higher from that mark, 368, so we'll call it 18 flat roughly. This pivot, that will put us down at 15%, which I like, and I feel like, hey, we're going to grab some value on that name. And I've mentioned it from before. If you just go back in the history of Google, any dip, like what was this from a percentage point? 33%, where this is probably where I sold it. No, actually it wasn't. It was over in this neck of the woods, but 33% to the downside in goggles. It's just any opportunity like that, I'm buying that left hand over fist. Robinhood, some people saying this name is starting to climb. Yeah, it is on one here today. We want to see some more strength. Maybe a lot of this has to do with lifting of the PDT rule and a little bit more of an influx. I was reading a couple articles on this, Sharif, and what they were stating is like this can create like some form of a tidal wave of retail investors starting to come in and more cash into the financial markets, which I'm not going to complain about whatsoever, but I don't know if it's going going to happen that fast. I could be totally wrong. A lot of people sitting on that side on the sidelines just due to the fact you needed to have over $25,000 in your account. Now you have those smaller or average size accounts, 15K, or if you're right at the threshold of 25, now gone, and that's going to give you a good opportunity to start putting on some trades and trade more frequently if that's what you're looking to do.
Oh, cool. All right, just responding to a bunch of people there in the chat with regarding some of the tickers that they were asking me to look at. All right, I'm liking the look, though, of BTQ here and DNA. So let's bring those in. There's a side chart there. Back in. Where's DNA? Fluffy, did this halt up again to 1028? I don't understand. These names are crazy. That do no volume. Fluffy, good for you. That is fantastic. We were talking about this at 8 1/3. Now it's 10 1/4. Good job, Fluffy. DNA, let's have a look at that. DNA, good breakout here on DNA. There it goes into the high of the day at around 10.5. Fantastic look here for the deoxyribonucleic acid, baby. We're going to call this one by its full name all morning. Oh, boy. It's like me when I called DJT Donald John Trump. By the way, DJT was moving. Let me take a quick look at DJT over here. See if that's something that interests me, Joey. DJT, yeah, it's that view up. Okay, not bad. In any event, DNA looks quite good. I would like to see a possible 10 retracement, but if it doesn't, then the 10 EMA on the 5 has been a good area of support for this one. So keep your eye out on DNA. I'm trying to get my first print here. It looks like it went there without me. I was waiting here at 87s. It may have crossed, but it may not have crossed on the bid, so I didn't get the print there. Fluffy says she's breaking it. I like it. Okay, good. Break it. As long as you don't break the market, so that we can all print, not just you. So DNA in focus for me, but I also want to point out something here about STI. That, yeah, it's at the lows. Yeah, it's got an unbroken downtrend. But what I'm going to specifically look for, and I'm going to actually throw an alert here, lest I'm not paying attention when it manifests, is that $30 break. I see a possible double bottom, and moreover, not just a double bottom, but a clear area of support between 25 to 24, with resistance at 30. So what I would personally be looking for, first and foremost, is a break of the downtrend. That's easy. But I would also kind of be inclined to want to take a breakout trade on this one right at that $30 level. Now, it doesn't have to be right at 30. You can give it, a little bit of room, because this one moves dollars at a time. So I'm going to put it at 31. So it'll notify me if there's a breakout happening at 31, but it looks like it might be losing trend over here, as it just lost 24 momentarily. So that whole analysis might be moot. There you go. You're only in it for the good stuff, eh, Fluffy? I am not responsible for the market breaking, just for it going up. I like that. I like that. Okay, I can accept that. So we can't blame her when anything bad happens, but she gets all the credit.
When things good, hey man, we like that.
Fox as well, Bovin saying. So this is FOXX. I was less inclined to want to look at this just because I feel like it's stair-stepping down, Bovin. Not only is it below VWAP, but there seems to be a lot of resistance between 6.5. But here it is, taking out VWAP as we speak. Here comes that 6.5 buyer. So there was definitely a tug of war here between buyers and sellers between 5 3/4 and $6. But here we are, 6 1/3. So be on the lookout here. FOXX could be on the move up. Also, RDW just gave you guys an opportunity, possibly off that 22 1/4, 22 1/3, the 10 EMA, a little bit below. 22.15, 22.16. It's been respectful of trend here, RDW, as well as the leveraged play RDWU, also another good one. So be on the lookout for that. I'm still waiting here for my first print on NEXR, very consolidative, but not breaking down. So that keeps me in the trade. I think I might execute something here on RDW, Joey.
All right, man, good stuff. Bovin, I mean, Fox, it's at 643. I don't know. I have to pull it up here on one of our side charts to see if we're going to. What's up, Randy? If we're going to be trading above the volume weighted average price, we're currently below it right now. So I don't have it, Jesse, man. I don't know. I can put this there. There it is. Wow, NVDA. A lot of people are saying we're still, Sharif and I both still sitting in this Nexer right here to see if we can get a move. 366% on STI. Fox, South, there's a key resistance zone there, Bubba, and I don't know how much you're going to take that into consideration. I'll keep an eye on it. Please let me know. EDHL. Jose asking me about the IPO here today. Are you going to be taking that one today, Sharif?
I am not.
You're not? Okay. NXXT, 67 cents and continuing to climb. So not too bad of a look, guys. Let's head over to our options chain and just go through some of the larger names here and see how we've been doing on the day. NVDA, 215. We know we're always looking at this underlying asset to see where we're going to be trading at, where those resistance zones are. And you can see the congestion really start to pick up through the 20s, right? So we got 215 is when the open interest really starts to increase, 217, 220, 220, 250, and then also 225 leading up into 227.5. But this is something that I would keep my eye out on. And where did we reject previously? 330s. So 332.5 at that 235, sorry, 230s and 235. So we did have the throughout the earlier in the week where we broke through, but then we give back the majority of that these options writers. So whoever's on the opposite side of this trade wanting these to close OTM. But I mean, at the end of the day, what's the even point? Like, you got $20. I don't know why it doesn't even really matter what my opinion is, but look at the depreciation within these contracts. Right? So like, you're just losing the value. Longer duration writing, there's a really big skill, naked writing, and there's a lot of profits, and that's why you see some of these larger funds and individuals who are just doing strictly that. I remember I was talking with some guy, he's like, I don't even know anything else about options other than just writing them longer duration. So what happened?
Fly.
Oh, that fly. See if you could catch it. See if you could catch it. I caught a couple with my hand the other day. Now, as for what we have on the larger cap name, Nokia, NVIDIA at the top of the list, Sharif was mentioning BlackBerry 1070 and Redwire also on our radar here today, guys. On the 30-minute, you can see 22.75 is where that high of the day. But the NASDAQ broke out. We're not going to complain about it, and you can see here on the 30-minute time, you break that trend, and then off to the races you go, probably being led by the likes of Meta and NVDA at this point, Sharif, and Google as well.
Fox is ripping. Shout out to Bovin. Shout out to Casey. Both of them have this one. Here we go. 675 showing up Bovin. We could be into 7 sooner rather than later. We're above the volume weighted average price. It looked like also that there was some sellers at 650. We've taken that out now because we're 6 3/4. Seems to be a seller here locally at 73, 72. Let's continue to watch Fox up a lot today, 133%. It's already a triple-digit winner, pardon me. Let's see what it does with 7. A lot of resistance, I would say, earlier on at 7 1/4. A lot of topping till candles through 7 1/4. Only one candle closed above 7 1/4, and that was the 1035 candle. So possible resistance at 7.5 as well. Something to be on the lookout for there. I got an RDW, but this one might stop me out. Got in at 219. Took profit there at 225, didn't quite get the profit at 230. It's coming back down now. If it drops below 222, I'll stop out on that one, and then we'll have to reset. I do like RDW, so if it holds 2175 at the volume, at the 20 EMA on the 5, I'll get involved again with this one. That is all predicated, though, upon getting stopped out. So not a whole lot in my world at the moment here, and then already got stopped out at RDW. That was pretty quick. So 2175, 2169 or thereabouts is a 20. Let's watch RDW here. A bit of a bigger retracement. Looks like the shorts may be in control of this one at the moment. Wow, this is bleeding its own blood quite aggressively down into 2185. Is there any stopping this one? 2182, it's generally at the 20. I'm going to get in here. Let's give this one to the low to mid 50s. See what we can get on this one here, Joey, with RDW, right? Okay, good. Put in the stop. What's my price? My price is 180.90. So basically 2181, 2182. So continuing to drop here. Anything below the mid 50s will stop me out of this one, but probably should be looking at Fox as well, because it looks like they took out some of the sellers there at 673, but there's more sellers at 675 again. So we continue to dilly-dally here at around the $0.75, Joe.
All right, good stuff. So we have this trend line here on STI. If this breaks and then we have a little bit of momentum step in, that'll be good. But we have NEXR starting to head towards the lower end of the range at $1.70. You give it a little bit of room here. 64, we're at a dodge on this bad boy. We are kind of at the topper end of things, and there it is. So 79s is the middle of that range. I'm going to get that for you, Jesse. Fox, yeah, there it goes. Boom. Yeah, Fox all the way up to 685. Nice look there, guys. I mean, at this point, I do believe you're going to head towards the high of the day. Hopefully this momentum picks up, and then you get to have the ability to breach that. I think that's going to be a trade in itself. You see Sharif getting involved with it right now. 788. I'm going to play that HOD break, especially if the momentum starts to uptick in this bad boy. So we like what we got going on. My boy Gorb also saying he's long on Tesla. How has that been performing? Let's take a look right now. 419 Tesla. Oh my days. All right, that's not bad. Where did you get long in this congestion zone? 418.36. Nothing horrible whatsoever. Let's see if we can head in towards the HOD. Now, as for AMD starting to find its way and recover on the session earlier in the day, you had that aggressive selling all the way down to $500. So you're down a couple percentage points at that point. Now, Coinbase, not breaking through the support level, but I think it's only a matter of time. Look at this. You double top up here, and then now for the umpteenth time, you're going to come here and test that $165 marker. I'll just say it that. I think the next step is going to be $142. What has crypto been up to? I'm sure we're going to be talking about it momentarily, but IBIT finally finding its way. But guess what, you guys? It's only a couple of pennies away, 30 cents or so, from breaking this low, this yearly low, and it's not a good look in the crypto space. And a lot of people in the chat were saying, and it's like, hey man, it's just not in play right now, and I totally agree. It doesn't mean it won't be in the near future, just there's hotter things that the market and where money is funneling into than what the crypto space is up to. Ethereum, probably even worse. I haven't even really been looking at Ethereum. ETH liquidity fell off an absolute cliff, and you know we were trading it when Tom Lee was getting involved with that stuff, Sharif.
Yeah, man. It's been a hot minute since that thing's been strong. So kind of sucks. Yeah. But hey, too bad.
Even the liquidity is like dried up on it. It's not as liquid as it was before.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's because I think less institutional involvement probably in some of that. So continuing to watch here, RDW back in this one, 70. Got stopped out again, but I'm going to give this one another try, looking for the bigger move back up. But FOXX, we're going to get stopped out here below the $0.50. No continuation on this one through 7. 7 rejects, and we're out through 650. We got one measly beak wetter there, but nothing to write home about. So we'll continue to watch that. Yeah, guys, this has been, I don't know why, but there's a lot going here. But it's been a tougher morning for me anyway. Not really getting the move. So we'll see if these manifest. I can't hear anything you guys are saying, by the way. So, okay, we're going to Adair. I don't know why. I thought it was...
Here is Merck. MRK is popping here. I'll get to crypto in a second, but I want to mention Merck because they apparently just announced that they're going to be resolving related lawsuits for a total of roughly $50 million. So lawsuit settlements here on watch for MRK. Now let's talk about crypto because BTC, this daily chart. I mean, hey, we're still poised for a 5th straight red session, but as of right now, we could actually go green here. This is a bit of a bottoming tail candle here on Bitcoin, bouncing around off that 61,300 level. Now, another level of support on the daily here that's pretty clear is, of course, that 60K. Last time we tested that level was at the start of February 2026. So let's see if we test this level yet again. As of right now, though, 61K seems to be holding up pretty well. We'll take a look at the weekly as well here for Bitcoin to see how this is sorting out. Again, that 60K, really the most obvious level here. You break below 60K, you've got a little bit of prior support at 58.8. Then you're going all the way down here to 52, 53,000. So let's see if that 60K can hold. This level looks like it's going to be proving pretty important. Back to you.
All right, finally getting a couple of moves here. RDW bouncing back up. We got a nice price here. Looking for that next print in the low 90s. Concerned, of course, about the whole dollar. 22 could be a staunchy area of resistance if it does not work out. So looking there, 95 now, 96. There's the print. Good look, good look. Looking for a bigger move now. Let's look above 2. So we'll sit at 22.05. We'll also post at 22.15. Let's see what we get on that. Rejection of 2 so far. No continuation. Hey.
So, hey.
Yeah? What's going on? Just learning, all right. We got Randy in the house, baby. In case you missed the show yesterday, Randy is amongst us now. He is in the studio as they're revamping, they're upgrading, redesigning the other side where the back end office is. So the boys, some of the boys from there, we got a couple of boys. We got Randy, we got Michael, and Chester. We're going to talk Neil. Okay,
wow.
Okay, all right, that's what I want to see. Here we go. RDW, the gift that finally gives above 22. That fly is going to drive me crazy. Get rid of that fly. Did we open the back door? Is that why?
Yeah.
Where the garbage dump is? It always seems to attract all the flies.
Roger, I'll catch it for you. I'll catch it for you.
You're going to catch it?
Yeah.
You got to do it with chopsticks, though, Joey.
If only.
Oh, if only, right?
Yeah.
So continuing to watch RDW showing 5s now, looking for a bigger move up, showing 4s and 5s. I'm waiting at 5, so it's got to cross for me to get the print. That's it. That's all I'm really looking at. Breaking Bad, says a real Gary. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Happy birthday, Randy. Apparently it's Randy's birthday. I didn't know that. Randy, when is? Oh, where is he? Where'd he go?
I don't know. He's gone, man. He's
gone.
He's
Going,
busy,
going,
man.
gone, man.
When you're the boss, man,
guy,
you're busy.
Joey.
You know
Yes,
what I
sir.
mean?
So what are you looking at there?
Yeah.
other
Other than me peeling this orange here.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, man. Going on here, we're still in NEXR, we're peeling the orange, and then we're also looking for this trend line to be breached on STI. I think this could be a good opportunity. Reversal says TGX. Yeah, exactly. That's what we're looking for. We'll go to Adera and Uno Momento. But what we want here is this to be broken, right? Bang. If that is, then I think that's going to give us a good opportunity. It was really strong. Things need to cool down a little bit, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see buyers start to step in on this name one more time. Let's send it over to Adera.
On Datadog announcing a new AI tool called Bits Agent Builder. This is apparently a powerful new tool, company's words, that will let you create custom AI agents fully hosted by Datadog. So DDOG, a little bit of a push up here. Again, this is kind of consolidating, nothing massive in terms of a move, but AI-related announcement for Datadog. Keep an eye on it, guys. Back to you.
All right, let's see what we have going on here from Datadog. I remember off the report, they had a pretty strong recovery. Yeah. Oh, and off to the races it went pretty strong. That's absolutely amazing, man. That's a big-time return, 175% off of that low. And, I mean, it was the exact same thing we were talking about here in CrowdStrike. This name literally doubled from that April low, and then now you get a little bit, you get some form of a pullback. I mean, that's justifiable. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I don't even need to count how many days in a row. You can just see it displayed, and then you have these measly red days. So when you go on these big time moves, expect some form of a pullback. And I like what Katina Man said this morning. It's like, okay, yeah, you joined the stock market and you didn't know stocks could go down. Well, then you have a rude awakening in front of you. I mean, that's just the nature of this beast. And I'm waiting for this. Like SanDisk, when are you going to split? You're now at $2,000. No talks of this, but I'm going to be a proud buyer of this name as soon as we get it around $170 or so after it does that split. I like CrowdStrike a lot. I'm going to like it for the foreseeable future, but their RPO a little bit light and guidance as well too. But I mean, at the end of the day, man, maybe things will start to pick up for it. Still relatively cheap from a PE standpoint, not horrible, but yeah, you go on these moves and then you have to be prepared for some form of a sell-off. What we want is that to happen in Robinhood. Like, come on. We're still thinking about, like, the crypto transactions were down from a year-over-year standpoint. A couple of things, not necessarily some forms of headwinds. And then now we have the PDT rule and a couple of things, tokenization. We like that. So we want Robinhood to continue to move higher. We're still down substantially off of the previous all-time high, $154. Right, and we had this stock cut in half. You're still down 45%, man. So lots of room to run in this name. And even in JP Morgan, as Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs put in all-time highs, you have JPM still down about 12% off of that all-time high marker. So these fintech names, still some room to go.
Some room, yeah. And, you know, they could be. So do your TA.
Yeah, man.
Think it through. See exactly, you know, how much risk appetite you're willing to look at. See how much concentration you have in that sector too. If you already have a couple other banks, maybe sell those. Pick up the ones that have been beat up a little bit more, so that you're not exposing yourself to too much concentration risk. I had to get out of RDW, break even. Actually, a little bit of profit on that last amount. It rejected 22. That was my sign that this wasn't the right setup. It dropped pretty aggressively, and now it is losing trend. RDW is headed back to the volume weighted average price, or so it seems, which is at around 21 and change. I want to say 2104, 21-ish, basically. Be on the lookout here. RDW didn't hold the 20, didn't hold the 10, didn't hold 22. $21 or thereabouts is the volume weighted average price. Be on the lookout for that. I'm still holding NEXR. I got into FOXX again here for a possible 6 hold. It's dilly-dallying a little above, a little bit below 6, showing me 618. If it loses 582, which is the local area low, that'll be my out on that one. But not really liking anything, guys. No continuation, at least in the midday right now on these names. So we'll scan the, we'll look for the scanner here to see if there are any new names moving. Nothing that I'm really liking at the moment, but oh, what's this? IOVA looks fantastic. Who are we gonna take off here? ABSI. IOVA looks really good. Okay, I'm gonna check AWD in 1 second there, Niraj. 1 second, brother, give me a minute here. But IOVA looks like a dang buy program, and it did have that little consolidation area at 430. So not a bad looker at all, IOVA. Is this a former convict? I feel like it is. I feel like we've seen this one before. Very consolidative the last little while. Let's go to the hourly. Not really. I haven't put the ticker on there, so I guess not, right? Anyway, 5-minute chart looks fantastic. Goes through the $0.50. This one could see 5 sooner rather than later. It's up 20.5%. So this is a big mover right now. Keep your eye here on IOVA. It looks like it is moving. 456, it's extended. I mean, there's really only 2 red candles. No, correction, 3 since the open. 945, 1040, and 1105. Those are the only 3 red candles on the 5-minute chart on IOVA as it takes out the day high again. This one's earned its spot on the side chart. We're gonna keep it on there. We're gonna definitely look to get in some way, somehow. I just wanna see what it does with the $0.50. If it clears the $0.50, then I'll feel more comfortable using the $0.50 as some sort of local area support. If it doesn't, comes back down, I'll be looking 435 to 435 on that specific one. Still holding Fox, Joey?
Yes,
Still
sir.
holding NEXR finally making its way back above the volume weighted average price.
sir.
I am worried about this one though. I'm not gonna lie, it's putting in higher lows. Fine, that's good news. But look at the other side of the equation. Yes, those are lower highs. And for now, anyway, we're towards the low end of the range. That's not really promising for my position, unless we see something fundamental here, like taking out 190 or 2. I'm gonna be looking at this one with cautious eyes. So let's see how this cookie crumbles, Joey. Oh, let me look quickly here at AWD for the OG Niraj.
All-wheel
I
drive.
have a buddy in high school called Niraj.
Nice.
Oh. Not bad here, Niraj. Okay, I was going to type in Niraj as the ticker. Yeah, if this can take out the level here at 163, 164, I like it, man. You already had a rejection of VWAP, right? So you already know that the shorts and or the longs are trying to get the hell out of the volume weighted average price. But they weren't so weak that they lost the $0.50. In fact, the $0.50 held up, and here we are again in the high 50s, knocking on the door of 60. So if we take out prior area high, we could certainly maneuver into that 170. My only thing that I want to say is there was a convicted seller at 175 to 185. So we're going to need to shake those sellers too, because that's going to be a hard trade. Look at all those topping tail candles on volume, mind you. Each of these 5-minute candles here in the early trading hours did about 761,000 shares. So Fluffy says EGG, EGG, and LSE, London School of Economics. Shout out to any, you know about that school, Joey?
No, I didn't know about that school.
528 area low. Looks like Fluffy, stop showing me the, what is this? Yeah, nice. From 5, halted, it looks like, into 784. This is your world, Fluff. Down 17 and a third. That's EGG. Let's look at LSE. What is this? Lycian Energy Holdings? Sure.
I think
Another
you were
one
trading
with
that
no
one
volume, Fluffy.
yesterday.
What?
I think you were trading that one yesterday, no?
LSE?
Yeah. Oh, no, Lays. Sorry.
Lays.
Sorry.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Good luck. I mean, look, they're certainly not for me. LSE's up 45 and 2/3%. It's only done 44,000 shares, but if that doesn't bother you, then LSE is, it's game. It's up big. Let's just go to the super chat before this one. Big Rudy Smasher, he's dropping 2 in the chat. We're gonna thank him for that. got out of RDW, $3 profit. Breakout or bailout, man. Yes, exactly. Which trader says that? Who says breakout or bailout?
CR.
Does anybody in the chat know who says breakout or bailout? If you guys know, tag me. Maybe you'll get something. SP Williams, thank you for the $5 super chat. Sharif, great day to you, my friend. What are your thoughts on CADL? Let's look.
We have a trade. While you're pulling that up,
Hold it up. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, we have a trend line break in STI, and we get a little bit of a pop here, guys. So not too bad of a look there on STI. 25.20s, we got that move up into 26.20s, so that was pretty quick. Let's see if this momentum can be continued. Joe Macuzi, but we also have someone saying, yeah, hey, Sharif, just want to say thank you, man, says Shaka Trades to you.
Shout out to you, man. I appreciate you. CADL looks good, man. This is not a bad one at all. 7 4/5. $700-ish million market cap, 955 high, showing 950 now. Respectful of trend. Most of the prints off the 10 EMA did find support. Looks like a little consolidative here at around 945 to 955. I'd be picking it up around the low end of the range, 945. You're looking for a move into 10 here on CADL. This is not a bad looker at all. So good on you for calling that one out. We're going to keep a close eye here on cattle for another big move. I'm going to replace here EDHL with CADL. Maybe it'll bring me some good luck, Joey. What do you got?
All right, good stuff. I don't think right now, Nexer's not giving me the vibe that it wants to break out. This is the trend line break that we were looking at not too long ago now, 25.20 roughly here on this name. We want to see this breakthrough. I don't know why I have two different volume weighted average prices. That drives me nuts. It's like on the 1 minute it's below, on the 5 minute it's above. So if you want to do the what grinds my gears segment, there it is. We're going to start it off right there with SDI. No, we just fix it up. It needs a little bit more data. That's why it does that, Sharif. I know I got the advanced charts over there, are the newer ones, and you have the other ones that seem to be a little bit more consistent. Thanks. I appreciate that, Shaka Trades. But yeah, let's see if we can get this breakout here on this name. I mean, we've been trading it throughout the whole intraday, and it's just been scalp city. As I'm watching this thing go, it would have been ideal and nice to hold on to this for the whole run, but that wasn't the reality in which my trade was. Trading start was 8:16 was our first entry on this bad boy, and I'm going back and forth getting stuff ready for you guys as well in the morning too, right? So I can't really focus, can't put the stop orders in the pre-market as well, but some nice momentum pops. Boom, leading. I believe this was leading into the open 905. Boom, shout out to the 905, and then there it is, another move at 957. But this was the big time winner of the day. Now, let's see if we can hold this level, Sharif. 25.64 and printing. We're in at 25.20s here on this bad boy. It was only a matter of time. When you're that strong, and there it goes, Sharif. When you're that strong at 412%, I think at some point you're going to have people re-engage within the actual underlying asset. There goes NVDA, 216. This is what we need, 51 there. We got to keep our eyes on this name as we want it to kind of break out for us. Not kind of, we really want it to break out for us here. I think $28 would be an ideal target. Let's see if we're fortunate enough to get that one there. 368 on Google's continuing to climb. But Microsoft, trendline break, right? And then you have some strong sessions, but now you're 4 days in a row to the red side. So 4 days. Look there, my friend. And now how is Dell? Donald Trump. How's this been performing here for us? Dell? Yeah, a little bit of, or no, I was looking at Dell. Well, I mean, DJT, Dell, same thing at this point, 12.5% there. And then we did actually have a super chat. Hey, they asked us, hey, what do we think about BM&R at these levels? I believe the super chat was asked us. I don't know if we can pull that up. I mean, it's $17. $2 super chat, Tom the Goat Lee. Ooh. But if you're Tom the Goat Lee, we should be asking you what's going on with BM&R over here. But no, in all reality, I think it's something that you need to be patient with and sit in for quite some time. Now ask yourself, is there going to be more opportunities other than me just funneling money into BM&R, Ethereum, and some of the crypto plays? Or are you willing to sit in it when things start to turn around, which I do believe is going to take a lot longer than what we're anticipating. But nonetheless, 17 bucks. I think it's more or less more upside from here, considering what was the all-time high on this bad boy as soon as Tom Lee came into, got on the board, I believe it was. Now, 89% to the downside, but a high of 164 bucks. That's not bad whatsoever.
Guys, great call out by Grunfeld. ABCL is really looking good here. Big move up on ABCL off the $0.50 into 658. It's up a respectable 14.86%, respectful of trend as well. Higher area lows, higher area highs after that, parabolic move from essentially the open. So when we got our first red candle around 10:35, so an hour of straight up, but the good times didn't end. They're just not as parabolic as they were in the first hour of trading. We've got higher area lows, as I mentioned, and higher area highs. Try to pick this up, 640, 645, if it allows you entry into that area. Keep a close eye on ABCL. Shout out to the OG Grunfeld. Did you see your friend STI?
Yeah, man.
It's changing its tune a little bit here. So it did lose that $24 area that we earmarked as a very clear area of support. It wasn't that clear to the buyers because it dipped down to 21.48, which is the official area low. But here we go. It's breaking above that downtrend line. I'm going to leave my alert at around $31. That's where I get involved with STI, right? Now I may miss part of the trade, and that's part of doing business, I guess. But for me, I'm going to keep a close eye on that $30 to $31 area for an entry. There goes ABCL, guys. It's taking out highs again. We're looking at that one. I'm going to have to figure a way to maneuver into ABCL. Currently don't have an entry. Also into IOVA, as this one gave us a red candle into the 10. We got 49s on. It's showing 53. I still haven't gotten quite the first print at 53 here as we trade right around that level. So looking for continuation on possibly into $6. But, 4.5 could be the end of the good times. We'll have to wait and see. How's my other trade doing here? NEXR still out of the money on this one, but to the tune of 7 pennies. It finding support in the same area, but it just doesn't have the buys, the bids, pardon me, to take out that mid-80s level. I've gone unprinted on this one, but it hasn't given me a reason to get out either. It's still a more prolonged consolidation bull flag look, so not sure how to square this circle. We'll have to continue to watch that. And then FOXX. It's holding 6. That's all I can say positive about that. But in terms of, the bid coming in, pushing this one through 6 1/3, possibly into 6.5, we're definitely not getting that. So we'll have to see how this goes, Joey. Continue to be patient here with FOXX.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got my eye here. Hopefully we get this trend line break.
On you.
Oh.
Know that one?
No.
You don't know it?
No, sorry.
Crazy.
I thought you were just gonna say "I" on it, like I got 5 on it, but just change.
Yeah, no, but that's
my grandma loves it when you sing.
Me?
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
She likes bad
yeah. You know what she said to me? I'll probably get Joe. She's like, listen, I know I can't sing, but I like it when Sharif sings.
Because he definitely can't sing. He makes me look good.
Yeah. No, but trust me, it's
brother.
a gene, man. Yeah. Who cares? No, she's obviously messing around. Whoa. Roger Noonan.
Yeah, but you can't talk about his grandma like that.
Yeah, it's just AC Slater.
Like
that's 0 strike rule right there. And you're generous. Don't ever do that.
That's the thing. You got to know Joey to know what you can and can't.
Yeah, exactly. And that's one of them. Anyways, guys, there it is on STI. Up to $26, so not too bad of a look there on that one, guys. And then we're still sitting in this NEXR. It looked like it wanted to break trends here and have a 5-minute candle sit on the back side of things, $1.77, but now we're just heading right back into the lower end of the zone. I don't know how much weight we can hold on this, but I do like that print right at VWAP. So as long as we don't engulf a little bit more of this wick, if we hold up there, that's more ideal, about 40% or so, and then we can sit on the backside of things. So we like that. NASDAQ continuing to move higher. The SPY not too horrible, being led by the financials. We haven't looked at our boy JPM here today.
How's he doing?
We're about to figure out right now, Sharif, as $36 or 306 is what I seen it at last. Have we climbed any higher in our boy JP Morgan? 309.86 cha-ching, as this name is still down about approximately 8% or so. 8% off of the all-time high. We like that. And I mentioned Morgan Stanley and Company putting in new all-time highs. Goldman Sachs doing it again here today. Morgan Stanley doing it again here today. My guy Jeff trading some of the Hernandez was trading some of the banks here, and he's been locking and loading on those. So I'm happy for you. Yeah, exactly. Citibank, same thing, all-time high. So, what do we even got going on here within JPM, Sharif? Where it's a big-time laggard play, I think this is the time for me to reload on some, well, I mean, add a little bit more of my CDR that I'm a big fan of.
Yeah, you love mentioning that you're in the CDR.
I like it, man.
Very Canadian of you.
Yeah, well, that's what we try to maintain.
Let me ask you something.
Absolutely.
Any fees on that bad boy that you need to concern yourself with? Anything like that?
That's a great question. Not that I'm aware of. So lack of due diligence on my behalf on that one there for sure. But as soon as I seen it, the price of it, 20 cents divvy, sign me up.
Sign me up.
Yeah, right away.
KC 520 freaking 6. She's got another. Well, this is Fluffy's as well as Casey's. We know they're kind of trading these type of stocks now. There goes LSE. What the hell is this? This was the low of 320. It's halted up again, 592. Oh my days. What is this? Did it open up into 678? It's going to hold down now into 559. What is going on with this one? London School of Economics is up 85%, but it does look like it's going to hold down here at 598. Let me put this on the side chart because it doesn't look like it's updated. I hate Adam.
Yeah, man. Get that guy out of here.
Block him
man.
from.
I'm going to try.
Block him.
Can't believe
He's in South Beach.
Man.
Goodness gracious.
Laddie.
We love you, Adam. Don't change. Morning from South Beach, lads. Stay green. Yeah, okay, bro. Enjoy your time down there, man. Fantastic. This guy. Following him on Instagram is a tough follow. Like, I usually don't really care what other people are doing in their lives. I like my life, right?
Yeah.
But this guy?
Yeah.
This guy's got the life.
Yeah, Macy, yeah, he's
this
living a
guy
good life.
has the life.
He does. You know what my grandma would say? The life of Riley. He's living a good one out in South Beach.
Yeah.
He was in Beach. He was out in South America for quite some days. San Salvador. So yeah, man, this guy's living it up. Go check him out too, man. I mean.
And he's got a YouTube channel, by the way, where he does like these longer form videos about his times there, and I find them quite entertaining and informative, quite frankly, if you are looking to be a traveler.
I must say, I've seen him in a couple of his videos. I've seen him play some soccer for a big soccer fan. Skills.
He's not that good.
Ooh, no, I only play it around because he was on the junior team of something, right?
City.
Yeah, City. So yeah.
Well,
I'm obviously playing
you're really
around with
touching
that
a soft spot there. Anybody who is in the academy program doesn't want to be called a bad soccer player.
Dude,
right?
well, don't. I'm only playing around, man. I'm only playing. Cheers, man. Yeah,
Nice.
SPI though, Adam.
Go ahead, Joe.
Hot. Don't. He was trading on the bathroom of the airport, I believe, the other day.
Bathroom of the airport.
Digital nomad lifestyle.
Yeah. My buddy aspires to be a digital nomad too.
Do you?
No, I don't. I need to be around my parents.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. So anyway, VERU is moving, man. Shout out to Fluffy. Shout out to KC526. They both called this one out. I just don't have a spot here for it, but let me bring that in. Yeah, ever since my sister packed up and left, I'm kind of the only one that's left.
Yeah.
So she can enjoy her life in sunny California while I have to, maintain residence here because, well,
yeah, can't leave.
Canada rocks, says a Katina man.
Oh, Katina man got the haircut too, my boy.
Hey, he's looking
worried about
fresh,
it, my boy.
man. There goes Veru, guys. VERU breaking out. There's a headline from the morning, though. It's a clinical supply agreement with Novo Nordisk to what? Something combination of enobosarm with Wegovy. Cool. Never heard of enobosarm, but obviously everybody and their mother knows Wegovy. Into about 325 or something of that nature. High is exactly 324, showing 309 now. This is VERU. Do you remember who used to like VERU? Hold on, Katina man. I'll remind you guys.
If
There
you
he
don't
is.
like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Oh,
I'm gonna dunk on you. Get it, Faye.
That's
I missed
crazy,
it, man.
man.
He moved to Dubai,
Yeah.
by the way. So shout out to Faye. If
That's
you're an OG,
wild,
you know who Fahad is. He used to be on the 1s and 2s. Shout out to Faye. And he was always going back and forth with Katina and Neo. He's the most delusionally confident person.
I love that.
God bless
man.
him.
You
though,
have
man.
to be
Yeah.
delusional.
You gotta be
sometimes,
delusional, says Joey.
Play
Guys.
it one more time, man. The way he stepped at you was crazy.
Did you see that?
Yeah, play it
like,
again.
He doesn't even care, man. He'll just step, right?
Hit it again.
You want me to do it again?
Yeah, look at this
I'll
step.
do
like,
it again.
Do it.
If you don't like the video right now and subscribe to the channel, I might dunk on you.
Oh,
I'm gonna dunk on you.
man.
By the way, great guy as well. He did cut his hair for charity. I remember who remembers that huge earthquake in Turkey? Yeah, so he did cut his hair. He's like hair like Fabian, man. and he donated the entire thing. So
To the people in Turkey.
no, it was an earthquake, brother. It was an
Oh, yeah,
earthquake
but
there that-
no,
not to the people go to get their hair done in Turkey.
I'm
That's
like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Good,
No,
good
it's just
point,
like,
though.
but it's like, hey, man.
point, yes,
out of all the places that probably.
Oh, man, that's fantastic. All right, guys, we're continuing to watch here. MNTS is curling up here, and that's my invitation to get in. What are you looking at, Joey?
All right, good stuff, man.
That's great there. That was so apropos. So funny.
I mean, here it is, man. STI not doing too much right now. We did almost run into $28. We're not getting that breakout on Nexter. Katina Man's back, fresh fade, fresh cut, ready to rock and roll on the new. Or on this IPO that we got going on today. He told me don't worry about it, but he's
Well, you know, if Katina Man says something, bro, I'd be listening.
yeah, don't worry about it, that's for sure. All right, but we're gonna worry about a couple more things over here, Sharif, and that's what NVDA is up to. Oh, never mind that.
happened?
Put all that to the side. Who cares about any of that garbage
cares?
when we have TKO over here, probably the best stock of all time, if you ask me, the undisputed champion of
Is it true
entertainment.
that Strickland is banned from going to the White House?
Probably.
Hold on, because this seems to be a big thing online because of his political views. Is this true or not?
I wouldn't be surprised, man. The guy would do something. He's
He's next level.
He's unhinged.
Yeah, he is unhinged.
And the thing is,
but
he's like a
typically this
champion.
administration espouses
Right,
those
but
type
he
of
loves
people,
he
right?
loves he loves Donald Trump and stuff. Did you see the latest video he posted?
About him the
Bud Light.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
it's like, bro.
Interesting there,
Yeah. I mean, you know what? It is what it is, man.
Oh, boy.
There is Caterpillar new all-time high here today as this name. But hey, the champion of champions. I shouldn't even say that right now.
Ripping, guys.
It's ripping. But we got a 78-cent dividend here on TKO. You want to talk about there goes Nexer, Sharif. This is what we're talking about.
Still,
Breakout. We're still holding this dog. This dog hopefully has its day coming up relatively soon. To Adara's disliking, we need this split on Costco because we need to buy a little bit more here, or a little bit anyways, get involved with it. It's not going to split, she says.
I don't think she wants it to split.
She does not want it to
She's not going
split.
to trade the spready tickers, brother.
I know,
So it's like,
but we got CrowdStrike that's splitting relatively soon, which we like because we're going to be buying that hand over fist. All right, Sharif. Seinfeld trivia time. What arcade game did George buy from the pizza restaurant and try to keep it alive
Are you
for his
stupid?
highest?
That's an easy one. The Frogger, bro. You give me something hard, man.
Give him something hard,
And they had to actually frog it across the road. Come on now, man. Who are you talking to here? You don't even try. Adam James Abroad. We're getting Elliot Anderson from Forest to replace Bernardo. Let go. Well, did you hear who we're picking up? Rumor is Morgan Rogers may not be wearing Auburn next year. He may be wearing red and white, red and white, red and white. And I was telling Juan off camera, it is an entirely different beast to get a player from within the Premier League who's already acclimated to the speed and the intensity of the game than it is to get somebody from La Liga or Serie A or Ligue 1 or Bundesliga, right, who then has to adapt to the Premier League style. Morgan Rogers is definitely somebody I would pay up for. So definitely looking for that. What's up, Joey?
Nothing, my brother. Jesse Martinez is my guy, man. He's my type of humor. Hey, come down to everybody, especially the OGs in the chat. We got something up. We need Gore. We need Los Pollos. We need Jesse. We need Adam. We need Hangry Wife. We need face to face and some giggles.
NVIDIA day high.
Hold on.
Oh, my bad.
I'm banned from Canada, says Jesse Martinez. All right, man. So maybe you can meet us at the border. We'll say and we'll wave from across there, or we just won't. You can
If you
join
have
us
a
on
criminal
Google.
record, they'll let you in. You just have to have a criminal record for them to let you in. If you don't, then you get denied at the border.
If you don't have a criminal record.
If you do have a criminal record, you get in. If you don't have a criminal record, you get rejected.
You get
at the
rejected.
border.
Okay, so this, Adara. Adara.
What is happening now? I'll tell you. The S&P 500 is continuing to push higher. Now, to be clear, still nowhere near the high from yesterday, which is more or less where we opened. We're currently trading here around 756. Now, again, to completely make up yesterday's move or to get above yesterday's high, you'd have to get above that 759 level. So a couple points to go, but not a bad look here for the SPY. NASDAQ here also recovering, though maybe not as strongly as the S&P 500 is. We'll take a look here at USO. USO pretty consolidative here. just hanging out in about a $2 range. I do want to mention here, when it comes to tech, AVGO was really a large part of this tech weakness story, at least early in the day. This thing did recover here from its lows, but then pushing all the way, or not all the way, but at least partially back down. 404, 403 halves is the level that AVGO has yet to break, but a lot of the weakness in tech is at least partially inspired by this name after earnings. CrowdStrike, another name that reported earnings, initially struggling. I mean, this still has a far way to go to make up that gap, but pretty choppy right now, at least a little bit off the lows. Let's talk Quantinuum, because QNT is set to make its debut on the NASDAQ at any moment now. Currently TAP is $70. This thing is priced at $60, which was above the price range of 53 to 55. Amount raised here, 16.8 billion. Shares offered initially 16.5 billion. I was just reading, or 26.5 billion, sorry. I was reading they upsized that to 28 billion, or 28 million shares. So 28 million shares, raising $1.6 billion. IPO price 60, current TAP 70. This could go public at any moment, so stay tuned. I also want to mention here, we spoke about earnings. C3AI was another one that reported earnings. Not a great look here. Professional services revenue down 85%. It was 21 million for this quarter last year. It was 3 million this quarter. Total revenue down over 50%. Subscription revenue still down substantially, just under 50%. Not a great look no matter how you slice it for C3AI. We're going to send you back over to the guys. Keep an eye on QNT.
Yeah, that's going to be your world today, Joey. You're taking that. I'm not going to really have eyes on that, so going to kind of rely on you to cover. There goes Veru ripping up. We got the Rue here at 12s. There it goes into 33s. We could see $5 here, guys, okay? It may not be in a straight line, but is a distinct possibility. Let's see if we can hold 4. Coming back into the $0.25 here. The Rue, Veru, is on its horse and definitely looking at that 4.5 in the face, whether it makes it up in a nice straight line. We'll have to wait and see. Again, 436 high, just watching my top screen, looking for areas of resistance. There is the 40s, boom, into the high. It's a 443 high now on Veru. We're up 91.5%. Shout out to my man, Feifei. We used to joke around, call this guy the CEO of Veru. So taking a lot of prints here into the third of $1, looking for a hold of 4. I've given it just a little bit below 4 so that, you know, if it does wick quickly below that level, I don't immediately get a stop out. But right now we're topping tail a little bit into 443, coming down into 4 single digits, just flipping my chart to the 5-second. So let's see where local area support is. There is actually support at 395. There's a lot of support at 395, actually, and by a lot, I'm talking about like 25 seconds or so, right? Because I'm looking at the 5-second chart, pardon me. So continuing to watch Veru over here. Separately, I did get into MNTS. I did like this curl off the volume weighted average price with the beak multiple times into 50. Looking for continuation on MNTS. I have 26s. It's showing me 43s. Let's wet the beak here. We're in a bit of a downtrend now. Something to concern myself with here on MNTS. How's Veru doing? Still showing 4s here, Joey. 4 mid-teens, back into the $0.25 we go. Sadly, no continuation, though, through 443, but we are kind of rounding a little bit. Let's see if we can get back into the 30s. Not quite yet. Does look like there is a $0.25 seller here that we can't shake locally, so something to think about, something to keep an eye on, about a 425, 426 seller. Nothing in the 30s yet, quite yet, Joey.
Good. Meet up in Da Nang in December. Let's go, man.
Would you do that?
Would I?
Yeah.
Well, what kind of question is that?
Well, I know that you want to move there. I know you want to move there.
No, you don't just move somewhere without going, right? Yeah, you don't just move somewhere. Because apparently, so I got 2 places on my radar right now. Da Nang, I'm going to have to retire in Asia here probably like when I get to that point.
You're going to have to start learning some Mandarin there, Joey.
I don't know if they speak Mandarin over there, but anyways, I got 2 places, Da Nang and Belize, but apparently they have a bot fly problem over there in Belize. We're going to send things over to Adara.
Hold on. Veru, 4.5. It's ripping through the highs. Guys, Veru could see $5 here. Be on the lookout, but watch out for aggressive retracements. It's got a tendency to do that. Veru is ripping up. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're going up to Adara.
Talk about Meta, guys. META has had a great day. This day might get even better. They're introducing reported on quite a lot here, and it's called Instagram Plus. So this is just the subscription program. They're basically saying that the Instagram you know and love isn't changing, but it's just an upgrade for, quote, people who want more from Instagram. Apparently, there's going to be key features across a couple different areas. These areas are, quote, getting closer to who matters, seeing previews and insights, and making Instagram yours. So these are pretty vague features. I guess you can customize your app icon, your bio font, different profile pins, post directly to your profile. So a couple different features here for Instagram Plus. Again, we already knew this was coming. This is the day that I guess it's officially launching. Back to you.
Yeah, all right, Adam. Yeah, I mean, hey, man.
I don't know.
Yeah. This guy's funny. SPY new high of the day. Who's it being led by, Sharif, you may ask? All right, no problem. JPM 310.10 on that bad boy. So we like the financials really starting to pick up a little bit of steam here, guys. Moving forward, we're going to pull up. We're going to see the best performing sectors here on the day. On the day, good afternoon, Joe Wilson. See, I see some people doing some things over there, but let's head over to our market pulse there, guys, and see what we got. Healthcare leading the way, 2.8%. Financials, 2.5% here today, guys. Consumer cyclical right there, 0.6%. In the defensive side of things, you're up about 0.35% there. The bottom one's tech sector, not performing very well today, down to the tune of 2%, almost there. Guys, we'll head over to our terminal and see what IoT, I know Katina Man was asking me about this. I probably already know the answer to this one, but we may as well just do it for giggles. You know it in giggles, as they would say.
Sure.
No options chain on STI, unfortunately, there, Sharif. We went over some of the larger participants, but let's head over to goggles and see what we got going on. This bad boy, Power Grid. Open this scanner. We can do a bunch of things. We'll open this full so we can get a little bit better of a gander on this bad boy and head further down the options chain to see if we find any high levels of open interest on this bad boy. I'm not seeing anything, more or less on the put side, so let's keep an eye out on this here on goggles. Moving forward back to our watch list, seeing what we got on that from, and if there's any big time small or large cap names. Gaurav, you've been quiet. What has Tesla been up to? I don't like it when you're quiet because I usually get a couple of bangs if Tesla continue to move a little bit higher. Pull back off of that, now starting to rebound. But what we can see here, Sharif, is consistent lower highs. If we have a 5-minute candle open on the back side of things, then maybe we can start to recover and rally. But Nexer, not doing what we wanted to. We'll be a little bit more patient. But Sharif, we are now south of VWAP. It's going to have to reclaim it.
Verubana.
Oh.
Verubana, bana.
That's one of my favorite songs. You know that, right? You know how sick that song is?
Yes, bro. I like.
I gotta listen to it.
Yeah, he's gonna put it on. Get it. They don't even say Veru, right? Do they actually say Veru?
It's Peru.
It's Peru, right? Peru. But I'll just say Veru.
Yeah, but
Veru. So got all out. I had to get back in at 4 1/3. So my cost basis has changed fundamentally from 412 to 433. But we're taking a lot of scalps. Fluffy was like, "Yo, Sharif, every time you say, you know, we're gonna see 5, we could see 5, we could see this, you're jinxing it, and it goes down." I'm like, Fluffy, my job to tell people what to expect.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, like they gotta know.
Oh, she gave me a hard time, man. You better watch out.
Profit targets. Yeah, Fluffy is always giving me a hard time, but I like it. I like it a lot. Everything's good. There it goes, Fluffy. Into 460. We're taking big prints here. There it goes into 65. Give me my money, man. Here comes 70, Fluffy. What'd I tell you, Fluffy? I told you. It is Rip City. Rip City into 477. There goes Veru up 110%. And it is certainly on its horse here. And Fluffy, I could see 5. No, I'm kidding. Come on, Fluffy. I have a good sense of humor. There's 77s. We're looking for more. Are we seeing 80s? We are seeing 80s. That is the new high of day on VERU. Let's keep a close eye on this one. I want to see how it dilly-dallies at $5, Joey. Because, you know, you get into that $5 area, all of a sudden, the shorts are gung-ho and the profit and the longs want to take profit, right? So let's see how this cookie crumbles. We're looking for a little bit more on that one. Let's tell you about the trades that didn't go my way as well. It's not just, you know, hey, let me pound the table on my good trades. NEXR, I stopped out, okay? It didn't breach my area low, but the chart pattern is breaking down. I needn't wait until it does and lose more money on that one, so I got the hell out of there. And so, you know, we win some, we lose some. And we're definitely winning here on Veru as it rips into 496. Here we go. We're seeing see a little bit more. Now, guys, put a couple of prints on the north side of 5, lest it breach and then come back down. You want to get something on that north side, right? Here we go. We're showing 96s now. That is the high of the day. It's littered with triangles on my screen, but I'm looking for a move here above that $5 area, whether we get it or not. 96, 97, 98, 99. Can we, 5, boom, through 5. I told y'all, man, take the prints north, 511 high. Veru is making the move here, and it behooves you to get involved. Second trivia. Oh, he's probably got a hard one here, man. All right. I'm serious about money, money, money. Get it, Fluffy. I love that attitude. Sharif, Seinfeld trivia number 2. Thank you very much for the $5 super chat, first and foremost. Slightly tougher. What words did Newman yell when Jerry made him eat broccoli? Vile weed. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. I can't be stopped. Veru can't be stopped. Come on now. Here we go into 450, Joseph freaking options. I love it. Vile weed, because he doesn't eat vegetables. He's such a carnivore, bro.
Oh, man.
That was so good. That was really good, man. Here we go. We got more here. We got more on Veru. Into the high, 575. Here comes 580, guys. Watch out. 580. Give me my money. We're still holding. And are we going to limit up finally? No, not yet. False halt into the 80s. So false halt, what do we got on this? 433, and I thought that was a bad cost basis because I gave up my 412 cost basis, but wow, oh wow, is this one really going here.
Excuse you.
Pardon me? Let's look for 6 here. Big move up here on V-Euro. Shout out to my man Benton. Benton, did you hear that we're in the running for Morgan Rogers? What are your thoughts on that, brother? I'd love to hear your opinion. And there goes 6, Joseph.
Oh, man,
it's
what
a
am I even
603
doing?
high, bro. We're going to halt up here at 602, pardon me. 03 on the bid. Watch a false halt for a second. Coming back down, but initiating the same parameter. 602 halt. We need this level for 10 seconds. It does feel like it's going to drop, though, as the bid was getting tightened up. No, this is probably going to be a halt. Gray out. Halted.
Yeah, man. Yeah, nice work there on Veru, man. I'm over here busy looking up how I'm gonna battle these bot flies. Yeah, me and my boy Jesse, we gotta get that game plan in there. And meanwhile, I'm missing what we have here on Veru. We got all out of Nexer. That thing broke down, so it was AC Slater to that one. Now I'm like, hey, feeling a little bit of FOMO on this trade, but it is what it is. We're not gonna complain about it whatsoever. What's Hellcat up to here, Sharif? Ooh, forming that bull flag. We're not ready to get rocking and rolling just yet, but what we do have is consistent higher lows, not too bad. If this trend line breaks, then you just get out of dodge, which it looks like it's going to momentarily. I heard Sharif just mention Fox right there, support level. That's going to be correlating with yesterday's post-market. And look at the post-market run. That's a big-time move there, guys. You're not going to complain about it pre- and post-market. As Sharif mentioned multiple times, no halt parameters in those bad boys, so you can see these stocks really, really get their move on. Now, STI was the exact same thing this morning. Pardon?
There's another Seinfeld trivia from 2 New York.
Is there? Okay, we'll get that.
I'm not going to look at it so that I can actually do it like live. Go ahead, Joey.
Would you want me to read it for you or no?
Assassino, can we put it up? All right, let's see.
Here we go.
Sharif, what did Jerry wear on the night that he met Elaine's father? Oh, the suede jacket, brother, and he ended up going in the rain, and he ended up looking like a schmuck, and he couldn't pull it inside out because the lining was all Come on now, man. You have to read that. Who ended up with it? Kramer took it, man, because Kramer will take anything. That guy, he'll hoard anything, man. I love this Seinfeld trivia. I'm actually really good at this. Yeah, I'm pretty good at Big Bang Theory trivia as well, but not as good as I am at Seinfeld. That was easy. That was it. The pink stripe says bury the blade. Yes, exactly. He couldn't even flip it inside out, and he paid a fortune for it. We never found out what he paid for it, though, because that was just shown between the characters. The audience never actually was told, but the implication was, of course, that he paid an arm and a leg, and a suede jacket could have ran him $1,000. Who knows, right?
I like suede. Do you own any suede?
Get it, Lele. What?
Do you own any suede?
I have.
Or like velvet or anything?
I got velvet. I got the old velour suits. Remember those?
No.
What are you talking about, bro? The Inichi, Vocal,
I
all
don't
from like the mid '90s, or so from the 2000s. Sorry.
Oh, okay,
2000s.
yeah.
Like Nelly.
Oh, yeah.
You don't remember
Yeah.
Inichi?
No, man.
You don't remember Fubo?
Fubo, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Fubo,
So there were like
I know
similar
Fubo.
brands.
All
Very
right.
similar.
All right, good stuff there. There it is. 218.20 on NVDA. The king is, surprise, surprise, the king is back. There he is.
Who's that? NVIDIA?
Conor McGregor.
Oh.
Well, I mean, who is that guy? You remember that? You remember that? All right.
He's like talking,
Jeremy
talking
Stevens.
smack to him,
Yeah.
and
He's like, I'm the hardest.
most dismissive
I'm the
thing ever,
hardest hitting 145er there is. Who is that guy? All right, and now that's a nice move there, guys. Apple goggles. Apple a little bit lagging here, but we're not too far. Only about 0.5% off the all-time high. And there's TSM continuing to do its thing there, Sharif. A big time move. Dividend, what's it pay? 94 cents. We were talking about that not too long ago. And then Nebius here, how we've been performing, a little bit of a pullback off of 278. You get 13% to the downside, and then now you're slowly starting to recover. So not too bad of a look there. We went over BM&R and some of the other fintech plays. We got $85 on Robinhood, and JPM right back up to, where are you? What are you at now? Stop hiding from me. 311.24 on that bad boy. Lockheed Martin, let's see how you've been performing. Ooh. Hit that one there.
How do you spell Dolores?
You're asking the wrong. You're definitely asking the wrong.
Well, I put it in the chat, but that's what it is, Dolores, and I know what it rhymes with, and that was the whole point of the joke. Shout out to Trader Rob, I love that one as well, man. Who else? Shout out to Luca. It was Vocal. What did I say? Vocal? Oh my bad. I meant Vocal. Scootsy. 1983. What brand? Titleist, bro. I don't even need to look at the rest of the question, my man. What brand of golf balls does George pull out of the whale? And that's because Kramer thought the ocean is like, it was his, what's it called? The driving range, man. That was ridiculous. And he's like, is it a Titleist? And when they all met at the restaurant after, fantastic. Shout out to Scootsy. I got that one. That's easy stuff. Guys, give me something hard, man. Come on, man. These are all easy ones here. Shout out to Traveling Trader, 10 Canadian super chat. Sharif, Beru call was fire. I owe you dinner for that one. You don't owe me anything, man. Thank you very much for that. All you owe me is just watching. That's all we ask for there. Respect right at you. Appreciate you, Traveling Trader. And shout out to Canada, man. Obviously, Canadian there. Fluffy, what are the two things that can't beat Spock in a game of rock, paper, scissors, lizards, Spock? Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's Sheldon's thing, and he created that to get around the tying aspect of rock, paper, scissors. He made rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock. I don't remember exactly what beats what. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock beats paper, scissors. Oh, papers beat rock. Oh, and then he had like this whole thing that he kept repeating. I know exactly what you're trying to. Good one, Fluffy. Do you remember this one? What is that? Rock? Yeah? And paper. Scissors. No, but this was a different one, Michael. So they took rock, paper, scissors, and they made it into rock, paper, scissors, lizards, Spock. And so it's a different one. It has 5 different options. Shout out to Fluffy. You got me with that one, Fluffy. Scissors and rock. Got it. I like it, Fluffy. I like it. All right, Greg Mortensen. Sharif, what was the name of the book that was never returned to the library? It's either The Tropic of Capricorn or The Tropic of Cancer. It's one of those two. It is 100% one of those two. Capricorn or Cancer. Jerry swore up and down to Bookman, who was the library cop, that he did return it, but it turns out he loaned it to George. And George had it this entire time. Funny enough, the teacher who was bullying George, they used to call him Can't Stand Ya, and he was outside the New York Public Library, he had the book all along, bro. And then it ended up being like the whole like circular thing. Man, Can't Stand Ya. Yeah, he wasn't saying Costanza. He was saying Can't Stand Ya. Yo, I'm telling you guys, I'm good at this, man. I don't think you guys are going to be able to get me on Seinfeld, but hey, we'll give you guys an opportunity. Chess Wax, Sheriff. What was the name of the person who gave George the stock tip in one of the first episodes? Oh, that's a great one. That one got me. I do remember that guy. And then he was cleaning up. He took everybody out to eat. Oh man, yeah, that's a good one, Iki. You guys got me. You guys got me without that name. Eludes me at the moment. What is it though? I'd love to know. Tag me there, Chess Wax. I'd like to know. Seinfeld quiz. What did George blame his dingle? Oh, dingle? He was in the pool? What are you talking about? His dingle? Yeah, it was in the pool. Yeah, shrinkage. Okay, you're talking about shrinkage. Okay, so that was an easy one there. I just said there's some things I can't say on the show, man. Come on. What was the name of the teacher? Oh, great question. Mr. Heyman. Man, I'm killing it today.
Not Al Heyman.
Heyman was his name.
Not Al Heyman.
No. What car did George buy? Come on, man. A LeBaron convertible. Come on. No, these are way too easy. All right, let's see. What's the top? I can't.
Yeah. That was good, man. I couldn't tell you that, my boy. Yeah. Well, I can't.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, let's see what we got going on, man. Nice Seinfeld trivia. Yeah, you were on fire over there.
I got more, bro.
Bang, bang, and you got more. Please, no more. No, I'm honestly joking. Anyways, guys, let's get into some of the quantum names here. Rich Tech Robotics, RGTI, QuantumScape. Finding a little bit of a rebound here. SMCI, how have you been performing today? And QUBT, I mean, we've gone through our list a couple of times. How has Webull been doing? Still down around 593. Damn, this does not look good. You did have somewhat of a recovery up into that $7 marker. Now you're starting to come back in a little bit here, guys. Now, FTNT Fortinet, wow, really strong. Surprisingly, I shouldn't say surprisingly so, considering some of the other cybersecurity names were to the downside. CrowdStrike 702. Cyber, here's the ETF in itself. Not too bad, guys. 33% on that bad boy. A little bit more, 46. Sorry, not even close whatsoever. And Adara was talking about Datadog not too long ago. I don't have anything. I mean, we can look at NVDA, but I would just rather avoid it. We're having fun with the small caps here. We'll try a couple more attempts on STI to see if the ball wants to get rolling a little bit later in the session. But we have another downtrend. If we have some strong confirmation on the backside of things, let's rock and roll.
Sounds good, Joey. Sounds good, man. FJet $10 break. Yeah, keep an eye out for that. Leandra. Oh, the Rue is open. It is ripping. Where's my Rue screen? Here we go. Oh, what are we up? 647. There's 644. Here comes 670. The Rip City is on.
Oh,
680.
there it is.
Rip City. Rip City. Here we go. 7 coming in. Let's see. Reject 7. 693. Big move down here. Wow, that was a lot of zig and zag. Right into 650, right back up. Oh my days, Joseph Options. 733 high. The breakout is on. We have 433 on this. Continuing to watch here, looking for more. Let's see if we can pop up into that $0.25. I'm just going to post here right at 25. Let's see if we can get it. Nice liquidity tester there. We don't have many shares left, so we're going to have to take out small shares here. We'll go 735 for the next one. That's all predicated upon, of course, it holding 650 and maneuvering back into 7. It doesn't look like it is going to be that way right now. It looks like we're going to fail here below 650. It looks like the sellers are in control of this one for now. Let's see if we can hold 650. If we can, I think this gives us a shot at another 780s popping up, 90s popping up, looking for that move above 7, not immediately getting it though. But hey, it's better than being below 650, but that could change all very soon, guys. Watch out for volatile price moves here. These are very aggressive, but a good name nonetheless. I'm continuing to watch here. Nothing for me to do. I don't want to take out anything here. I'd rather get stopped out than take it out too early. Let it manifest. This could see 10. Sorry, Fluffy. It could, right? I mean, 733. Oh, no, 650 lost. We are on the way down. I don't know what the halt parameters are either. On this one, let's just keep close eye here on 650 on VERU. Rack City Riches says strict.
Observer.
Strict to observe. Yeah, there you go. All right, so the prior halt level, guys, was right around 6. It does look like we are going to lose that right now, though, sadly, unless we get an aggressive buy off 6. I'm just going to continue to hold this. See where this ends up going because we're right back in the 650 area. Niraj is saying OPTU is moving. I just got to let this trade resolve, Niraj. just before I look at that one. But thank you for calling that one up, brother. OPTU, says the OG Niraj. Yes, halted. Is this halted? No, it doesn't look like it's halted. Why isn't it moving, though? We're going to have to put this one on the side chart here. OPTU. There we go. All right, it's trading at 118. Not a bad look, though, Niraj. You know, up 9.25%, trading at the day high. Good call out there, sir. I'm still holding MNTS, by the way, guys, right? So we're looking for that move here on MNTS back into 1660, 1670. It's been a real slow mover, but I'm just going to continue to hold this. I'm in the money on it, and I like that 50 penny resistance. So if we can get a break through 50 pennies, that would just be aces. So we're going to let this trade resolve some way, somehow, Joey, whether it loses 6 or it moves back above 7 on VAR.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, nice trading on that one. Good momentum plays. Why, Ryan? For me?
Ooh, get it, Joey.
All right, let's see.
It's probably UFC related.
Joe, got some trivia love too. What Lil Wayne album had Money on My Mind on it? Hey, listen, I'm gonna just come up and say straight up, I have no idea. Was never the biggest Lil Wayne guy.
Lil Wayne.
I'm gonna just, because it's probably one of the 3. All right.
All I know is it's not 4. I know for a fact it's not 4.
It's not
100%
4.
not the Carter.
So
People
we'll
are
go
saying
with
Carter 2.
Carter 2.
I don't know.
All right, man. I have no idea. Ask me any of the Gucci Mane stuff or anything along those lines. I didn't appreciate Lil Wayne until I was a little bit older, but even now I don't even listen to that much rap. Yeah, I was never a Lil Wayne guy because all the girls were like Lil Wayne, Lil Wayne.
You didn't
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah.
See, Assassino? He's got to be the center of attention, otherwise it doesn't work.
Hey,
Did you see your boy over here, man? You missed that? You didn't like Lil Wayne.
Yeah. Like, man, get that over here and play at my
People
party.
keep saying happy birthday, Randy. Is it your birthday?
No.
No. All right.
Hit the Randy button. You said you wanted to talk some Neo, right, today? Randy?
Randy.
Yeah, that's the best. You want to talk some Neo here?
Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Are we
Are we good to go?
we're
Yeah,
good.
you got the thumbs up.
New batteries.
New bad.
Neo.
Neil.
DDR.
Absolutely.
We have it.
Auto
Got it
segment,
already?
Yeah,
this
we got
auto
it
segment
up.
brought to you by Neo. And here's why I'm a bull on Neo.
I want to hear it.
Neo has one thing that every other EV company does not. Do you know what it is?
The batteries, the replaceable batteries.
It's a BAAS, or battery as a service.
Yes.
Okay?
Oh, okay.
So what's the big thing about EVs that keep people out of the space?
Battery.
It's anxiety.
range.
It's
Yeah.
range
Range
anxiety.
anxiety.
Okay? The average time to swap a battery with just about every Neo platform out there is 141 seconds.
Fantastic. That's fantastic.
Like,
And it's like
that's-
self-serve too. Like, doesn't the car drive itself in and
you
stuff?
pull in, it lines it up, a robot grabs the battery out of the car and slides a new one in, and you drive away. Who else does
minutes.
this?
Yeah, no
Nobody.
one.
Not that I know.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Nobody.
So this
yet.
gives them 1, 2, 3 things. It gives them an inherent advantage for people who are a little leery, maybe I don't want to wait to charge at a supercharger. You know. Number 2, their pricing.
Pricing is good, but they're premium pricing.
Okay.
Yeah.
But again, if I can, again, they need infrastructure to do this.
Right.
So there's a bit of a caveat there. You have to have not just a charge station, you have to have a swap station.
You gotta have swaps.
But they've proven that the infrastructure can be deployed en masse, anywhere, in cold weather, in warm weather, like all.
Exactly.
They've done their homework. And there's other car companies looking at this going,
And can I say one
what-
thing?
yeah.
People forget that China is a multi-climate country.
Absolutely.
It's not the same
No.
from north to south. So they
In the very, very north of China, up near Harbin and
you go.
those cities that are in the northern latitudes. So this gives them a lot of positives, I think. I'm bullish about this. Again, they're the only ones doing it en masse right now. There might be some other companies that have sort of dabbled in the battery swap
Right.
thing. Like everything we own.
Can I say one thing to you, though? In the beginning stages, when they started releasing this battery as a service kind of thing. My understanding was that it was, number one, going to take longer to switch the battery, and because it was going to take longer, they were going to make like these sort of restaurant slash bar, call them lounges, at the battery change station, where like-minded rich Chinese individuals could go in, drink an espresso, perhaps have a drink,
have a snack,
get to know one another. That never ended up happening.
When you've got 141 seconds, do you need that? Like,
Exactly.
what, you're in, you're out, you're gone by, see ya. Like,
Exactly.
It's done. So now that they've got it down to such a low swap time, I can't fill my car in 141 seconds. I have a 100-liter tank. It's just range anxiety. Able to monetize BAS as a service. They can monetize that service.
That's fantastic.
So they can deploy swap stations out there. And as you said, another revenue stream, let's add a snack station. Let's add a bevy station.
Exactly.
So you've got revenue streams from that as well. And again, you're taking the range anxiety away. Or down the road, the car's 5, 6 years old, you've charged it 5,000 times, and what happens to your battery? It starts to degrade. Problem solved.
You don't worry about
I'll
that.
go swap in a new one.
Exactly. You're getting a different battery anyway.
You're going to get longevity out of the platform. And again, it's a service. And they can monetize that service. They can upgrade that service. They can add stuff to it, and they're the only ones doing it.
Yeah, I like that. But how long do you think maybe, this could be attractive to the Teslas, right, and some of the other companies?
So maybe down the road,
to buy the technology off them.
Right, you've got ChargePoint, or you've got the likes of Tesla, Rivian, pick your EV manufacturer. Do they say, hey, maybe we'll develop a vehicle on the existing platform that has a removable battery?
Right.
And how common are robotics at Tesla? Give me a break. Could they not develop a robot that could just slide out the pack from under the next model, whatever that model happens to be, and make it safe, and make it convenient, and make it quick, and then monetize, again, BAS as a service? So I think you're adding value to the car. You add longevity to the car. It's quick. You take the range anxiety away. These are all positive things.
Really nice cars,
and they're really nice cars.
And we know the Chinese basically are kind of defining the new generation of what luxury is. Like the options that they have in their cars haven't even been thought about.
No.
Well, I don't know if thought about.
Some of them
haven't been executed here. I'm assuming because of cost.
They're on the bleeding edge of a lot of stuff, but I really like this as a service and the way they are able to monetize it, how quick it's come, how refined it is.
Right.
So there's a lot of upside here, folks, and that's why I'm going to follow these guys.
All right, man. Randy's spoken, man. And Randy knows a thing or two about cars. If you've been watching the show for a while, you kind of know about that. Look, guys, I get Chinese EVs are not everybody's cup of tea. I understand the disruptive nature of it. I get the privacy concerns that some people have. Look, but hey, you don't like it, don't buy it. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Joey, what do you
think? No one's forcing you to buy them anyways. No. There it is. STI, we're going to try it one more time. At this point, I don't think we're going to get the breakup that we're looking for, but that's all right. We give a little bit back. Nothing substantial. Full disclosure.
Spears, Neo.
Yeah, there it goes. NIO. Yeah, so I believe so what we did have here is this trend line broke, but I think that we would have climbed a little bit higher faster at that point. Is this the best entry? Not necessarily. So there is a little bit of a support level right here. If this holds up at $24, then I do believe we can go. But if it breaks down, then watch out. The downtrend, we'll probably see. All right. NVDA, hey, listen, man, I'm all about this name continuing to climb a little bit higher. We talked about the open interest on the options chain with this bad boy. We hit 218 today, so not too horrible of a recovery from the previous 2 sessions of sliding. I thought this was going to be the move, 233 and then all-time high by the end of the week. Not necessarily the narrative, but that's okay. We'll just continue to hold on to it. And if it came anywhere close to this sub $200 marker, I was just going to grab a little bit more. What's next on my list for actual long-term buys? Starts with a G, ends with an L. We just love this company. I mean, it's probably my most favorite company that I don't own, surprisingly so. Owned it before, made a bad mistake of letting it go, and just not really understanding what was going on. Because if you, hindsight obviously being 2020, but if you actually, I don't know why I'm saying this, but if I actually did a little bit more due diligence, then there's zero reason, in my opinion, to ever let this stock go when I did, and I learned my lesson. That's everything about trading. Let's send it off to Dara.
Keep an eye here in TMC. This one has bounced a little bit since 12 p.m. It looks like at 12:04 p.m. a newsletter from the New York Times was released about TMC. It looks like just a profile of the metals company. I believe the title was something around how one company is trying to mine the bottom of the sea. So nice spotlight here for TMC. Seems to be helping the stock a little bit. Also worth noting, I believe there was an article, I think, from the New York Times yesterday on them as well. So TMC getting some articles. As you can see, we did have a spike here into the close yesterday. So keep an eye on TMC. It looks like a lot of news outlets are covering this one right now. Back to you.
One that I've been watching for a while. It's interesting because they have this proprietary extraction methodology that they basically send this drone in basically the depths of the ocean, in some of the deepest parts. They extract these nodules. They're like these black-looking kind of rocks, and essentially they're packed with rare earth magnets, minerals, and heavily packed, and some of the most concentrated in the world, but obviously very hard to extract. What my understanding is, and I haven't looked this up in a while, so you may have to double check this, they're still waiting for regulatory approval to be able to go through that extraction process at the bottom of the ocean. Obviously, environmental effects are a top of mind there. But just based on the way the current geopolitical situation is, and the fact that China dominates this, not just from an extraction angle, but from a refining angle, it's just a matter of time until the Americans throw their hat into the ring. Hence why I'm an MP, hence why I'm in TMC. Look, I'm out of the money on TMC, but it's in my long-term profile, so I don't really follow it all that much. I like the company, but they're yet to really prove that they're a viable company with revenue and everything like that. So you're gonna have to take a shot on this one. And so that's all I have to say about that. Guys, Fluffy coming out with a fantastic call there. IDP, shout out to the Fluffsters. Good look here, Assassino. Look at this one ripping up from, she gave this to me at like 310, 315. Into 382, it goes down though into 345 as people take profits. Watch out here. INDP is the ticker. And so if you're looking for the small cap gapper type names that we all know and love, then that is one to look for. But guys, Veru's breaking down. It's on the move. That's going to end the trade for me. Decisively lost 6, and it's bleeding its own blood now. So we'll go here. No positions at the moment. Going to keep a close eye on that. I'm looking this up, Mike. Mike PD Ryder is like, Sharif, did you see that giant chasm in the earth that the earthquake in Turkey did? Look it up if you ain't seen it. It's wild and massive. So I actually have to see this. I'm assuming, Mike, you're talking about the earthquake that happened, a couple of years ago, right? The one that I was referring to, that Fahad was trying to raise money for. Just let me know, Mike, if that's what you're talking about there. Yes, it is. Okay. Shout out to Mike PD Ryder. Let's look in earthquake in Turkey. I'm just going to put it in like that. Images. Oh, my days. Is this it, Mike? Is this it for real? Like this stuff right here? Turkey, Syria, earthquake ripped huge. The massive new canyon. That's sick, it, he says. Man. Yeah, that's hideous. Yeah, man, that's just a kind of...
Make a full one there.
Yeah, plate tectonics.
Man. Yeah, the tectonic plates, man.
Tectonic plates.
Yeah.
I was going to say something.
Have you ever been to the Grand Canyon?
I haven't, actually.
Oh,
which
man.
is funny because people usually make the trip when they're in Vegas. They take a bus.
Is it close? Isn't it in...
it's like a couple hours.
It's in Zoner,
yeah, but it's a few hours. Or,
yeah.
Fact check me, chat. How far is it? Have you been hearing about geothermal energy? Do you know what these guys are doing?
Yeah, man, extracting heat and stuff from the ground.
Man, they're pumping water into the ground, and it's forcing it's like a cyclical thing where it heats the water, and they just basically take the steam out of it. And it's like it's a hack, almost. But some people are worried about it causing the same type of issues that fracking does, which is you're screwing up with the Earth's, structural integrity.
Yeah, man. That's like extracting. Like, why do you think there's so many? The word's not coming to me. But when you take too much groundwater out, you just have these massive holes in the ground, and then eventually, what's the term I'm looking for?
Which one?
With all the ground caves, sinkhole. There we go. That was like that complicated. But anyways, sinkholes, man. When you start to remove all of this stuff, I don't think that's necessarily. Like, we've just been pumping oil out of the ground for how long? I don't know how much that's
fracking is what screws it up. It's because they force the oil out through pressure. So and they have to break the rocks. I'm not going to go. I know it's a whole political thing.
Yeah, we're not going to get into
down
all
south
that.
where, you know, if you're on one side of the political spectrum, you support fracking. If you're on the other, you don't. That's for you guys.
Are you a
to worry about.
chemtrail guy?
No.
All right.
Contrails.
Yeah, they're
Condensation trails.
Oh, okay.
But hey, let's be honest about it.
Yeah, let's be it.
Don't we know that they seed, cloud seed in Dubai, in UAE, because they don't have enough rain?
Yeah, they
so
do
that
that.
We already know that they're doing that.
They're doing that.
So
Yeah, they're actually doing that.
It exists, right?
Yeah.
And they're not contrails, bro. Yes, Armenian muscle.
Yeah,
Let's get the
they're
controversy
chemtrails.
going, baby. Sharif took the vaccine, remember that?
Oh, did you?
I had no choice. I had
Yeah,
to see my
same.
sister, man.
Yeah, I had no choice, man.
Right, but yeah, that's the way it is. Chemtrails have been exposed. Look, man, I don't know. I'm not going down that road, y'all. Gotta get me.
Yo, this one guy I used to play hockey with, obsessed with the chemtrails.
Yeah?
Like, oh man,
I respect
you have
everybody's
no
opinion,
idea, man. It was actually, yeah.
But the people who think the Earth are flat, that's kind of where I have to draw the line.
You didn't think it was flat?
No,
You
I've
don't
never
think-
thought it was flat.
Not?
At any one point. No. Because from a physics perspective, it makes no sense,
yeah.
right? Guys, INDP is above 4. It's been above 4 before. It's a 418 high, but it's right back above 4. Here we go again. Shout out to Fluffy. Shout out to everybody else who called this one out. I'm not involved with it yet, but I'd like to watch it a little bit more. You know, when you get into these levels, guys, we start thinking here, you know, $5. And I know Fluffy doesn't like that. Well, what can I do about this, Fluffsters? You know, that's just the way it is. We're going to on the old community college try, and we're going to stop out below 374. We got to give this one a little bit of room here, though, Joey, lest it stop me out prematurely over here. So I'm going to send it to you while I throw in my order.
Yeah, Jesse, man, be careful now.
What happened?
Be careful. You gotta. He's out for his walk right now. I seen him on the old camera. The dog walker came in and take him out there, get him rocking and rolling. Ryan O'Day, say, man, I'm done with meta right now. We did have that high of 642. Bang, 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 bang. We like that one from 617. The long-term portfolio, like in this bad boy. Support level broken, and then you're just not finding any form of a bounce just yet. Let's see where the volume-weighted average price is. We're way south of that bad boy. Maybe we take a little bit of an attempt on it via FBL. We don't have METU here, guys. We took a hit on STI right here. We gave back half our day on that bad boy right there to the downside there, Sharif, so not too good of a look there on that specific trade. But nonetheless, let's rock and roll and see if we can get this party started on meta for a potential bounce. I like the continuation. APM 313. This is what I'm talking about. Every dog has its day, as that goalie said to me one time. And then sure enough, bang, here we go, off to the races. And I don't think we're going to stop right now. We need this move. DRAM, how have you been performing? Pretty good, Sharif. But you know what isn't right now?
What is?
My boy NASA. Even though we did get somewhat of a recovery, we're going to buy a little bit more here. Again, I only, listen, if I'm putting a couple grand in this, I grab a couple of shares at a time, DCA into this bad boy for the long term, and hold on to it for a handful of years and just really not even pay too much attention. Obviously, it has exposure to SpaceX. 10.7% of this actual ETF's holding is that specifically. And then I believe the next highest is going to be Rocket Labs and ASTS and so on and so forth. Now, heading over to our small cap scan, Sharif, I don't want to go over too many of these bad boys as you've been rocking them, but Hellcat over here breaking down south of that specific trend line there. So maybe we're not going to get any form of continuation, but Veru coming off of the highs there as well.
Veru. All right, I saw you come up here adjusting the camera. I figured there were probably an interview coming. All right, guys. Look, we're in INDP here. I'm going to give this one to $0.75. We've taken out the majority of the position, but it's dilly-dallying with 4. It's losing 4. Below 375 ends the trade. But just before we send it up for the interview, I want to mention there is a very, very aggressive seller at 441 to 443. We're going to have to stop out there as it does lose the $0.75. But if you're to get back in that 443 level, again, a very staunchy seller, 441, 443, somewhere in around that. Keep that in mind. Prior bar low on the 5 is 357. So you could earmark 350 as you're out if you want to get in here. All right, Assassino, let's take it away.
Have your investor MD on the show with us, the CEO of NView Medical, or FEED. Good afternoon. How are you doing today? Thank you for being here with us.
Very good. Thank you for inviting me, and I'm feeling very good. Thank you.
Let's get right into it. Can you just start by providing a brief description of your company for those who aren't familiar, focusing on what it is you do in the sector in which your business operates?
Sure. So NVU Medical is a medical technology company which has developed a GPS-like navigation system for feeding tube placement. And the NVU navigation system is already FDA 510K cleared for adults and is already being used across the United States in multiple hospitals. And if I may say so, the opportunity over here is significant. About 13 million feeding tubes are placed every year just in the States alone. It can be in elderly patients, adults, preterm infants, babies. And despite the skill of clinicians, about 5% of all those about placed in the airways or the lungs. And if that occurs, this can potentially lead to serious complications and also increased healthcare costs. And what is our goal? Our goal is simple: help clinicians place feeding tubes safely, efficiently, and with greater confidence.
Can you tell us a little bit more specifically, I guess, how this NVU navigation platform works? How widely used is it? I understand you guys have FDA approval as well.
Yes, so I think, again, the easiest way to think about the NVU system, it's like a GPS navigation system. So it's based on electromagnetic technology where there's a special localization sensor at the tip of the feeding tube. And by means of that sensor and additional sensors, a graphical pathway can be presented on the card, on the screen, and it directs the clinician, be it a nurse or dietitian, where the feeding tube is within the patient's body. And if it's steered, unfortunately, into the lungs, one can immediately identify that, pull back the feeding tube, and then insert it again into the food pipe and from there into the stomach or small intestine. Like I said, the system is already 510K cleared. We're active in multiple hospitals across the United States who are using the feeding tubes on a constant basis. And we are, if I may say so, addressing three major challenges. One is patient safety. The other one is the workflow efficiency. And last but not least, healthcare costs.
Let's get into, I guess, speaking of the healthcare space a little bit, study related to your technology released by the American Association of Critical Care Nurses recently. Can you summarize the findings from this report for us?
Absolutely. First of all, it was an independent peer-reviewed study which was conducted by the Innova Health Care System, and as you correctly said, published in the Critical Care Nurse, which is affiliated with the American Association for Critical Care Nurses. I think what one should state and what makes it in particularly important is that the researchers had no financial relationship with NVU. They independently evaluated the system across their 5 hospitals. And in this evaluation, 531 consecutive feeding tube placements were evaluated, and what was reported? 0 lung placements. What one could also demonstrate in this trial, in this article, pneumonia, which can occur in feeding patients which are in critical care units, and also significant savings in nursing time, which is very, very important. Less confirmatory chest x-rays and savings across that hospital system of over $1.5 million.
Thank you so much for going over that for us. It sounds like a very, very comprehensive report. You know, sticking with the topic of nurses for a second, what can you tell us about NVU's value proposition in relation to the recent shortage of nurses?
Well, since COVID, I think that we believe and what we see is that the healthcare systems are facing significant staffing shortages, especially among nursing teams. And what hospitals are telling us is that they need solutions that improve efficiency without compromising patient care. And like I said before, one of the findings from the Innova study that 350 nursing hours were saved simultaneously, while at the same time improving clinical outcomes. And our goal is not to replace clinicians. It's to provide them with better tools so that they can spend more time caring for the patients and less time dealing with repeat procedures, additional imaging, and workflow efficiencies.
So looking forward for the company, which growth catalyst would you say that NVU is most focused on right now?
We see several important catalysts. First of all, is to continue our commercial expansion, expand our commercial across the United States. The second thing, if I may say so, is leveraging the momentum from this independent peer-reviewed publication, which we can believe can help accelerate hospital adoption. And the third thing is to continue gathering clinical evidence and generation and growing awareness among clinicians. And if I may say so, we've also identified opportunities to expand this navigation platform, for instance, into pediatrics and maybe also future clinical applications. And if I may summarize, if I look at the company today, I see a large market opportunity, an FDA-cleared product, growing commercial adoption, independent peer-reviewed validation, and what we believe may be an important inflection point in the company's growth trajectory.
Can't wait to see what's next for you guys. Thanks again to Doran Besser, MD, CEO of NVU Medical. Again, ticker. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much, and thank you very much for your time and questions.
Thank you to Doran Besser for that great information from NVU, great interview from Adair. Thank you very much. Shall keep tabs, of course, on the stock and the developments there. Thank you again to NVU. All right, Joey, while we were gone, a lot did happen. INDP, that big mover all the way down, halted on INDP at 335. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. I'm still keeping an eye on Veru here, even though Veru did kind of break down. Let me just throw in the ticker and the chart. I do apologize. Just one moment. I'm seeing a lot of bottoming tail candles here on the RU, VERU, that is. And these bottoming tail candles are indicative of aggressive buying at $5. Now, we do have that 575, I want to say 70, 5 2/3, whatever in that area. That's resistance. You see the topping tail candles there as well in the same way that you see the bottoming tail candles into 5. So I don't think that it's all over for Veru, but if we get above 575 to 6, I think we may have another opportunity to get back into 7, but that'll have to happen first. Everything is breaking down now except these bad boys. IOVA, about 10 pennies, 9 pennies, in fact, off the high, and ABCL. Ominous triple sixes high. ABCL trading into that $6.66 area. It's a good looker as well. Much slower of a mover, and you're not getting much of a move, but a predictable one that you may be able to size into. I haven't quite looked at the volume profile for this one, but a lot's breaking down. STI on the down. INDP's breaking down. RDW, MNTS. There's a lot of weakness right now in the world of small cap gappers, Joey.
Absolutely. Nice work, Trapman, for real. That's what I'm talking about. Your connection really worked out, man. I mean, you're saying, hey, Joe, we're talking about some of these 2:30 calls. I'm assuming that they're expiring tomorrow. And you're like, hey, I believe you got them at $6 at the peak. They were up to almost around $11. So not too bad whatsoever, man. Good stuff, brother. And I'm glad that you had the ability to appreciate those, cash in on those, and just walk away and have a good time. Who knows? This thing can continue to climb 41.5% at the money IV. But that's the plays that we were looking for. That was the idea leading into the earnings report, was to exceed the expected move. We didn't get what we were looking for, and it's unfortunate that you just eventually had to take a loss. I think I paid like $50 for a couple of contracts, so you're not going to write home about that or cry about it. I have other things to cry about, apparently. So, I mean, there it is. Let's head back to our watch to see what gold has been up to. I want to get involved with some GLD. I mean, it's not looking too good right now, but you can see prices really starting to compress. Now, the next question for me is which direction are we going to head in with this bad boy? Are we going to get a whipsaw move and a false break? Maybe. Or are we going to breach through some of these support levels and maybe have the exact same scenario? If that's the case, well, guess what? Anything south of $400, your boy's a buyer. We're sitting on some cash. We offloaded some IBIT in the mid-40s. Congratulations on that bad boy. And then we also offloaded a little bit of Netflix so we can just sit on some powder and buy some good names, hopefully relatively cheaper than what they were not too long ago. We had Google to the tune of 13% off the highs. Do you grab a little bit of 0.5% here and there? I think so. I like the name. For the next couple of years, there's going to be no questioning about that. To be honest with you, this is just my opinion that debt raising is literally chump change. And I mean, it's not chump change, but it's pennies on the dollar to me for what these guys can potentially bring in. 900 million monthly active users on that bad boy, and we know what the CEO was saying. We would have made a significantly amount more money if we had the more compute, but that's not necessarily the case. The subscriber base is still continuing to grow, and for some reason, I don't know why, YouTube digital ad service didn't come in as we were necessarily expecting, but just watch out for that to continue to move higher, man. There's so many streams of income for this company. I like it for the foreseeable future.
We love you right back, Shaka Trades. You both are the duo bros. No, man, you're the duo bro. All right, guys, look, Veru's back. It broke 575, and it's trying to get into 6. The high is 733. We're showing 585, but we're working into. You know, it's a good hold of 5, man. It really is. The candle that is distracting me, though, is a 1235 candle, the high of which is around 6 1/5, okay? So, number one, I'm hesitant to get in front of 6. I'm concerned that 6 will be a lower high and an area of resistance. And then I'm more concerned about that candle, as I mentioned, 1225 into 6 1/5. But I'll continue to watch this. Look, I don't have to have the best price, because if I get in now, I got to give it to VWAP, right? And VWAP is like 5 1/3. So that's like 50 pennies worth of, but you know, 50 pennies worth of risk could be a good one here for $1.50 more. 733 high. I'm just, you know, making the assumption that this tests highs again. So I'm going to continue to watch Veru. It seems like it's the best of the bunch here. But I also want to mention ABCL has been knocking on the door 666s for a while here. So something also to look out for. Now, what I'm trying to spot as well on the 5-second chart is a repeat offense pattern. Essentially looking for the higher lows to hold up. And so far you're getting it. Area low into 497, area low into 512, area low into 535, now area low into 555. So on the 5-second chart, you are getting that higher low, higher low, higher low pattern, but that doesn't mean, you know, that's an automatic break of 6 and 6 1/5. So something to look out for there, something to think about, but Veru looking fantastic on the day. I think this one caught a lot of people offside as a long. I think a lot of people were short and they got decimated there because it absolutely ripped up from $2.11 to $7.33 in about 20 minutes. So yeah, that's the kind of price action.
Did you see this?
I like Andrew Yang.
Tax the AI, tax the robots, stop taxing humans.
I don't. There's a lot of Democratic candidates that I don't see eye to eye with.
Yeah,
Yang is one of the people that I think is a good. You know, he's a former billionaire, right? Or I think he is a billionaire. Yeah.
What happened?
No, former businessman. I should say.
Okay.
Like,
but I mean, like tax the robots.
Well, I know. He was trying to play off the Bezos pitch.
I think so
to give the bottom 50% of earners no tax.
Yeah.
Because it makes so much difference for them to hold on to their tax money than it will for the government to tax them. I think he's trying to take that
and run with it. What do you think the chances of that ever happening?
I don't know, brother. I have no idea. I mean, I'm assuming you're not taxing the robots, Joey. You're taxing the company that is using them.
No, I know.
Right?
No, what I'm
breakout.
I should ask is, what do you think that they would ever eliminate a federal tax on on the average individual, on the lower half, right? I don't see that.
I don't think you're wrong.
Yeah.
I think it's a tough proposition, whether it happens or not. I think we've seen some, some more weird stuff lately, right? Like, I don't think that would be the weirdest thing ever. So, continuing to watch here. I got back into Veru. I'm giving Veru to 560. Doesn't hold up 560. Now, I'm going to be adding along the way, small positions, little by little. I'm giving it to 560. That's my area low. 555 technically is the area low, but I'm looking at 560, and I'm looking for a clean break of 6. You're already up to 610, triple top on the 5-second chart into 610. I'm gonna add into 560, and if it loses that, it loses me as a trader, Joe.
All right, man, good stuff. Yeah, let's see what we got going on. I have to listen to a little bit more Leafs garbage and see what's going on with that organization. There's STI, right? So we're now down towards the volume-weighted average price. You see this uptick in volume. So could this be another opportunity? I mean, we did give back half on that one trade, which isn't good off of the multiple momentum. And that was our only loss on this specific name. You see these pops higher, but we just added a little bit more, looking for an additional move. But it did just establish that lower high and started to come back in here a little bit. Multiple scalps on this bad boy, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. We already were taking a gander at some of our top performing sectors here today. Let's head back there and see if there's anything that we find attractive. And where's all the strength lying? Healthcare, once again, 2.8%. Financials, really starting to gain some ground on the healthcare sector, 2.8%. Real estate, industrials, communication, energy, and then we have the tech sector at the bottom of the barrel right now, straight down 1.5%. So not too good of a look whatsoever. But I mean, hey man, small potatoes, small potatoes. Let's try one more attempt on this bad boy here on STI. If it wants to break, see, the thing is the momentum is definitely gone from this name currently. I'm not saying that it can't step back in. Maybe we want to see some more data displayed before we do, and some more trend lines being breached before we look to re-engage aggressively on this specific name. All right, now let's head back to our watch list and see what we got going on there. We talked about DRAM and SanDisk MU. Really strong here today, guys. A big time recovery. How has ARM been performing? Yeah, back up to 389, but a lot of people talking about Netflix and how it's just been a dog's breakfast. I mean, I completely agree on this. It's not good. We talked about support levels being breached, and there's just different trades in play. It's unfortunate. We're in at a pretty good price. Like, it's like $90 or something. So even though we're $9 out of the money, we reduced some size on this. And I mean, if it heads lower of 75, I don't want to have to sell the bottom. So if we continue on this path, which I feel we're going to right now, then I have to sell a little bit more and get a little bit more less weighted in this specific name. More cash, which I have no issue, because I just buy a couple more tech names and some more financials. JP Morgan looks like it wants to finally get going here too.
Yeah, stopped out of Veru. It didn't hold 60, nor did it hold 50. It looks like it's back here to VWAP, and it's being set up by an ugly inverse hammer candle, looking awfully topping tailish as well. Let's see, it's still holding VWAP here, but I'm gonna let this one go for now. Let's see if it can reclaim trend. So that is my look. Also, INDP just rocketed up again off the area low 250. It just rocketed up to 325, 330. So INDP trading below VWAP, which is just a little bit below the volume-weighted average price, 357, 350, in and around that area. CODX says above in the OG. Let's look at Codex. Oh, back into the 60 penny area, you say. Okay. Pull this one up over here.
Where's the Codex?
Do you remember Codex as like that Microsoft support for video games? Do you remember that? Like if you wanted to play, say, like a game outside of DOS, it would have to be using Codex. And I was like, when what's his name? Altman came out with that name. I was like, isn't that already being used by Microsoft?
I was never a PC guy. I remember the first PC game that I ever played was like the original Grand Theft Auto.
Oh,
on
snap.
PC.
Hold on, Grand Theft 1?
Yeah, like the original,
the
the
2D
bird,
one.
the bird's eye, the
Same.
bird's eye,
Well,
the bird's
I played
eye
games
view.
before that,
Yeah.
but yeah, Milton Millionaire says yeah. Who else? Anybody know it? Codex. Oh, it was ECS. Okay. Royal Locano says. Okay. Casey. CODX was my baby the other day, says Case. So I bet you made a lot of money on that one, Case.
Casey.
14% and change here. CODX up into 643, Bovin, but holding trend below $6 though. into about 590, trying to hold the 10 EMA on the 5. This is CODX, the ticker. Not bad, but definitely a little bit light on vol, quite frankly. Volume on the day, 1.26 million shares, which is kind of low. 1.12 actually, sorry, 1.12. So yeah, we'll keep an eye here on CODX. Shout out to the OG Bovin. I'm gonna give this one another try here, Joey. Okay. We're gonna give VRU. I'm gonna give this one a little bit more room, just so that it can kind of, mess about, so to speak, without stopping me out here. So local area low is gonna be about 5 1/3. Right, that 5 1/3 pushes me out of the trade. We're also putting some higher lows, but we got a lot of resistance at 6. So it's whether or not we can take out 6 decisively. That's going to kind of make or break this trade. So we're trading smaller size than we did earlier on the big move. Obviously, don't want to give back, but fact of the matter is, you don't take shots, can't do anything about it. We're in here at 75, dropping down into 65. I stop out below, VU up at 533. That's good. Pardon me. That's going to be my move. I don't know what the hell is going on with Meta here. People keep yelling about Meta. And
yeah, I literally have my eyes
on
it
here.
I have my eyes on it right now.
Neither
literally,
does Softy.
like FBL.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just looking at it because we did have a trend line break on it, but we were strong earlier this morning to the tune of us almost hitting into that $640 marker, right? So we get to 642, a little bit higher than that, 642 on the day. And then sure enough, we just continuously are bleeding here. So, I mean, it's a tough look. Do we want to try to catch a falling knife? But this is me just doing the most basic of TAs. We have this downtrend. We have this indecision print on the low. We get a little uptick. So what I want to see within this secondary trend right here, or this minor trend, is another indecision print forming a higher low, and I think that's going to be the green light for me to go here on META. We were strong, man, and I thought this was going to be the move where we entered the gap, but look where it's correlating with, right at the top end of that gap. So, hey, not much demand to fill that or partially fill that specific area. So, key pivot at that level might take a little bit more time and more liquidity in order for us to climb higher on this bad boy. I think it's trading at like 18 times or something, so it's still relatively cheap. Maybe we get involved, or so you see the institutions get a little bit more involved in META. So that's what we have on our radar right here, guys. And there's some liquidity issues here on FBL. Typically more volume within that 74.49 million, but you can see it. How spotty it is here on the lower time frames. We head over to the 5-minute time frame, not too bad, but lower time frame running into some issues. Now, we talked about BMNR, Robinhood. The level, listen, $35 support level here on this bad boy, IBIT. That's going to be key, because if that breaks at 35.40, it's AC Slater to that and some more downside, unfortunately, within the crypto space. Now we're at a pivotal moment and a key inflection point here on FBL. Do we find that pivot that we're looking for in order for us to enter this long trade? We have to be a little bit more patient and wait for the signal to be printed, and then we can engage. Now, as for HPQ, how have you been doing? Not too bad. In HPE, $53, still coming off of that $64 high there. Let's see. Alert stock scan. We went over this our scanner. We can go over to the cap. Nokia is just continuously at the top of the list from a volume standpoint. Surprisingly so, especially in the larger cap names. Marathon Digital. That's a great question, Joseph. Way to think of that. Pardon me?
Addy used to call him the Mara.
Yeah, it's like he knew, like he came in every day. He's like, yeah, don't even really ask him what he's trading. You know he's getting involved with Marathon Digital. Hopefully he likes it, and hopefully he's been trading it as of late, Trick, because it's just been dollars all the way up to 15. You grab 100% return. With you see these cryptocurrency, these Bitcoin miners transitioning or attempting to do so into the cloud space. So yeah, not too bad of a look there.
Unreal, man. Unreal seller here in the mid 80s, but they're getting killed here at Veru. Into the 90s we go. There was a big seller at 81, but they could re-up here into 6, ripping into 590. The RU is moving again. What do we got? 75 is nothing really to write home about. It's a thick trade, guys. There is a lot of selling. There's a lot of short selling here, but it looks like they're just got decimated. Oh my days, above 6 that goes. Let's wet the beak. They're looking for a little bit more now. 650. Look for resistance at 650 again, okay? We can't even get through the mid-teens, single digits. There's aggressive short selling here, guys. and there has been for, I'd say, a 30 penny range. It really starts aggressively coming in at 80s, and it's aggressively coming in now. But hey, we are putting higher lows, at least locally on the 5-second chart. Looking for a hold of 6. You know, I don't think we've cleared 6 decisively quite yet, but you know, this could turn. But look, the area high here is 616. So we know there's a seller of note at 616, and down goes Fraser into 580s again. The breakdown again into 75. What a move down! I told y'all there's aggressive short sellers here into 560, recovering into 75, back into 80. What a move! What a rejection. But the fact of the matter is, it's still putting in higher lows and higher highs. It's just the shorts are super aggressive at their levels. Whether or not we can outdo the shorts and get this one back into 7, we'll have to wait and see. But whew, that was an aggressive move down. Up in what do they say? Up with an escalator and down with an elevator. There we go. Can't get right 929. Morning, guys. Thoughts on CXAI, Google, going UO?
I'm assuming that's supposed to be up.
Going up.
Because we got the O next to the P
yeah,
on,
that makes
on,
sense.
yeah, on the key.
I don't know anything about CXAI, but I do really like Google. I think it is the Mag 7 ETF, and I think at the right price, Google is absolutely a buy. Okay? I didn't always feel that way, especially, you know, with how Gemini performed initially, but they have since improved that and then some. I think they've got a lot of great product pipelines, whether you want to talk custom ASICs through TPUs, whether you want to talk cloud, you want to talk search, you talk everything, man. They've got their hand in every freaking cookie jar, and they do it well. I like Google. I think this one is past some of the concerns, the era of concerns that we did have with the company. I think that's behind them now. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly that earlier, what I do believe is that it's my most favorite stock that I don't own anymore.
Yeah, same.
So they're literally.
I was telling Katina, man, that's kind of the way I felt about Lilly as well. I got
Eli
Lilly, right?
Yeah.
And, you know, that was obviously a stone cold buy. I know Neil has some. I know Sean has some.
Eli Lilly. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's just be patient. We talked about the pullback that we experienced in this name, and I'm going to look to get re-involved in it. And I have a longer-term horizon. Was that the bottom? I wouldn't be surprised. But we'll be a little bit more patient on this bad boy. 360 could have been a good entry. That would have been $12 ITM right out of the gate. And at the low from peak to trough, or this pivot trough, anyways, 12.33%. Who's going to complain about that? I think, I don't know what level we're going to be calling this thing a discount at. There's multiple things that I like at Katina, man. Did you know that you collect a 21-cent dividend on there? So we like it even more. So, I mean, I can't believe that I offloaded this thing during the tariff tantrum. It is what it is. We don't cry over spilt milk. We just continuously look forward and try to get involved.
Can't blame yourself on that one, bro. I mean, like
no,
that one
man.
dipped super aggressive. How the hell were you supposed to?
Yeah,
Exactly.
Exactly, man. That's why we're just gonna come back, buy some more, and hold on to it for a long time. It is what it is, and we're gonna continue to plan out like that. Like, why would I not want to own this name? Like, we don't even really talk about Waymo anymore. Like, who even really cares about that?
Oh, did you hear? Okay, so I'm gonna send you this video. In fact, I was actually kicking myself for not sending it to you.
Yeah.
They're coming up with their own platform now. They're tying. Yeah.
But that's probably why Uber's been getting
Hold on.
smoked.
No. Well, okay, possibly, but that's not what I mean.
Yeah.
Remember how we were always talking about the iPace costing $250,000?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Really?
Yes,
Wow.
a very cost-effective one.
Okay.
I think it's with VW.
For production
Yes.
purposes. Yeah.
And they already have some of those in circulation.
That's
They're
good.
being
Well,
used.
like, I mean, in all reality, you couldn't have been overly competitive with Tesla if you're going to be $250,000 a vehicle.
I mean, it was just there was no way they were going to
didn't.
compete.
Like, you
right?
can't.
There was no
You
way they were going to
can't.
compete and and be
It's
sustainable.
not feasible.
I want to find it. I'm going to find this Google platform here. I just want to keep my eye on the trade, obviously.
I'm gonna give you. Well, you pull that bad boy up. We'll ramble on here a little bit.
Yeah,
here,
just for a
'cause
few
I want to see. I want to see that too because I think it's key. Because if we're talking like 40K, you can get yourself into a cyber cab. You have zero chance of competing at $250,000. And then how long and how many rides?
Joey.
How many rides is it going to take to
Here it
pay
is.
that off? Yeah.
So it's one of the, it's like the VW bus. There's another one though.
Pull that bad boy up. It looks hot garbage, but I mean,
Who cares? I don't know if this is it, guys. I'm not sure if this is it, but it was a Bloomberg, I think, that had the video.
You know what
Just give me a second.
you know what I really
Waymo
like is the
new
Zoox.
car.
I like the Zoox vehicle.
Here it is, Joey. This is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is the Waymo 1 fleet. New Waymo LA-based robot. This
Oh,
is
I
it.
did. Yeah, I think
This
I might have seen that. Yeah, okay,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
not so bad, man.
It's got a lot of sensors.
lot
It's
going
got
on
the same
there.
thing that we were talking about. And Geely, yes, it's Chinese. And Google pays. By the way, they pay the tariffs on this. And
Oh,
it's
yeah?
still cheaper.
And still cheaper than
And it's
getting-
still
partnering up with Jaguar.
But then, of course, it becomes a politically sensitive issue.
Oh, boo-hoo.
Should one of the most valuable American companies be importing Chinese electric vehicles for their fleet? It is a sensitive issue, whether we want to admit it or not.
Yeah, I get it. Like, but you can't have any of the legacy companies here providing that, other than Tesla.
can,
Maybe.
like
What you
Ford
think
and
Ford
GM,
can?
but
They don't
I don't
really
think
have
they're
it.
prioritizing it, brother, to be
Hell,
honest with
heck
you,
no, man.
But-
And at the price that these guys are paying,
you're not going to compete with the Chinese
pull up
on
the
price.
pull up the Zoox vehicle
It
for me, quick.
sucks,
You don't like it?
No.
Come on, man, just pull it up for me.
All right, man. What is this? Zoox Smart Online Dating? And that's what I'm
There you go, Zoox.
Zoox
The
car.
Amazon.
What's going on over
I
there,
don't think
Katina Man?
it was an X.
Katina
yeah.
Man's short? I bet short. The Katina
There
Man's
you go.
I bet short right
There you
now.
go.
Here it is. Yeah.
I like it, man. You don't
Okay,
like
bro.
this?
It's like, I don't know, man. It's got no soul.
Wow.
You don't know what the hell it is.
But it's all
right?
window,
Like,
man. It can go both ways. It
What the
can
hell?
go. It doesn't need a specific direction, man.
What do you think about this, Assassino? I need a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, get it,
That's
Assassino.
crazy, man.
I wish I had more hands.
Oh,
So I can
you
give
can
this
get the-
car
the-
4 thumbs down. No, I'm
Wow,
just
you're
joking.
gonna what's bro's name from what's Russell
Charlie
Crowe's
Murphy?
movie? No, man, Gladiator. What's the brother's name again?
I don't know. I told you. You asked me Gladiator last time. I told you I saw that 25
I
years
keep
ago.
forgetting his. I forget. What does Tiffany think about it though? Is my question.
All right.
She said
Tiffany.
so-so. She said
Tiffany.
so-so on that
Tiffany,
one.
this car, is it
Thumbs
even
up
a
or
car,
thumbs
Tiffany,
down?
or is it like a cube
Let us hear
with
about
some
it.
wheels? It looks like a vehicle in the airport.
yeah, no, you
autonomous
know what?
vehicle
It doesn't.
vehicle.
We're
Actually,
gonna
I don't disagree
throw
with
that in there. We're not.
And if
gonna
you're wondering
disagree.
who is this Tiffany
Yeah.
that we're speaking to, that you guys do not see on camera.
Yeah, I don't know if the world
She
is
is
ready.
part of the new production
to be
team,
introduced.
and we're very happy to have her on, man. Assassino, of course, Andre has been helping her with the training, and she's been killing it lately. We're very happy to have her on. And there's going to be a role for Tiffany here. We can't really tell you what's going on quite yet, but there's some stuff coming. Trader TV Live, always doing it live, as her name indicates.
What's bro's name again? Jesse, you're cheesing
But
me,
Joey,
man.
I gotta be honest with you, brother. I think this is the move right here.
You like
This
that
is the
one
move.
there?
Yeah. It's 3 rows.
Yeah.
It's super cheap because your friends at Geely
Yeah.
know how to make cheap EVs. And if Google can look at this, and if Google
Yeah,
can
that's pretty
somehow
cool,
keep
man.
the pulse of this, I think this could be a
Yeah,
new
but how
EV.
long is that gonna last?
That's a good point, and that's the problem.
Looks
right?
like a gondola.
Looks
Thanks
like
for
a
gondola.
gondola.
Yeah.
Get it, Ram? Was that Ram?
It's probably for the Zoox thing there.
It was for the well,
Yeah,
exactly,
well.
right? Anyway, a little here, a little there, guys. We're
Commodus. Yes.
we're having a lot of trouble clearing 6 here, man. On the Rue here, Veru. It's putting in higher lows, but those topping tail candles through 6 have me feeling like the shorts are really earmarking this one for a big move down. It's just a spidey sense. I'm going to continue to watch this. I give it to VWAP. Let's see how this cookie crumbles, because if this goes without me, I'm going to be angry. So let's just let it go. Veru is up 160%. It's, I want to say $1.50-ish off the highs, but kind of accumulating here for a possible 6 break. I don't know how you guys feel about this. Bro, I said that like 6 times. What did you say, Jesse
He was
Hernandez?
just trying to tell me you said Commodus a bunch of times.
I love Jesse. So good.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're having a good time over here. What time?
Nexer really broke down there, right, Sharif?
that?
Nexer. It's so see on to the next
CLOV.
one there. On CLOV, Clove.
Clove. Who was that calling it out? Shout out
Clover
to Matt Carnes, quadruple 6. Yeah, this is not bad, but it's kind of consolidative here, Matt. It's just kind of moving a little sideways, but big move up initially. You're absolutely right about that, right at 930, and then like we've been holding a 92 to 98 penny range, so a 6 penny range for like a few hours. But I didn't have eyes on that. Thank you for pointing it out. All right, we're going to pause for a second. We're sending you to the big desk with Adair.
Google, looks like the company's announcing a new data center and energy investments within Texas. We know a lot of this is happening in Texas. Shout out to the great state of Texas. If I get anything else, I'll let you know. Back to you.
Texas, I can tell. You don't like her, though. You don't even know who she is.
All my exes
Come on,
from
come on.
Texas.
Who knows about that? Come on.
Who?
She's from Texas.
Who let the dogs out?
Come on. Who loves country music? Nobody in the chat is coming. Hey, there we go. Ella freaking Langley, man. I know you don't like country music, Joey, but I like her.
I like Texas.
Yeah, and there's like all these hilarious videos of like people trying to like propose to her at her concert and stuff like that. It's, anyway.
You see your girl got married?
Yeah, Dua.
Yeah.
Tough one there, huh?
That's crazy. Yeah, that's devastating.
She got married at City Hall, eh? You saw that?
Yeah,
she did like a City Hall thing, man.
Oh, but yeah, not here.
Salt
obviously.
of the earth kind of girl, bro.
Yeah, man, it
Salt
happens,
of the earth,
man. It be like that sometimes, Sharif. Sometimes.
Veru's breaking down.
Veru's breaking down, but
Yeah.
what we do right now is slight ITM here on FPL. Let's see if that can get rolling here for us. You want to talk? Veru,
It's at
or?
VWAP. This is make or break moment now for Veru. If it loses VWAP, I'm out. It's really that simple. So we're just gonna keep an eye out on that, Joey. Send it. I'll just send it to you so I can throw in some orders.
Yeah,
here.
do it for sure. Joe, no, not really. Hey, man, listen, you gotta understand, I'm half Jamaican, right? We don't. Anyways, Meta, AMD, whatever you've been doing here, how you doing? What are you up to? Oracle up to 233 here, Palantir, IBM, Qualcomm. We'll just run through our list. How has Marvell been doing? Did somewhat of a discount, just recovered, sells off a little bit, and then it's just like, yeah, that doesn't even really matter right now. We'll go over to our overview and see what we have from a market cap standpoint. We're just going to keep our eyes on this bad boy just in case it hits $1 trillion. Are we going to allow it to go there without us? Absolutely not. But we do have to wait for a pullback. We can't chase. If you do have the ability to sell CSPs, I would do that all the way until $1 trillion if you ever get assigned. Shares obviously appreciate a little bit more than the premium that you'll actually be collecting. Keep that in mind. So play with a little bit. P, that doesn't even matter because AMD's been trading at like 300 times for however long. We're going to send things off to Adara.
Quantum sector, as we wait for the Quantinuum IPO QNT to open, we have some news in the space. Keep an eye on QBTS, IONQ, etc. As the Energy Department of the U.S. announces that the U.S. and Japan have launched a $1 billion Genesis mission partnership to advance quantum science, fusion, and next-gen computing. So, again, $1 billion partnership involving quantum science on watch here for these quantum names. Let's see what Quantinuum gives us. Back to you.
I used to have a friend named Mansour. Nice. He works at Zooks himself. Yeah. So let's see if we can climb, man. I mean, we're in at 61.
What was his background?
I couldn't even tell you, man. It was just my one little friend from elementary school. Smart kid, too. I'm sure he's doing great in life. I hope he is. Haven't seen him in probably about 25 years plus. Anyways.
S-O-O-R or S-U-R?
S-O-O-R. Mansour. Yeah. Shout out to him and all those kids. You ever think about those kids you went to elementary school?
100%.
And see
and
how
I still
they
see a lot of them. That's a funny thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. I'm in conversations with some from elementary school, but that's it. Tesla 420 here, guys. We don't want to buy Marvell just yet. 420, 14 here on TSLA. And then as for the other names here, guys, Twilio, ServiceNow. I mean, a nice recovery. There's a trend line there. We went over the majority of these. CoreWeave, how have you been performing up to $108? And then we also have Oklo and SMR. Where's the guy from work? A guy from work. You still holding onto some of these shares? Man, oh man, this is taking a while to get rocking and rolling. And I can't believe we're still off of that $56 high. Well, I can, to the tune of 80%. So it's going to take some time for these names to recover, and if they even do, to be honest with you.
All right, I got stopped out of Veru because it broke the S-Dot is moving here. Shout out to TT Mass. Shout out to Bovin. They're all calling this one out. 899 on the dot resistance. This one could see 10 pretty quick, so if you're looking at building your position, look for a pullback and then looking for a move above 9. That's first and foremost because we haven't cleared that yet. And then if it really starts squeezing, we're going to be looking at 10 here. SDOT done 2.4 million shares on the day. There it goes through 9 for the first time on the freaking day, and it's ripping. And there's 945, there's 960. I told y'all this is gonna rip through 9, and it's gonna halt up here. 952 limit up. Just watch. Yeah, I couldn't get the print, but 952 limit up. It's ripping through the levels. This one probably will glance at 10. We are halted on S dot 41%. So big move up there for the dot. And as soon as that one broke 899, the shorts were basically caught offside, and this one absolutely moved. So SDLT looking fantastic here. 952 limit up, whole time 13:26:41. Earliest will be open is 13:31:41. So get your alarms ready. Do whatever you need to do. How does this guy know? Hold on. Where's Jesse Hernandez from again?
He's from Texas.
He's from Texas.
And
Is he like searching stuff?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. He does because that's what he do, man.
You talk about Brampton all the time, but like.
Yeah, we're in Ontario, bro. Shout out, man.
Like, you know.
Shout out Jamaica.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like.
Big up yourself.
Shout out to Jamaica, of course.
Yeah.
There you go. When's the last time you've been?
3 years ago now.
3 years ago, eh? You go a lot?
I used to. I try to go once a year. My dad's birthday. Well, I tried back in the April.
How close to Kingston does your old man live?
An hour and a half or so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we like that ride, man. I love driving. I love driving down there. It's on the opposite side of the road.
I didn't actually know that.
Yeah.
Hold on, Cayman Islands too, right?
I wouldn't know. Never
It was
been.
like the British one, the British.
Yeah. It was definitely. I remember.
Interesting. I didn't know they drove on the. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. Pure potholes.
Well, I know that.
A lot of potholes.
A lot of potholes.
Pure potholes.
Well, they probably learned from Toronto.
Yeah, well, I think if anything, they might have originated the pothole. I think over
Cayman Islands are awesome, says Excel Cart.
Yeah.
STI.
What OJ James?
I can't block that one.
OJ James.
Texas Jet fan, but that's funny.
What do you say?
You can read it if you want. There we go. Oh my goodness. All right, the comments now. Loving this. All right, we're having a good time today, guys. We're still waiting for the dot to open up here. Big move up on SDLT, 41.04%. I don't want to say it's a new trade because it did definitely break out around 10 o'clock, but the volume really dropped off. The volume just started picking up here at about 1:15, so we're not even 15 minutes deep into the big volume print. By the way, Vera was breaking down below VWAP, so good out there. I want to mention that RDW has been consolidative essentially the entire midday show. Clear area of resistance and support. Look at that $22 area rejection, and then look at the 21.25, 21.33 area support. So that technically would be a higher low. So RDW could be a mover in the afternoon to retest those 20. Keep an eye on MNTS as well. We had a dalliance with this one. Some positive, some negative. 1650 resistance, showing 16.25 now with a 17.18 high a day. I'll submit to you the real resistance level, likely 17. And yeah, that's really all that I'm watching anyway. I'm just waiting for the resumption here on the dot. I have another couple of minutes before this one resumes, so we shall keep you guys apprised. People are saying FFAI. We have Randy in the house? No, not quite, so we won't pull that one up yet. FFAI is Faraday Futures. Where are we at? Well, we're doing nothing, brother. We're down 0.16. Randy, I was just from that company. Yeah, nothing going on there with Faraday because they had a pretty interesting looking, if we could call it that. Can I show him? Can I show him, Randy? Well, you might as well, right? Yeah, well, you're not the only one, right? Faraday, future, there we go. Let's load this bad boy up. If we can show this, Tiffany over here, images. Faraday, this is the car, guys. This is literally the car. This is not even a concept. I don't know how many of these they produced, but this is, where are the other pictures, man? Show me the damn Faraday Futures. Let's load this up over here. Is this the one? Load it up. Oh, this is the actual site, man. ff.com. Pre-order now. Let's see how much this is going to cost, Joey. Oh, $309,000. What a good deal. That's an excellent deal. I've a thrifty deal if I've ever seen one myself. With a car that looks like this. For a car that looks like this, a measly 310 American dollars will get you this car here. And, well, I don't know. Well, they got the rear screen. See, that's the funny thing. Cost several $100,000 as an American product is basically what you get in China for $80,000. Like, they have all this stuff, right, in some of their cars. Like, I'll just call it the L9. the Lee 9, right? The Lee Auto L9 has a lot of this kind of stuff. The rear screen, you got hand gestures, it opens, it closes, does the whole thing. Open, S dot ripping into $10. The dot's on the move, baby. $10. Are we gonna halt here? No, ripping through the levels. I can't even hit the keys. I can't even get an order in. Oh my days. Into 1060. The breakout's on, guys. 1080. Are we showing halt parameter? Halt parameter, 1080 here. Showing 81 on the ask. This is really moving now. S dot. Wow, big mover midday, up 60%. Gonna halt. 10, 8, 0. We're halted on S dot. Wow, that's 2 straight up halts in a row. See what this one is doing here. Any fundamental reason that this is moving? I don't see anything, guys. Nothing from today, nothing from yesterday. So yeah, trade this one at your own peril. It is unsupported with a catalyst, Joe.
All right, good stuff. Iran bombing the
Iran?
shorts. Yeah, I should have probably read it before I actually said it out loud, but I get what you're saying here, man. I mean, nothing crazy, to be honest with you, but we'll take it. 5-minute time frame, opens up, sells off a little bit, puts in this nice indecision print. Okay, well, I don't know why my thing just randomly pulled up S. But hey, nice work there, Sharif, as that's back to Harry and 215. Excuse me, not too bad of a look there. And then also take a look at MNTS. I know Sharif was trading this not too long ago. Nice bull flag, and the volume starting to kick in on this bad boy. So we'll keep an eye on that. We're still sitting in this FBL. We'll pull that up here. Liquidity issues, 2.25 there almost on this specific name. Let's find this recovery, right? We were told you we're being patient. We're waiting for that indecision print around the lows, and then now you're starting to find somewhat of a rebound. QNT, let's pull up that as someone's tagging me, mentioning that name. Yeah, I can't even pull it up here. Oh, okay, yeah, it's not open. Is it open yet? You want to use shares if you held Honeywell through. That's the IPO here today. Let's see what we got going on here with this bad boy. Continuum. All right, we're not open just yet there, ladies and gentlemen. It is 1:30, so what are we waiting for? 2 o'clock maybe or something along those lines before it gets rocking and rolling on the NASDAQ here, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. Now it's open. Bang to the downside. QNT straight to the downside here from $68 all the way to $66.20. Let's see if we can find some form of a rebound to the downside. $2 just like that, Sharif, on Quintium. Good timing. We were talking about it. It finally opened up. So there it is. Bang. Let's see what we got going on. These
67 showing up, Joey. 68, seller at 67.39. Big seller at 39. Watching. Nothing. Printing of 39. Let's see if there's another attempt at it. Into 20. 25. 39. Ripping into 67.80. Here we go. Could we see 68s? Watching mid-80s seller, 85, 86, into $68 we go.
Narrative flipped.
What are you thinking here?
Oh, dude, as I was going to say, man, 68 into 70s. I said that. Literally, narrative changed on that bad boy.
The narrative
changed. Horrible. Let's see if we can get rocking and rolling that one. Let's see if we can print 70s there, my boy. Boom, shakalaka. I mean, hey, man, nothing to really write home about. We want to continue to climb. Are we going to halt up there, Sharif? Oh, no, not quite. I mean, this thing's extremely volatile, guys. Be careful with this. 69.90s. 68 would have been more ideal.
70.
Yeah, man. Not too bad. Let's pull that bad boy up and see what we got cooking. I mean, it's nothing crazy. There we go. Printing 70s now. This thing is on fire.
It's killing everybody.
Yeah, this thing is absolutely insane, man.
It's
be cautious.
Very intense.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing. Yo, it's funny. Look at my charts. Same time frame. 2 different displays. Here we have a green candle. There we have a red candle. What is going on here? Not too good of a look on this bad boy. A lot of people should have got out of the top, but it is what it is.
All right, still waiting here for S dot 13:32:13. It is 13:36 currently, so we're going to open early as 13:13. Let's see exactly what time it is. 36:23. Okay, so we've got another 50 seconds or so. The earliest we will be open on SDOT. Let's keep a close eye, though, on QNT. So I'm going to put it on my side chart here, just to see what this one is up to. Did it clear set? Oh, it's not even updating. Okay. Trading at 67, 68, 67. So big move up into 71. It basically gave you no liquidity there. Oh, yeah. No fun, huh? It's just the SpaceX one, I think, is probably going to be the one. Yeah, that's all right there. Katina Man, no problem. Brenda Marie, 38. S-Dot has nano float. Yeah, I don't mind that. Like, I know some people shy away from for low floats. I'm not one of those people. I'm, in fact, one of those people that espouses low floats because they allow for parabolic moves. Yeah, so I see here either 737,000 or 744. What do you see, Breda Marie? What do you have there? So I have, essentially $750,000 plus or minus, 10, 15,000, something like that. So continuing to watch that. Just waiting for the dot here to open up. What time do we have? 30. So this is going to be a 10-minute halt here on the dot, right? We should have opened up about 15 seconds ago. We didn't. So we'll pack the patience. We'll see what we get. We won't get upset. Shout out to my man Neil. What did I have to say? Oh, by the way.
Oh, what?
Huge guest tomorrow. Eric frickin' Jackson is coming in studio. Who remembers this guy that used to show up at Drake's house with the open door? Adair's going to be interviewing him around 2:30 or 3. We're going to see exactly when he comes into the studio. We're super pumped to have him on. Great retail kind of investor. He doesn't get a lot of love from the mainstream media, but that's kind of why I love him a little bit. But shout out to Eric Jackson. He's going to be in the house in studio tomorrow. Only took me shaming him online to get him to come in. Do you know what happened? Did I tell you the story?
Yeah, you told me.
I told you the story? Okay, cool. So we're super pumped to have him in tomorrow. So if you want to see what he has to say and what Adira has to ask him, you're going to join us tomorrow sometime in the afternoon again. 2:30 to 3. Go ahead, Adira.
And keep in mind, I spent like hours going through this man's entire X account for that open door infographic. Like, I have a lot of info. I have a lot of questions. I'm very genuinely excited and interested in what he has to say.
Fantastic stuff there. It always comes off better when the interviewer is genuinely interested. So get ready for that tomorrow. Adira's going to kill it on the interview, and we're very excited to have him here. We had Ehrlichman, come in last week. Big name as well. Jackson coming in. Huang?
Do you think Jensen?
Sue?
Lisa?
Yeah?
No,
There we
man.
go, man. Let's go.
Sorkin.
Sorkin?
Yeah.
You think he? Yeah.
No, we get JB.
I like Sorkin.
We get JB maybe.
JB?
Yeah.
Ooh, Josh Brown. Yeah, well,
I'm gonna ask him about toast.
He's not even 6 degrees of separation. He's more like 1 degree of separation because we've had AJ Peretz many times.
Okay.
And he's obviously very close with JB. So
Yeah, we'll see if we can
it's all
get
good there, right?
Yeah.
PCLA says Marv. Let's take a look at PCLA. Pardon me. Let me just throw that in there. Oh my days. We've got multiple halters, guys. Here we go. This one is absolutely ripping up 53%. It's an $87 million market cap. It's done 88,000 shares on the day, okay? So be careful with this one. Halted at 734, opened up. It looks to be about 901 area high into about 956. This is really moving here. PCLA, police constable. I don't know, something or another there. Give me an LA name there, Joey. PCLA. So this is really moving. Be on the lookout. Look for the loss of 894, I believe. That's the 895 is candle low. Oh, baby. 980 high. PCLA on the move, but trade it carefully. It's very low volume. I'm not going to be touching it, given the volume there. Still waiting for SDOT to open. Let's see how this one does when it opens up, Joey.
All right, good stuff. Man, you guys are
What happened?
you guys are comical, man. Blicky and Jesse.
Blicky?
Yeah,
Blicky's a good one there.
Yeah,
I like
Blicky.
Blicky and Jesse.
And Blicky's relatively new too. Just
Blicky
making
Spears?
yeah. I mean, making his ground here, suggesting crazy interviews. But anyways, guys.
Ooh. Random,
Bro,
whatever.
what was this song too? It was a
Who
one
would
hit.
you like to have on? Somebody like reasonable. I can shame them online. See if we can get them in.
It would have to be Tomley or Dan Ives.
Dan Ives would be great, but I don't wouldn't even want to shame Dan Ives.
No, I wouldn't
But I
want to.
like
No,
him.
but yeah, why do we have to shame them? We could just have a
It's the
conversation.
only way to get their attention
Oh,
sometimes,
oh,
right?
okay. Well, then there you go. If you want to do that, then
Big Danny Ives.
Your boy Tom Lee
Tina
asked
Man
him.
was on a podcast with Dan Ives.
Yeah, I remember. He was last year. He was doing that. Well, then there you go. You can message to your boy Tom Lee and ask him what happened. What the heck happened to BM&R? And
I don't think I'd have anything positive to say about that.
Well, I mean,
So if
what you
don't have
said to
anything
Eric
positive-
wasn't overly positive, but it was stern and
Oh,
straightforward.
but I'm not against the open trade.
No.
Yeah.
You're just like, hey, man, what are you doing here? But then why wouldn't you even go toward in the same direction as to Tom Lee?
Right.
Like what happened with BM&R and
Yeah.
the Ethereum case?
Hey man, look at this. This is open door here. Let's show this if we can, Tiffany. I mean, it's been consolidating since the beginning of the year. 425 support, 550 at the extremes, 6 resistance. It's a lot better than where it was last year. This week was a penny stock, right? So you never know how open door can change. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, S-Dot's open. Here we go. Holding 11. Let's see if it fills the gap. It might be filling the gap as we speak. The halt level prior was 1081. Let's see if we can maneuver into this. Here we go. We're wrapping up. There it goes. It's going without me. The spread is insane. It's going to halt up again. I just tried to get into it. Level up. We're going to limit up again. 1265. Stop laughing. Why do you keep laughing? I'm trying to be serious here about these halts. 1265. Limit up. We're halted again. Bless you, Fabian. Bless you, Fabian. Look at the recovery on Crowd, but PanW not recovering the same. Both had earnings beats. Yeah, because Crowd was hit a little bit more aggressively, I think, than PanDub. But yeah, you never really know. I don't really worry about the day in, day out. I like my trade. If it ends up going back into 340 where it got into the aftermarket, fantastic. If it doesn't, it'll be one that I give back a little bit on. You're right there, man.
Yeah, Jesse might be the funniest person on the planet, man. This guy, the stuff that is my type of humor. You know how Soulja Boy was the first? He always says he was the first rapper to do this.
Yeah.
Jesse's like, Soulja Boy started this investing stuff. It's crazy. Anyways, it's not that funny. And this, all right, man, you got me literally crying in tears.
This guy,
all right, yeah, I'm
no
trying, man. But when I start laughing,
you get that.
I get going.
Yeah,
I get the giggles, man, because it's the dry humor
the
that
dry-
really gets me. Yeah, here it is. I'm Harvell. You literally have me.
Reportable. He's going to report you
For
again.
what?
Man.
I didn't do anything. I'll block him.
Goodness, this S-Dot. That's twice in a row I tried to get in. Twice in a row I failed. Like, it rips up. Like, I'm going to have to offset by $1 here next time. This is crazy.
I'm going to keep my eye on this QNT stuff here and see if we get any break of the volume-weighted average price. We did bounce off of that $63 bottom. Now we're trading $3 higher, so we'll keep an eye on it. If there's any form of a rejection, you would definitely have to order shorts for this bad boy. But you're up 10%. The initial flush right out of that open from, I think, what did we open? What I do believe we opened up at was 67.93. And it took about a minute after the open in order for you to get that $3 pop to the top side. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, and you can see that we're slowly starting to curl over. Yeah. All right, man. Let's find some other things to trade here. STI breaking trend once again. Been hovering around the volume-weighted average price. You guys can see that we're still sitting in this FBL trade as the market continuously grinds higher. The SPY and the NASDAQ. Is this all-time highs for these names? No, not quite. We're about 1% off, respectively, on both. So we'll keep an eye. We did have some form of a recovery on Walmart yesterday. We've seen the rotation out of some of the tech names and into some of these staples. Costco, Walmart, and TGT, Target finding its way. So this is what we want to see some of, and the banks. The banks are help leading the SPY to the top side. We've seen sometimes the NASDAQ performing better. We need the financial sector to really participate in order to help us climb to those new highs. And I believe that with JP Morgan finally starting to recover with a high of 313, I believe, on the day or something along those lines. And then now continuing its climb. What I do like about the banks is that you don't typically see too much crazy volatility with them. And when they have strong sessions, they just tend to go. And I wonder if that's going to be the narrative on today. within JPM. We have Morgan Stanley and Goldman Sachs hitting all-time highs. You are getting a pullback here, Sharif, 313, but that's a nice move here in the financials. I'm not going to complain about that whatsoever. Opening up around 304, you climb 10 bucks. That's not bad, man. Especially JPM been lagging its peers when Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley have been putting in all-time highs day after day.
Let me ask you a couple of things here.
Absolutely.
All right, so I've got my banking watch list here.
Yeah.
JPM, don't look,
Okay.
is down still on the year. How
Yeah.
much do you think it's down on the year?
Percentage-wise, 8%.
Less, 3 1/3. So not bad.
Oh, on the
Recovery.
year.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
yeah,
on
year
the
to date.
year.
Yeah, year to date.
All right,
Okay.
but you know who's getting clipped and remains getting clipped? Schwab.
Charles Schwab.
11.5, but Goldman outperforming here, 24%
Yeah,
year to
man.
date. You've also got the likes of Morgan Stanley, pretty much just behind Goldman, 23 1/3.
Yeah.
But who else is getting clipped? A bank that's used to getting clipped. Wells Fargo, down 12.5% year to date, outdoing Schwab. Bank of America also down 5th on the year, but you got Citi recovering almost 16%. As I mentioned, Morgan's doing pretty good here. The Canadian banks too, man. Hey, shout out to Canada. They're green. And a lot of the reason is they earmarked fewer dollars to loan loss provisions than they had been anticipating. We were worried on this side of the border that a lot of people would be unable to renew their mortgages because they just wouldn't qualify, right? Because they would have negative equity in the home and they'd have to put more down, which they probably didn't have, or they would have to be forced to sell their homes. That hasn't happened, and we haven't had, we don't really have foreclosures. We technically do, but we don't go through that avenue. It's called a power of sale, typically, unless Alberta has its own laws. But we haven't had a huge spike up in power of sales. So the banks have been continually doing a little bit better. And I got to tell you, a couple of years ago, I would have not had that opinion. Halting down, SDOT, 1139, halt down. Ironically enough, this halt down still is a higher low relative to the prior bar low. The prior bar low is 11 on the dot. We're halted here, 1139. So we're still holding trend, whether or not, it looks that way. So SDOT down now here, halted. Halt time, 13:47:59. The earliest we'll be open, of course, is adding 5 on top of that, 13:52:59. Let's see how this one opens up, what kind of price action we get. But yeah, just to go back to the Canadian banks issue, it's something that we were actually really concerned about, and we got more concerned when we saw the banks really start moving money from one side of the balance sheet to the other and earmarking that money for losses that they were anticipating. It hasn't happened that way. I hope it doesn't, I hope it doesn't happen. But look at this. Look at our banks here, man.
Yeah.
BMO, look at this, up 28.5%. TD, up 20, almost 22%. Even Royal Bank, like the old one here, up 14.8, so almost 15% of the year.
Are we surprised by that, though?
I was, and I just finished explaining why, because I thought that we were going to have, more mortgage defaults. That's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I know, but
It didn't happen that way.
banks always win at the end of the day.
Somehow, some way, right?
At the end
Unless
of
it's
the
a
day,
great
man.
financial crisis and you got to get bailed out.
But then
right?
eventually they end up winning at the end of the day, too.
They did.
It's just like your favorite company of all time, Air Canada.
Yeah,
Catch the bailout.
So good.
Catch the bailout.
So good.
And then just continue on your merry way. That's a stock that I will never own.
No, I'm not interested.
No, I remember I owned it a while ago. We'll pull up ACTO.
Why would you do that to yourself?
I'm talking like this was years
When you were
years
younger,
years and years ago, man. I was
Can I say something?
in my
though,
early
man? Like,
20s.
In the mid-2000s, like when I was going from England,
Yeah.
I would love to take Air Canada. I hated taking Air Transit because Air Transit would land in Gatwick and Air Canada would land at Heathrow.
Yeah.
And Air Transit just had these
more hugs.
old-ass airplanes. They were all like old Airbuses. Canada had like the latest Boeings, and they had Air Crap Canada, right?
Air Trash Canada.
Trash Canada. But then they had TVs in the seats when nobody had them at the time. The
Yeah,
entertainment
man.
systems.
Yeah.
It's just been downhill from there. Like,
I don't
now
think
it's
like
West-
well ask Rob how he feels about Air Canada.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Don't get him
You
started.
don't get him started. I don't think. Listen, this probably has the worst customer satisfaction rate out of
They don't care.
probably all. They don't give a bleep, dude. I remember. So the reason why I liked Air Canada years and years ago is because my Visa card would collect Aeroplan points, right? But Air Canada allowed you to use it as cash dollars.
I didn't know that.
but then they revoke that,
only
right?
for
So like it's like
lifetime?
X amount of well, no, like cash. So if you wanted to buy something via Air Canada, the trips or anything like that, your Aeroplan would equal a fixed dollar amount. So like
Okay.
10,000 points was like $300 or something.
And it's not that way anymore?
They don't do that anymore.
how do the
it's
points
just
convert now?
It's just Aeroplan points. So
I know,
you
but
can-
like, how do you like what's the ticket value? So if I say a
Oh,
$1,500
yeah.
ticket,
So it's like 50,000 is like maybe the equivalent to $500.
Okay.
Something along
Okay, so
those
something
lines,
like
right?
that. Okay,
yeah.
STAK about to touch high day, says the OG Bovin. Let's take a look at Stack. We were looking at this one yesterday, of course. Many jokes about this one being stacked and all that kind of good stuff there. Yeah, look, Bovin, it's definitely not got the type of profile it had yesterday on the left side of your screen. Let me just throw in a vertical trend line over here so you guys can see the difference between yesterday and today. Throw that on there. So that white line there is the divider between the aftermarket yesterday and the pre-market this morning. Just so you can kind of see that, let's put STAK on the ticker over here. And yeah, Bovin, this has got a nice sort of bull flag pattern. It's just super lightly traded, but the pattern is what it is, and you're getting higher lows. You're holding above that $4 area. In fact, you're trying to take out 4 1/4 into 4 2/3. Sorry, a third. We go, so we could be seeing the $0.5 here, and it's up another respectable 20 3/4% on the day. This is a day 3 play, mind you. This was really moving on Tuesday, had a good day Wednesday, a bit of a lighter day today, but up nonetheless to the tune of 20 3/4%. So Stack, one to look out there. Shout out to the OG Bovin for calling that one out. Let's look at a trading screen here. Let's see what this one's doing. STAK. On the NQ. We got a 5-penny spread, which is manageable. 33 on the bid, 38 on the ask as we kind of put in higher lows. Looks like it defended that 4 area quite well with a double bottom there, Bovin. Good look into 4, and then you're printing 30, 40 pennies in the money if you were to take that print. So keep your eye there on STAK. Not a bad look. SOXL almost up 50 points, says Ricardo, senior trader. Let's have a look at that one. Bring in, that's a SOXL, which is the, what's it called? The semi-bull ETF. Wow, look at this ripping here. SOXL still down 4 on the day, but certainly off the lows at 230. Into 270 we go. SOXL to go green. Got to get a little bit above that 280 area. So about $11 or so from that level. Yeah, look, man, the semis, you know, they got clipped today because of Broadcom, obviously, still down 11 2/3. But hey, man, ASML, all-time highs. Who can complain about that? I'm certainly not going to. Marvell, all of a sudden, is now positive on the day and 11.5% up since the bell. It is up 4.8% on the day, but it really has recovered from the bell onwards. What else we got? We got good strength in semis today in some areas. Look at that second column here. That's green. That's percentage change since the open. Look at this, Katina, man. This is percentage change since 4 a.m. Look at the Greensville since the open, since we moved up basically after that bell rang. Why are you laughing?
Because
You okay?
with the glasses, man.
Oh, yeah.
You know what they call
The aviator.
One day Sean Strickland wore a do-rag in the
Stop
gym.
laughing today.
One day Sean Strickland wore a do-rag in the gym, and they called him Deshaun. So that
This guy can't hold it together today.
Yeah,
I love
no.
It's funny. It's just not collapsing funny.
No, man.
But
No,
good
we're not-
vibes, man.
we're
Good
not
vibes. No
laugh,
doubt about it,
man.
guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good there. the chat loves that. All right, man. We're having a good day today. I hope everybody's having a good one with us. About 5 minutes or so left on the show. Don't the boys owe us 5 minutes from yesterday, though?
Well, I told him to stretch.
Oh!
I told him to stretch it this morning.
Stretch
Tina
it,
Man
yeah,
had
they
to-
weren't having
He
that.
had to go, yeah.
They were having that. No, we got to meet with Brendo after, too. So we still have to eat. Then we have to have our meeting. Oh, shots fired.
What'd he say?
Katina, man.
What'd he say?
Is that a Lulu shirt? I spotted that shirt a mile away because I have the same one, bro. I think I have the exact same shirt. That's fantastic. Get it, Katina, man. Good look there. Shout out to Lululemon, man. They've seen better days, Joey, but
Yeah.
they've seen better days. But hey,
Yeah,
man, you can't tell if you go into the store, as I mentioned.
Yeah, you're helping the churn rate.
Can I say something to
Yeah.
you, though? Like, I
They're
waited
always
about
packed, though.
15 minutes in that lineup for the change rooms. So,
Did
and
you?
there's 10 change rooms.
You try things on
I
before
have
you buy
to,
them?
Of course. Yeah, you got to, especially with fitness apparel. You don't want it looking bad, Joey. At the gym, you do a lot of damage at the gym. You know?
See, I'm the type of guy that just like, let me buy it. I know what I like, and then we just get out of there.
But you can visualize that on yourself, eh?
Yeah. Well, you know what you should do? Download one of those Google tools, right? And then utilize that. All right, guys. Let's see. Someone was mentioning Rigetti here not too long ago. We have been bouncing off.
Store, says Louis Sore.
He said it's a
women's store. He also said my belly was popping out yesterday. My belly is Luis Suarez, the biter, bro.
Luis Suarez, eh?
People on their shoulders and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean it is pretty priced. He's only,
I like him, bro.
He's only messing with you.
He's a prickly one, bro.
Yeah, shout out to Deshaun Katina.
HGH God, homeless God.
Who said that, man?
I haven't heard that term in years, man.
Crazy.
HGH God. Oh, that was bad. The 90s, bodybuilding was out of control. Ronnie Coleman and Jay Cutler. What is moving, people are saying?
QNT is back at the volume weighted average price now, breaching it.
Ripping.
Wait just 1 minute to sit on top here, and then maybe we can take another attempt on there. Is not too bad. 2 minutes left. We missed our entry at that break. You just had to be patient. There was a supply zone at 63.50, held up at that level, and now decided to break through. So yeah, missed off, man. Should have punched the 67s. Shoulda, coulda, woulda though. Right? Performing considering the air here today, Sharif. Delta. This is your premium airline, though, on that one.
Wait.
No. That was the first one that I would be like, hey, man.
Crazy talk, bro.
I mean, there's a million of those walking down the street.
You gotta get some glasses or something.
Whoa! You don't think the blue lights are working?
Whoa! Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys.
Sorry, Joe. COVID is moving.
Yeah.
So this one because it's a clean move here. POET. It's done a good amount of volume. We're a little bit less than 20 million shares traded on the day. But you guys saw what POET did in the aftermarket yesterday. It really sold off. It had a good morning. We got to the highs at around 2 o'clock. Right after the midday show, 1582 is the high from yesterday. And here we are again, coming into 1566. So we're still below yesterday's high. So keep your eye here on POET. What a breakout through 1460. Fantastic flat top break. Tell you about that. Let me tell you about this. S-Dot is open again. It's trying to hold 10. It gapped down, but it is trending towards the higher end of the current 5-minute candle, with the current candle high being, I believe, 1073. Here we go into 1060 or so. Let's see if it can take out those levels. I have been very unable to get any breakout trades here on S-Dot as it just rips up above my levels and doesn't trigger my order. My order sitting far below. Going 1050 or so, Joey. I think if we clear 11, we could be in a million.
Why are you laughing?
Because you were laughing.
But you don't even know why I'm laughing.
I never know. I never know. Here we are towards the high end of the candle. Let's see if we can breach through 11, Joey. There's 11 right now. There goes 11. Let's wet the beak. Let's see if there's continuation. Showing 1105, 1099. There's no continuation options through that $11 area. At least not yet. Into the now. Into 1150. Big move up here for the dot. Let's see if we can get a little bit more. 45 showing up. Do we fail? And back into the $0.25. The third showing up as well. $half seller here. $half seller on the dot. Looking for a little bit more here, Joey. Looking for 40s. There's a seller locally at 40s. They killed him. We take it out at 15. Let's put in liquidity tester above 55. Let's also put 1169. See if we can get something there. Anything below 11, though, will end the trade for me. What do you got?
All right, good stuff, man. There it's 2 o'clock. Yeah, exactly. They're ready to rock and roll. No, guys, I hope everyone had a fantastic day. We're sitting in this FBL. We'll probably hop out of it momentarily. We have the SPY and the NASDAQ both respectively at the HOD. We also have, how has NVDA been performing here today, guys? 219.84. Yes, congratulations, Trav, man. Before we send it off, we're very generous here. You know what we are, Xerxes. We are kind with the time here. We continuously, $12 Our boy bought this at $6, man. So there you go, 100% return. Way to have the diamond hands on that one there. They expire tomorrow. Congratulations, Trav, man. Jesse, Blicky Spears. We have Hangry Wife in the chat. Gorv, Los Polios, and everyone. We'll do a last-minute roll call. Donkey Trader, FJ. We mentioned Trav, man. Luis Suarez, Armenian Muscle, tarp off in the profile picture. Crazy stuff over there. And then who else? A couple more. Sharif, Save Man Woman, and Side Quest, and Investor. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to Deshaun Strickland, Soulja Boy, the first one, and everyone. Katina Man got a fresh haircut. We're gonna send it over to the boys here. And I hope everyone has a fantastic Thursday. It is Thursday,
Eric
right?
Jackson, tomorrow, 2:30 or 3, be here. Or be there, or be square?
Be
here, or
yeah.
what, something?
Be there or be square?
Be there or be square. All right, peace. Limit up, S dot.
Hey.
Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, we were sitting here all day for that QNT. It came and it went.
New rule.
How was that?
Take them both.
Oh yeah, the other
Take
one. I was
them
here
both.
for the other
What
one.
was it? Shoot.
Cocaine.
INEO. INIO.
Better
The
than-
easy way to remember it. Ooh, the iced coffee.
I got the iced coffee again.
Yeah. Oh, I was gonna get myself a tea. At some point I will. But no, QNT. The good news is, hey, no crazy, no abject, like look at the size of the gap, you get in and it rugs right away. Nah, there was plenty of liquidity to be able to at least like limit the amount that it went down instantly. But the frustrating thing is, I just said INEO on the NASDAQ. The other IPO, that's Murphy's Law, straight up. That's what's gonna happen. They were both over a bill. Actually, INIO was the bigger one, prioritized quantum over, this one was data center energy. They were really both in solid spots. You could have taken them both because look, this one opened more than an hour before. It's not like, that was kind of like, I don't want to be distracted. But that was not a concern. But it is what it is. You live and you learn. So if you traded both of them, I can't see that you would have lost money if you just went long right away, if we're being real. But the bigger thing, and again, it's IPOs, fun times, it'll be even bigger next week. The bigger thing is what this market is doing this afternoon.
This market is
NASDAQ.
crazy.
Okay, the first thing we're going to do is get a poll up. Does NASDAQ turn green? Everyone's going to vote yes, and then we'll move on. Marvell's recovery, all the way back and up 6%. Remember how bad NVIDIA looked this morning? Oh yeah, that's right. Not that bad anymore. 2.5% NVDA. Whoops, I'm not on the right daily chart. There we go. NVDA, good bounce back. Doesn't even get to the 50 period. So the dip buyers were here. It's always a good. The dip buyers were dipping and ripping.
You are right, ST, whatever your name is there. Marvell is the one, the only. I mean, this name was down 7% today and had everyone crying. And now you're up 5%, $40 straight up on MRVL as, yeah, man, the Bears went into hibernation today. That is for sure, man. They were out early and then they went back to sleep. And now you're just seeing such a move back. And I sold some yesterday right here at 318. And was like, yeah, we did good at 318. Now we're out of the money on that sale. As that just continues to climb higher there, it's MRVL. And you already mentioned NVIDIA. ARM as well, back to 400 right now. 396, that's almost in a straight line. That's now up. I mean, this is up $30 as well from the lows, right? That's about almost 10% from the bottom there on ARM. But I'm still in the same trade. Oh, it didn't switch over yet.
It sometimes takes.
Oh, okay. So I'll.
It's still Sharif and Joe's.
Maybe if I bid out of IBIT right now,
I already took a fill. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, you got to switch that up a little bit there, and we'll put our names back on. But I'm still in this IBIT short. I've been trying to cover a little bit here. Now that we just bounced off VWAP, we'll cover a little bit more. But this is that one trade. You know, I'm going to be red on the day because of this QNT right there, and that was in and out. Just lost 57. And you know, took some shares. So we'll see what winds up happening on this move moving forward. You know, the high is now like where it opened, 68. Some pressure on Quantinuum. That's what it is. I'm gonna Quantinuum down the road of desire here, waiting for next week's IPO as we wait
This is
for
easier to say.
Space. Yeah, SpaceX. We won't have any problems repeating that one, but hopefully we have better luck on the SpaceX IPO.
Well, you know what? If you make it difficult to say the name of the company, then I don't like you already.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You know what company where it's really easy to say the name? Orogenics, everybody.
Yeah, that's a good
Ticker OGEN on the NYSE American. The company has now activated its phase 2A clinical trial in Australia with its first site fully operational and patient dosing expected next. They're developing ONP-002, which is an intranasal treatment that targets concussion and mild traumatic brain injury, an area where there are currently no FDA-approved therapies. Alongside that, Orogenics has spent the past year strengthening its balance sheet, raising capital, resolving liabilities, and restoring exchange compliance. The focus now shifts to execution, with clinical progress underway and additional CNS assets under evaluation. Remember, check them out, OGEN on the NYSE American. One more rebound name for you before we get into this. CrowdStrike is only down 4 points now. Look at the dip buyers dip and rip. And sometimes it's like this. I think we were talking about, I was sort of saying, hey, let's look for the 640 level to hold, right? Look for some prior support. People were taking profit. Well, the bottom was just the bottom right away. Like the pre-market low was the best price you ever got on these guys, and that was more or less it. What can you do? Sometimes the market sentiment this morning certainly felt like we were going to get some lower prices for dip buys, like Broadcom. Again, like the pre-market and 930 was the best price you were going to get, just like CrowdStrike. If you were remotely interested in that long buy the dip, you couldn't wait.
She's got the eggs going on over
Hey,
there.
Sharif always has the eggs going on. Saves them for the morning, get that extra protein.
I don't know if the camera's on Sharif now or not, but there it is.
Got to.
Joe's emailing his broker right there. Joe's like, no more PDT.
No, Joe's scrolling Instagram.
Yeah, Joe's looking at Tina Wilson Capital over there, trying to figure out what's going on. And yeah, we went long QNT and to our
chagrin
and all of that jazz. This is that trade, so finally it's switched over now. Here we go. Nice move down on IBIT. So we traded Palantir earlier today. Whoops. Actually, we're up on it, so whatever. I don't know what I'm talking about. But the stock goes whoopsie daisy as Palantir goes up and then right back down in. Yeah, good one. Right there into sort of pre-market highs. We let this ride. We had 5% left. We averaged it back in down here, then lost it. Gave up a little bit of what we made there on PLTR, but that's a positive name for sure. IBIT's positive, we just showed you, and then we have negative on the NAS. Wow. That's so hilarious because today's trade, and we wind up losing on it. We don't lose that much. But we had 85.50 marked down here as a short area for the NASDAQ. I wasn't even sure it was going to get there, but man, did we ever get there. And now it's just on a straight line to the high side. If you're playing reversion trades, man, I mean, right now might be that time. I mean, we've just gone up in a straight line here. Look at NVIDIA's 5-minute chart. I mean, it is like stair-stepping higher and higher and higher as we go. So we're going to have to watch out for all of these names. And as I was saying, man, I mean, if you're looking at the RSI, many of these names, NVIDIA, this is why it's not the greatest indicator. Like you're well above the RSI here for the last or 2 hours, sorry, on NVIDIA with no point in even thinking about it pulling back yet. So you got to be careful about some of those things. Quick divergence play fine, but sitting in something for a while here as this market starts to scream to the high side. Another good day to possibly check your accounts, man. I mean, Robinhood on the PDT rule today goes to 87 and change, up 5%. So we say, awesome. We did have a lot of people, quite frankly, spamming the chat this morning, telling us about get involved with Robinhood. And you would have been right on that one for sure. It was kind of tricky early as it went up and down, but then since then, it's just kind of been cruising. We could check what my friend Anthony Noto is up to today with SoFi. That's at $17. I don't know if Vlad, what kind of his stake is anymore in Robinhood, but we know Anthony Noto is often tweeting out some of his positions coming through there. I didn't know until just now that we're going to have Eric Jackson on tomorrow. So hopefully that's confirmed and we'll be able to bang.
Get a little bit
tomorrow, is it in the afternoon? Do we know what time? Perfect. All right, 2:30 to 3. We're talking to my guy, Eric Jackson. I'm going to ask him about his friend Drake, see what's going on over there, see why didn't he get him involved in Open Door. And yesterday,
not just Open Door, right?
Yeah, it was HUD 8.
HUD 8 as
well. He had a big call on HUD 8. I got to do some research tonight on this guy so we can figure it out. But Eric Jackson from Open Door fame, HUD 8, and EWJ Capital.
That sounds right.
That's right. We'll figure that out tomorrow as we have him coming on.
We'll be back.
Very, very soon.
And speaking of Hut,
yeah, look
like,
at how they
way too much. And
nailed that.
And something we'll talk about. So much focus on Open, but hey, this is where it's been at. That's the one that we're talking about here. JKL, you got the golf cart. We had, first of all, the weather must be, its weather's so nice, and we had to sit here waiting for that IPO. I'm on the wrong page. I got, where's the super chat thing? Here we are. The weather's so nice outside. Didn't get to go for the walk and all that stuff. So I'm happy that you got it in there on the golf course. You're still short the queues. I mean, the market's still down. So enjoy the course. Play 9, play 18, do what you do. Enjoy yourself. Just be careful. We got this bull market happening, and yeah, look, to the point, look at the queues ramping into the highs yesterday. And look at that. It looks like the start of something. Right at the open, it fails the high, lower highs, close on the low, gap down. Like, to me, it's hard not to have come in thinking short when you see something like that. That's sort of how, just how it is. Okay, there's a little something that I see right now, and it is going to be Rigetti. So I did mention that, well, you guys know Quantinium. Did I just say it wrong? Whatever. That gives a little bit of a boost to some of the quantum space. Well, there we go. Bit of a topping tail candle here on Rigetti, kind of confirmation. So I said I would play this one after, if I see like rejection, trend break, topping tail at the highs, after this, after the IPO was open is the words I'm trying to get out, then I would go for the short. So it just did this little topping tail candle here on our GTI. So jumping into it. So for the first one, I played past the hot potato at VWAP on IBIT, as in got out at VWAP, went to BMNR, shorted BMNR through VWAP, got trailed out, and then went back to IBIT and shorted it when it got to the volume weighted average price, because VWAP is a bit of a thing. And what else we got going on? Oleo, it's not Oleo. It's Ollie Oxen. I almost got this wrong. It's not Oleo, it's Ollie Oxen Free. Oh, that takes me back. If you know, you know, and if you don't know, then you didn't play hide and go back in the day. Straight up. We used to play hide and go on my street. Parents had a rule, until I got a certain age, the parents had a rule about, you know, like where you could and couldn't go.
Yeah, I think as soon as the lights go off.
So, but there was also like, we're in a cul-de-sac, and then, you know where Shoppers was? And so we lived in a cul-de-sac, like Shoppers and McMurphy. And
right near Shoppers World is a mall.
I know, but the one street that Shoppers World was on, like you couldn't cross that street.
Right.
And there was like an apartment building where like you could go up their driveway and then had this weird vantage point over like the lip and see all of our cul-de-sac.
Okay.
We had a rule, but we weren't allowed to play there. So my flex when it was hide and go is I would just go where I'm not allowed to go, just stand there watching, and then when I saw them on the other side of the street, I could make my way back, pretend like I was hiding somewhere else. And to this day, like my brother couldn't figure out jack because I was literally breaking the rules. I was cheating. Now Len would never, you know Len. My brother, like he's like the most honest person. Like even like when you're kids and you do some stupid stuff like cheating at hide and go seek. Never. But I got him every time with that one.
That life.
Nah, he ain't about that.
Okay. Yeah.
He's too pure. He's pure, man.
What's up to everybody in the chat? Bovins here. Chris Loon. You guys are talking about Ferraris? Okay, I know my Ferrari. We saw that Faraday Future car.
What did you think?
No, I don't like that car. I thought it looked crazy.
It looked way better from farther out.
Well, I mean,
look, we got close.
If someone's going to give it to me, I'm fine with it. But, you know, as far as paying $300 for that,
nope.
It's a hard pass on that one. The Faraday Future car, we wait for that Rivian R2, and we can check out what Rivian is doing right now. Whoa, 1829, okay. Positive on the day now, Rivian, so that's nice to see.
Really?
As, yeah, up about 0.8%. You know, Tesla had that bounce off that 420 marker. It's there again right now. It's just, it's basically glued to this, and, you know, this was the bounce off that we're talking about early there at 10 o'clock, boom, to that upside. There we go for, Tam said Rivian again, for Tesla. Does not hold it. As we left you guys at around 11 o'clock, didn't hold that. Came back in, held 417, but that seems to be a tough one there. I kind of want to, I want to go short on a few things here, but the market just continues to get higher. You mentioned that, you know, if we did put a poll up, you know, it would be NASDAQ goes green, and I think that right now, we mentioned, you know, potentially playing, you know, the turnaround story here.
Go or close? What do you want?
close. I mean, just say I mean, people want to vote for close.
Yeah,
you know, where will the Nasdaq close? Red or green? Okay, I mean, you know, we're getting a little pullback. We've had similar pullbacks there every single time. I mean, let's forget about 11 o'clock. We just showed you what happened with Tesla there. But since the NVIDIA of the world has been going to the upside now we got that quantum going to the upside there. Where's Adara, by the way? Is Adara gone? Oh, she's over there. Continuum. I was gonna say she was correcting me all day. So continuum. So as that sort of taking a little bit of air out of the market here, let's just wait to see what happens. I was really surprised as everybody was waiting for that, and I don't really think that that's done too much volume. 16 million shares. Most of that was done right there, right off the open. It looks like we did about 6 million shares or so off the open there. But it's NVIDIA just taking us to the high side now, and I do want to short it at some point. It's just when and where. Maybe finally a break maybe of the 50-period moving average. I mean, we've just been bouncing off of it this whole time. I think it's a little too far, too fast on nothing. But hey, this story keeps on going there. Drones spiked, RCAT and ONDS. Didn't ONDS yesterday, hey, what's up, Hercules, thank you so much. They dropped a offering of some sort yesterday, at least a mention of a file for an offering.
I think
yesterday, ONDS. And yeah, so that's $13 down to $11.50, and there it is back up to the upside. So yeah.
I have registered 2.1 million shares of common stock.
All right, so ONDS, Ondis Inc. Upside, they are so that's drones. We had AVAV as well, was another. On drones. Oh, was that under it for a while?
Yeah, it pulled back. And
it did go to 190. Yeah. Oh man, I had a bid at 195.
Everything pulled back this morning.
I missed that. Oh, this morning. Yeah. Even yesterday was 190.
Yesterday as well.
Yeah, yesterday closed at 190, so that was a good close there for them. But back up today over 200. So yeah, you can see some of these drone plays seem to be hot once again here. I like that play, and I should have had it. I normally keep my bids. I had a bid at 195, so it would have been
never cancel.
Would have not been good. But
I find I never in the long term of the swing, I never put a bid in that's just for the day by rule anymore. It's like I always make sure I leave it. It's always like
I try to put it for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I usually try to put it for a month. It's not that I'll leave anything out there for a month, but it's just more so, hey, if I'm trying to get this, like just make sure I get it. Because I used to do that, be really, really lazy. It defaults to a day. I think I'm getting the fill that day. And then you do something, you forget about it, and it's silly. But I got the poll up here, so we're going to do this. Let's get this started. So the key is the poll is active. And if you don't know what a poll is, it's just where you vote on something. And the way you vote is you actually have to be in the chat. We have a fantastic community. Jump in, throw some messages at us, do what you got to do. But all you have to do now is type 1 if you think the NASDAQ closes red. 2 if you think the NASDAQ closes green. Imagine sitting in shorts and like, the thing about it is, like, if you're the kind of like, you think the market's going to the upside, but you're going to sit there and only voting with your trades to the red when you're just madly typing green, only an idiot would do that. So you don't be that person. Like, make sure it's actually what you think. No, what the market does and what individual trades do are completely different things. Bitcoin is trash, and crypto's been bad, so it can go down. Or a mean reversion trade can do what...
I mean, Bitcoin's down to 64,000 right now.
Look, it's getting to 50. Well, it's getting to 50. Randy's like, James like it's trash, whatever. No, that's not what I really mean. I just mean it's in a bear market that looks like it's headed down into here somewhere, the 50 to 51 level. I think most of our viewers right now, if I just want to throw it back up.
Tell us your opinion on Bitcoin.
For now. But ever since it broke trend here, I said, when it happened, I'm bearish till at least 50. And I've been sitting like every single time it bounces, I'm still bearish until it gets to 50. And it was looking pretty precarious for a while when it was up in the 80s. Because I was like, oh shoot, was 60 the temporary bottom? But it still feels pretty weak. Maybe you bounce off to 60, but then you make a lower high and then we end up at the 50 anyway. So that is what it is. I think next year is gonna be a much better year than this year in my opinion. So yeah, get your votes in. Remember, it's just 1 for red, 2 for green. From now on, it's like whichever, like if we are red right now, then that's going to be 1. Because I don't want to bias it by always putting green first. I feel like sometimes I think it skews things. It was just like when we do the polls for name, and then you always put the chalk one first. Like we'll put Broadcom first when it's the earnings names, or we'll put in.
Yeah, and you're like,
and then everyone just and then everyone just types 1 anyway. So.
Oh boy, Google right here at the high of the day and not stopping. Like Google's been an absolute monster. This is Eli Lilly right now up 4.5, so we like Eli Lilly a lot. Obviously, I've talked about Eli Lilly lots, but yeah, wow, man, there's Google just nonstop again. That would have been great to sit there. I didn't even see that one at 208. We should have 210 right there at 370. That was a good little pullback right into. We hadn't seen the 200 period. Like, that's the kind of stuff we're looking for. Any kind of pullbacks into the 200 period moving average right now to solidify trend. That's kind of, for me, the coup de grace. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for something like that. And I'm honestly, I think the risk right now is probably to the long. Like, we've topped out. It's been pretty good. Just had NVIDIA bounce off there. I'm wondering about a short, but again, like, RSI is still pretty extended, obviously, on NVIDIA, not going anywhere to the downside right now. But yeah, chip names have been super hot once again here today. And if anything, Micron might be somewhere near a short. You can see only because here's the 5-minute chart. This is your 200 period moving average. Still a ways away, but at least we're still underneath that right now, as opposed to some of the other names that we're seeing. NVIDIA climbed through that at 217. That would have been a go spot. There's your 200 period, again, the green. And there's the blast through, so that would have been nice. So right now you're trying to figure out, where may we be going here on a name like NVIDIA? And it's maybe trading against this level, that's 222. So you still have a ways to go if you're gonna be wrong on that. And do you really want to sit in this for, $150 maybe there at the end of the day? But then you're kind of like fighting trend. And we said we don't really want to fight too much trend here into the end of the day. So let us know if there's sort of anything else that's going on here. Like, what about Salesforce? They had their earnings last week. We saw some software get up today. Not really. I mean, it's nicely off the lows, I would assume, here for sales. No, not even. Actually, software, yeah, that's right. Software this morning was hot, and we were wondering why. And then Palantir came crashing back. So is that the same fate here for Softy? Because, okay, so yes. So Softy trying to show some life now, but this might be, like, if you want to go short, what about this? Right, that's not a horrible idea there for Microsoft on the short end of the stick here. And then we had, a lot of today might have something to do with Broadcom, AVGO, a nice back end move here over the last hour or so. But there it goes, Broadcom all the way 426. Wow, that was nice. But look at this now, man. Nice little drop of $10 here on Broadcom, coming right back in again. Maybe NVIDIA will lose the bid, man. I mean, some of these other names are down. Maybe it is NVIDIA time, but should we short NVIDIA, or what should we do? Should we go over Intel and look for that kind of a short maybe right now as well? That's kind of underneath it. Or are we silly going short? You guys tell me in the chat what you want to do right now. We can look at that Quantinuum again at some point. Maybe we can look at that. But Intel downside right now, and just trying to find out a trade where we can maybe get back to the downside here.
Well, a couple of interesting suggestions.
What's oil doing?
Well, oil's not doing much of anything. It is very, very quiet, relatively speaking, in US. So down 4 points, but very, very quiet. In terms of volume, you've basically sat in the same range the entirety of the day. I see a couple of names from TikTok in here. Only one of them, but one of them, I think when we look at these, like, when we talk about like the ARC, like these leverage ETFs, that's what I'm choking my way through. And thank you for bringing this up from our TikTok viewers. So ARCAT has been in play now, just because it's too levered. Trading vehicles, but some of them are not the most liquid out there. Like, if you look at this one, it's like 2x daily bull. It's done 700,000 shares on it, and obviously the uptrend's been pretty good. And like Red Cat is having a very good day. But like Red Cat's done like 15 million shares. You know what I mean? So like that 2x bull, great, but it's not all that liquid. So there's examples where I think sometimes you'll be looking at a better opportunity, or at least an equal opportunity between like a leverage ETF and the underlying. Like sometimes like SLV and ZSL, people would go back and forth. You trade either one of those bad boys. I think in this particular case, like ARCAT's just fine on its own here to be able to play, and a good day for Red Cat as well. And the recent breakout here, as industrials have been breaking out this afternoon. I think that was sort of what happened in here, just in general. So good luck. I mean, the daily solid bull flag in here for the daily on Red Cat, but yeah, I think there's a place for those leveraged ETFs. You're trying to get a little bit more out of the move when it goes. But if you end up in something that's less liquid, it can be a bit of trouble. And as much as I said that for ZSL and silver, there was a moment when those disconnected in an afternoon one day. Like I remember, like SLV, there was like a 5% drop or something in SLV or something rather small, and ZSL went like 20. It was completely insane. Like basically, there were too many people long, and when they liquidated, it was ridiculous. At the same time as it was like afternoon settlements, and it was just a perfect storm. And there was a 3 or 4x drop. They went out of pair. It was a pure arbitrage trade, unless you were caught in it. If you were caught in it, then you probably. But if you weren't, you just watched it happen. There was a pure arbitrage trade in ZSL that was pretty clean for about 15 or 20%. But let us know what else you guys are watching in here. The poll right now sits at very decidedly green. 77% of the viewers. It's only 140 votes. Get those votes up. We're that bullish, huh? Really? Or are all the bears shy? Which is fine. When the market does a V shape like this, I think it's okay to be, the bears can be shy, but be real. Be real about it. Let us know. We're into some resistance from yesterday. It's been impressive, but how do we really feel? How do we really feel about it? Let us know. And we got a super chat up here from Rob, if we can throw that one up there, Assassino.
Yeah, Redwire recently.
Do we have it?
Yeah.
Or was that the same one?
I think it was it the Rigetti
No,
one or Redwire?
No, it's Redwire, Rocket Lab, or Marvell.
They've got their robotic arm, lunar robotic arm that they've just tested. That was a success. So they have some good news behind it, Redwire, and of course, as we wait for the SpaceX IPO here, now up 18%. It's gaining momentum alongside of that, and we see a nice little move back right now on Rocket Lab and Redwire. And then you asked about Marvell. I mean, we could talk about Marvell for sure. But I would. This is the thing. If you want some levels, I mean, I really think this VWAP is good. Like we've fallen back into there. Every time we fell back into VWAP there, we fell back there. We basically, I don't know where it was at that point, but there it is there, and there it is again, and now you're trying to break higher. So yeah, this is probably a good break long, 22, 21. So you're getting close to maybe executing something there, and then using like the 2180, 2185 or so area there as an out. I actually don't mind this trade breaking long right here on RDW. So, Rob, I mean, that's a good one. Bouncing off here, the 200, solidifying the trend, like, okay, we're going up. Pink line, 50 period, 25 period. Here we go, looking to take out those highs. So, yeah, if the NASDAQ keeps running, there's more to Redwire, I think. And you're, 5 days away now from SpaceX. And there's a bounce back for Rocket Lab. I mean, we were talking about sort of the death of the Rocket Labs and all that. And it's not the death of it, it's just some steam coming out, but right back in today. And also, not a bad look right here for that name either, right? As you get, hold on a second, I was debating taking Intel short, actually. But these ones might actually be a little bit better than that. Even Rocket Lab breaking through that high, but RDW, a little bit lesser of a price, should be able to go, if it does break that. I think I'm going to put in a trade on this, man. I mean, if we could break that level right now, it's not horrible, but how much room does it really have to run, right? That's 2270 on the high end of this. I'm actually thinking like this NASDAQ is giving me some kind of feels here for a maybe short coming in right now. I don't know. Those are those levels. And then Marvell has had a monster run back, but now it's starting to come back a little bit. Hey, maybe we're into something there, thinking about some of these shorts now coming through. So yeah, maybe we can look at the short instead of the long. But that Redwire 2130 is where VWAP is.
Couple spikes here.
Kind of like that one there. So yeah, I think you're on three good names. But for buying Marvell, you want to wait down here, man. 310 or so. You got to get into the 200 period. It's moving too much.
So this is weird. Usually when we spike upside, it's not because oil's going up, but there was remember 230 oil futures settlement, right? So just keep that in mind. That just broke the highs, but it was just in a couple of things. And there was a comment about Tesla. I'll get to that in a second. Because I do like when you can find something with a relatively tight stop if you can, but Tesla has a bit of room. So Rigetti went for the reload, but once it broke this lower high, I jumped out. I do like that USO is going up for the shorts, so I might jump right back into this one and give it to the same wick. The other thing is if I'm shorting IBIT at VWAP and it breaks, we don't care about Blue Ocean because it actually probably doesn't work in the afternoon. But yeah, once that breaks out above VWAP, I'm out. I wait for it to get back into some of those highs. But yeah, USO with a bit of a move here. Let's just see how it reacts. Again, around settlements, I usually want to see how it reacts for the next couple of minutes and not jump into anything, because sometimes you just get a volume spike because of that in general. But yeah, strong move up. Usually my first thought would be, if oil's going up, hey, let's find a fade somewhere. But it doesn't seem to be stopping. Whoops. Come on, hit enter 3 times. Doesn't seem to be stopping any of these moves like I look over at NVDA. So I'm gonna look to either re-enter IBIT at the top, maybe that Rigetti again, or go back to the BMNR well, because it's at a double top. I might just go to the double top here. It's all about the setup, really.
Yeah, I just took I took a little bit of a trade here on the TQQ, so we'll hit the siren there. And I was just talking about, maybe going short. So let's ring a little bit of register here at 06, and then again at 05 if we're able to. Now, there it is. Okay, good one, man. We'll see if it wants. Okay. Slow down, my guy. I don't even have my orders out yet. That sounds a lot louder than normal. But here we go. Downside for the. Okay, go. We just shorted it here. So there's the break of yes. Let's go, man. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
And I had to train over here. There it goes, man. Breaking that 25 period moving average and just sort of getting a little exhausted there. Here's the RSI breaking a little lower now through 64, 65. We're going to see if it wants to start to rock just a bit to the high side there. There goes a TQQ. Potentially a little overdone on your. I could put RSI maybe on here if you want, but I'm not convinced that's exactly what I want to use. So there we go. It's the short of the NASDAQ now. And just trying to cover, actually, to be honest with you, I already covered 25%. I want to put another more coverage on that one. And yeah, here we go again, man. It should be a good one. We're going to hold on to this short a little bit and see if the market wants to give up just a little bit. But then I looked over and I said, well, I was thinking, okay, there we go. Just got that fill. That's really good. Okay, good. Happy with that. Let's just see about all right, I was gonna say I was happy I didn't short NVIDIA, but it just went down $1 right there on that move as well. So NVIDIA looks like that would have been where the money was, but I'm really happy being able to take this trade on the TQs right now. So that's bouncing. Look at that. I mean, that's a good indicator right there, right off the 50-period moving average on your 1-minute chart. There's NVIDIA. The last time we tested that, that would have got you long at 218. That's a decent area here. Seeing that it's trying to bounce off, let's just see what winds up happening there. Apple's going to be a big key to the NASDAQ as well. That's kind of flattish in the afternoon, but a nice battle back today for Apple. And then, of course, oh, yeah, let's go. Let's see how low we can get on this, man. I mean, we're already down. This is the red stock for me on the day. We already talked about QNT. I'm red on that one. But here we go. Maybe we get a little bit of a pullback. Ideally, just looking for areas now. So now that I'm out of a third already, just trying to scalp out here. If we can get back into this area, I think that would be the next spot. So let's put a bid there and let's just wait for it, right? I mean, we have all afternoon. We'll go 85, 85. We'll see if we can get something and see if we can get out of about 20% there. And then the next levels, hey man, maybe even into 85, 60, 85, 40 as we continue to look lower there. So, okay, here we go, man. We definitely like what we're seeing now on the board. And yeah. So far, so good here as the market's now pulling back in for me. So IBIT, we took out a little bit there. We have very little left on the IBIT. But right now we're watching the Qs and seeing if the NASDAQ wants to come down in to some of our prices. Yeah, lots of things are coming down. Intel's literally going red and breaking trend. It's breaking an all-day trend basically in this candle. I see still some chatter about USO. So yeah, we see it, guys. And obviously, whenever you have oil going up, if this holds and breaks out higher, usually that's a little bit of weakness that comes into the market. That makes some sense to me. But if this ends up being complete fugaze and was just a 230 thing, and we're back under VWAP, then I don't know how much I'm going to like the short. If this was nothing and we're just retracing the range and then coming right back in, I want continuation on USO. Like that would be a better way for the shorts to be able to play out. Let's go to the desk. Dara has news for us. I
don't have any news. I wish I did. I'm looking. If that changes, I'll keep you guys posted. What I did want to let you guys know, though, is we do have a new infographic here, and it's our implied moves for tonight after the bell. Here it is, guys. This was just posted on XTTV Research. The largest is Sean's friend, IoT, otherwise referred to as OVO, with that owl logo. They reported 410, 16.5% expected move. Smallest expected is Lululemon with a 9.2% expected move. Then you've got, again, everything but Lululemon here in the double digit expected move, pretty significantly so as well. You can find this infographic on X at TTV Research. I'll see you guys in the wall in a little bit as well with some more Lululemon's earnings prep. Back to you.
I don't know what the deal with their logo is.
Yeah,
I think it's cool, man. I like owls. Owls was like one of my grandmother's favorite animal was like an owl. So I don't know, really strange there,
cool.
but I guess. And then when I was part of Scouts Canada, and I was a leader in Scouts Canada, I was, and I can't remember the name, but I was an owl. So whatever the. And this
I should know these. I used to know these.
That's probably 10 years ago. I was whatever the owl was. All the leaders had different names and whatever. So, yeah. Who calling my phone? You know, you get the who right there with an owl. But yeah, so that was that. All right, I covered a little bit more IBIT there at 10s. I just want to get out of it, man. I mean, I'm riding or dying right now with the NASDAQ short, and we'll just wait to see if it does pull back up. And I would think that there's a good chance of that exactly happening. So let's wait to see if it does come through here on the NASDAQ, little short call here for me on the TQQ. So we'll put some orders out. I was actually debating, I mean, I said, hey, we wait for 80. I just put a bid now at 92. We'll see. I mean, it just bounced off there a couple times. Actually bounced off 93s, maybe get a little bit higher, but I don't want to, get too specific on what we're doing. You asked me about RDW last in the chat, and I was saying that's potential break area. It hasn't done it yet, so that could be a good one. Redwire, if that does wind up breaking there. And then Marvell back to the downside as well. But yeah, IoT. I mean, I really like IoT, Internet of Things. I think their order book's going to be quite large, and we talked about AI and how that's going to affect this business. Wow, they went to $38 today. Oh my, IoT has just really gone off over the last couple of days. So with report tonight, we are a little worried about it. I mean, the way that we saw Broadcom base out, bump higher, and then tank itself into today. So we'll see. I don't think Broadcom was much of a surprise when you think about the sector because, we saw NVIDIA put up a good number, which we talked about, and then that came back down right after that. And so Broadcom, of course, a little different than NVIDIA, as they did warn against some of that, what was it, 15? They had 16 billion target is what they gave, and the 3.8 billion moving forward on some of the equipment. So that's not a great move there. But yeah, Broadcom and then Lululemon tonight. Sharif, noticed that this was that shirt. But here goes Lululemon 125. These guys, like all day, man, just selling off. And this should be an interesting play for anybody looking at Lulu here tonight because, hey, man, I think it could be a kitchen sink quarter where maybe it washes down into this even lower, even to 118, 120, and then we start. And
that's what they said about Nike last Q. And actually Nike's held the low.
Oh, I was on the wrong stock.
Nike's been holding 42. I think there's a sympathy play. If Lulu gets a bounce, forget some sympathy over on, I still have my 1 second chart up for the IPO. Yeah, that was real. That was really useful.
Ooh, IPO, you go to hell.
Well, the funny thing about it is
too aggressive.
It helps to execute when it's in the money, because I kind of use like a 3 second or a 5 second chart on the IPOs just to get an idea of where to take profit at when it goes really quickly. And then now, like Nike on the daily, 42, 42, 42, 42. So if Lulu drags them down, Nike could catch a bounce. I don't want Nike to go down, simply making that point that it could be a nice little sympathy play if it gets downside just because Lulu has a bit of a miss.
So I just want to review this trade. I was in and out of this in under 3 seconds. So this QNT today, it opened up, and I was long at 68. So I said, okay, if it breaks 68, get me out. And it immediately broke 68. Like, forget about the 68.30. That doesn't matter. And then it was just like, see ya. All the way to the downside, 66. Where is Sia? All the way to the downside right there, coming into $66. So that was that move there. This took less than 3 seconds, and your boy was in and out of QNT today as a disaster trade was avoided, basically, because if I don't make that move. Look, I was sitting here. Neil was like, "Did that actually happen?" I did see it break back above and start to go because I remember the boys were like, here we go, or whatever. And then it just, after that, and that's what I was saying to Neil, it was like such a disaster, some of these candles, like you almost, And I wasn't here for Cerebrus, but I know it was even nastier than that. But like that's pretty bad, And if you're going to go long on the IPOs straight off the jump, there's no winning when this happens. And the high has been basically its birthday. Like the minute it was born right there. Oh, by the way, what's up, Ozan? There's the trade. So, we put on the TQs. I like the short. We talked a little bit about that. And look, man, the TQs against that level, I'll do that all day, every day. So far, so good here on the T triple Qs. Let's go over to Adara at the big screen.
In today's installment of To the Chart Window, To the Wall, we're going to take a look at Lululemon on this wall because Lulu does report earnings after the bell, as has been discussed ad nauseum. But what I really want to look at, which I think is interesting, and you can follow along with me on X at TTV Research, is the performance here in like the U.S. and Canada, North America, versus what we're seeing internationally. So if you look here, U.S. down 6% last quarter. America's sales here down 4%. Canada is basically flat, only up 1%. But then if you go over to China here, up 24% year over year for the quarter. The rest of world segment up 10%. Total international performance here up 17%. So that's just for revenue. If you look at comp sales, once again, you see weakness in North America and aggressive strength everywhere else. China mainland comp sales up 30%. Rest of world up 9%. Total international up 20%. So any growth we have in comp sales and net revenue, at least last quarter, was really buoyed by the strength that we had internationally and specifically in China. Let's see if this continues to start off the new year, Q1 2026. It's worth noting we have not had a CEO at Lulu in a non-interim capacity since January of this year. We don't get Heidi O'Neill until September either. So we're going to have a couple more less quarters. Let's see how this sorts out for Lululemon. And that is today's segment of To the Chart Window, To the Wall. I'll see you guys tomorrow at this wall. I already know what we have planned. It's going to be a doozy ahead of WWDC 2026.
What?
Yeah, that was a good one.
Okay.
From the window to the wall there, and back to the desk, So, we're going to be ears to the ground.
Always.
You mentioned, so we'll watch out for Lululemon. I mean, is there even a short float on that thing? I mean, I feel like there's.
I'm just gonna make up a number. I'm gonna say 3.7.
I'm gonna say 8.9. LU right here. Oh, we'll split the difference. 5.81 right now. So that is a decent amount of short float for a mega cap.
Okay,
mega cap.
I'm just throwing it out there. We were almost exactly, if you take the average of our guesses, almost exactly.
The difference right there on
TJ. We have TJ Jets fan or TJX. Okay,
am I supposed to...
TX Jets fan. Look, you have to understand that I'm going to get that one wrong because once I hear Jets fan,
you tune out.
It's like it just gives me gives me some issues because I'm a Bills fan. STI is resilient off of VWAP. It is trying to go relative to what it was doing most of the day. It's not moving much, but you try to remember that it's 300 bajillion percent, 300%. Like this is still a 10% move off of VWAP. That's like $19 into 21, 22. So yeah, it's absolutely going, no questions asked. And sometimes you have to understand that when you have these parabolic movers, they'll go gapping and all that stuff. And that level of volatility doesn't exist all day long. It'll calm down. Sometimes you'll see a second salvo, hopefully to the upside if you're long, in the afternoon, which is possible. But you have like an hour left in here. So you always have to try to temper your expectations with these because most of the time, the best moves happen pre-market. Maybe you catch like a breakout middle of the day, but that last if it's not already going on volume, it can be a little bit tricky. I know we had Taylor in the chat was also on this one as well. Ray, thoughts on Gemini bottoming out? What about Ray?
I don't know, man.
Why is Joe? I just say the name of somebody in the chat, and it's like jokes. Has Gemini bottomed out? The problem with these, I'm telling you, the questions we always get for like, is X bottoming out? Is Y bottoming out? The best you can look for is accumulation, I suppose. But the accumulation bounce on this kind of happened in through 7. Like it did it here, like double bottom accumulation, and then you got a run that gave you 50%. It's almost like it's trying to accumulate again here. So like just take a lesson from this. I think when you're trying to bottom pick, I like it when it can regain the major moving average and break out from there personally, because I like the 50 period. Maybe, I like the just 50 period moving average, or you could be at some crazy historical level. In this case, because all it's ever done since its birth is go down, it's not at some big historic level. It gets to its all-time low right around $4. But I like the accumulation. It's just it already did a move off of that once, and it'll probably be a little bit better when crypto doesn't. I said stink, but isn't as bearish. There's a nicer way of saying it, because Randy gave me a funny look when I said it stunk. It does stink. The chart stinks. When it's less bearish, I think things will look a little bit better, for sure. It is what it is. And we have the giggles today. I know for someone's like, you guys all have the giggles. I finally,
I mean, this is how I'm like every day.
in the IPO days,
I think maybe Joe does.
especially if you're sitting around for hours at a time waiting for an IPO to open. And SpaceX is going to be worse, because SpaceX won't get up for a 30-minute meeting. Like 11 o'clock will be off the morning show, and I'm just going to be still sitting here. I'll go to the bathroom for like 2 minutes and sit here, eat the lunch here, just waiting, because you don't want to miss the opening print. And it's probably not coming to 1:30, but on the off chance it's early, you just sit there waiting, and it's like pent up energy. You should go for a walk in the middle of the day, enjoy the sun. None of that happens on an IPO day, because win, lose, or draw, and QNT was a loss. Win, lose, or draw, maybe it would have been the other IPO. Right? Like you take the L because you understand that it could have done this. If you come to my chart for a second. Like, instead of taking that insta hit, you could just have been immediately in the money, and it just trends up, and probably holding at least something till INEO breaks that trend. So it's all in the game, and you just don't want to miss that big liquidity event. It's like not being around at the open or the close. At least you know when that's going to be. Yeah, those that can't figure out how to make a set time for these to open up. If there's 3 IPOs in the day, give a 30-minute window for the other, and just simply tell everybody, if you don't have your orders in on SpaceX, I'm going to make up a time. If you don't have your orders in by 12:30, that's your problem. We're opening it up in between 12:30 and 1. Would it be that hard to do? I don't think so. But for whatever reason, that's just not how it works at the market. So we sit around all day long as traders waiting for it. It's so ridiculous, really, when you think about it.
All right, so yeah, shout out here. We got a question in the chat from CH Handler. I'm going to try to find that right now. You talked about the new deal. See if I can, there it is right here. I'll send it. It was talking about Palantir. And, oh, by the way, I started covering some more of these Qs. Like, I don't think we'll average back in. We'll just see where it goes from here. We only have about a third left right now of the TQQ. So we're going to wait for that one. But you had mentioned there about Palantir, and yeah, starting to get some of their AI partnerships. They're being led by AIP, which is their platform already. That is like their big flywheel. That's the one that's sort of capturing all the business and coming through. So any kind of a deal with Google for Palantir, I mean, obviously just solidifies sort of their positioning in the space. And, with more contracts, oh man, that can rate into the 200 period last couple of days ago. Oh man, that's too bad. That's a good little level there for Palantir. But yeah, so just talking about that, coming into play here, I do like Palantir. I think it's a good stock. But, software names just keep getting beat up. So any kind of deal with Google is great, because most of their business, as we all know, is contracted from the U.S. government or various governments around the world. So we got to watch out for Palantir potentially coming back to the downside until software is once again loved at some point. Palantir just a little caught right now in the middle. And it's not like an overly aggressive looking stock at this point. So I think you can kind of trade it, not the way we were here when it had tons of upside. It's a lot of people know about this name. And again, the worry is there's Anthropic just breathing down its neck. And there's a few other names, Claude, obviously that is Claude, trying to take some of their business away. So I think it was either Michael Burry or somebody came out and said, hey, like Palantir is, but oh yeah, he shorted Palantir, that's right. So he was talking about Palantir maybe being in trouble for that exact reason. So yeah, I think we got to be very, very careful what we're doing. The only thing is, their last quarter, and I just looked this up, they raised their guidance, right? And their margins improved. So regardless of what's happening, they have an improved margin space, which is great. That's what we look for in stocks, right? I mean, not only do you have to meet your valuation currently, but if margins keep getting bigger and better, which they're shrinking, many businesses have shrinking margins, even NVIDIA has shrinking margins, right? So once you start to increase those margins, that's where it starts to ramp up and people have to start changing the multiples they have. So I think Palantir can get reweighted at some point, but for right now, everyone's talking about the damage that AI is going to do to various names, and Palantir is, not shying away from that. But yeah, a very, very heard something about Anthropic. Okay, about Mythos there again. So here we go. Something about Mythos and cyber attacks. So we've already seen, boom, CrowdStrike. They're saying Mythos what? Mythos is a myth. But there it is to the upside, 720 right now for CrowdStrike, saying, hold my beer, what bad report? We're going to be up $50 from the low there. So many names battling back today.
And, well, I'm telling everyone in the chat, I'll let you guys know as well. We got our good friend Steve Talman about to join us. So make sure you get some questions in. Steve he covers basically everything. I know we'll probably have a little bit of a discussion. I'm sure IPOs will come up at some point, but you know him, we love him, good friend of the show, Mr. Steve Talman. Hey, what's the cap this time? No, there's no Yankee hat, so I'm already happy. So what you got? What are you wearing there?
This was grabbed out of my closet at last minute because I might have been wearing a hat you guys wouldn't have liked earlier. This is a Carhartt hat, nothing fancy. How's it going, guys?
It's going good. So we wear the Yankee hat again.
I was thinking about wearing the Yankee hat. I changed my mind. It crossed my mind.
Appreciate you, though. Okay, so first of all, how have things been? And did you wait around all day for the IPOs today?
No, I did not. I was just sticking to my lane, doing my own thing, trading large caps as always, trading SPY as usual. So for me, it was a nice dip buy day. We got that 9-day or 10-day EMA on SPY. So we took advantage, that's just a nice little dip buy. So I made a little bit of a purchase there on a few things. Besides that, pretty quiet for me. Just testing out a few indicators for next week and looking forward to that. How about you guys?
No, he hasn't. Okay, he hasn't always had the cat.
Yeah, I was just asking Sean, I'm like, wait a minute. Have you always had a cat with you on here?
Always slightly off camera, usually on the other side, but I figured she deserved her screen time too.
Of course.
Cleo.
Name?
What's it? Cleo the cat.
Cleo.
Oh, it's so super cute there. So you just indicated the SPY, right? And I mean, I think that's important. There's a lot of traders here, obviously at Trader TV Live, that also is looking to trade futures or indexing or ETFs or whatever. What you might have mentioned it there, and I think you did. But what was it? The 9-day EMA, or what gave you sort of the confidence there today, Steve, to actually run this thing back to the upside? Because what a call. I mean, if you're going long anywhere in the first half hour today, man, oh man, we saw Marvell up $50. I just showed CrowdStrike up $50 or $60 as well. Some of the plays, I mean, NVIDIA basically went on a straight line to the upside here on a 5-minute chart and still doesn't look like it wants to stop. So maybe we can go over your chart. What gave you the idea there for SPY? Why did you choose that? I mean, you talked about staying in your lane. So let's go over maybe the SPY or anything else. What gave you the indication that maybe today was a little oversold?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in general, we've just been on the uptrend rally. And where we've been usually transacting all the way up is this 5 EMA, this light line up here. This is usually represented a really nice place to buy the dip with the, barring this one dip into this 9. But so far, I've just been seeing the volatility being very low and the dips being very eager to be bought. So that made me think when we do transact this, as long as we get a nice reclaim, I think it's an easy trade to get some nice points off that side. So that helped me get the confidence to take a long. And I really didn't take too much size because I'm mostly experimenting with my new indicator that I'm testing here. So it's not very pretty. It's actually an old version. But this is basically putting our GEX levels right on our chart here. And so the big thing I wanted to note with this was when this chart came on in the morning, this big node was still sitting up here for the weekly gamma exposure. And there was really not much growing underneath the open. And we surged off the open in the first 5 minutes or so. We were sitting already up, 20 points off the open on SPX. So this gave me an indication that, hey, we probably are going to want to go for that reclaim. There's probably going to be a lot of quite a magnet draw to the upside here. And hey, sometimes when you're in an uptrend, you get a dip to buy and it's showing that look, you got to just take a stab. So that was the setup here today.
All right, and when you're taking stabs, are you like sort of legging into it? Are you putting on, maybe let's just say your 5 units is your maximum. When you first get that idea and you're looking at the chart for the very first time, does it just go right away into the 5 units, or do you take like maybe a couple units where you're thinking, and then as it starts to break higher, do you add into it? Are you an average up kind of guy? Do you get your whole position at once, or is it really just trade dependent?
I love that you're asking this. So for me, it really depends on the instrument and the time frame. If I'm day trading, I really don't want to be averaging in unless I have a good reason to. And if they give you multiple looks and the thesis hasn't changed, then that's fine. If you're not starting to oversize over your risk tolerance, it's easy to go overboard. So it's hard to recommend averaging down, even if you get, for example, this nice kind of pullback into the VWAP. You might get in here and have a very strong thesis that we're moving up on the day. For example, we catch this yellow node here, this yellow zone. We'd probably be looking to transition up, fill this gap, and probably go higher to this next node, as we can see. So for example, if you get filled on this VWAP, you're still right on the idea here. Your idea hasn't been invalidated when it comes back and tags it again. It's a higher low. It's still made the higher high. It's looking like it wants to go that high to that high side. And like I said before, those gamma exposure nodes have only been growing as it's coming down. So that was why I did add in once here, but this was very small size again, one small contract.
Right.
So whole position size still under 100, like right about $100. This is again testing the system out. So that's where it can be tricky to size in. But in general, I like to do one entry out multiple times because I never know exactly where it's going to end. For example, if I'm trading 0 days, I'm just going to go right to this gap fill here, take one off. If it comes back and then reclaims the ribbon, I could add again, but probably I'm just going to hold my initial size, looking for a sweep of this next level up. That was where I took the second off, and then I did not catch the rest of this move. I was all out there. But for me, it's just about catching those base hits in a reliable way. So that's what I'm looking to keep modeling going forward, and that's what I've been testing this week going back.
All right, good. Yeah, because that's something important to me too, because I'm always caught sometimes like I miss the move because I'm thinking, oh, if it comes down, I'll average into it so that, my stop out isn't as dramatic. And then all of a sudden the move goes and you look over and you have that one contract when really you wanted 5 or something. So I like the idea, maybe take your position right away, give yourself a stop, live by it, and die by it really at the end of the day. Neil's going to talk to you here about, you had Marvell up. What do you want to go with now?
So
that's an interesting space.
There's 2 things I would talk to you about. I do want to talk about SpaceX next week, and in general sense, what it might mean for a whole host of names which are moving on sympathy. But before I did that, what I was going to ask you with regards to, say, like Marvell, and another example could be, I could say MU for this. So if you're taking a reversion or buy the dip in the SPY, it starts going and it's in the money. Would you ever look at the sentiment of like the heavy buy the dip names, like the names that really rally the most when we get the sentiment to the buy side, right? Like the Marvells, the AMDs, the MUs lately. Like when you see like these types of extension spikes, does that change how much of a move you look at in the overall market, or you say, no, I'm just going by my own system? None of this matters, because I think we've had some new leadership that aren't. Like, it's not NVIDIA always that's driving these spikes, which of course is, that's just going to move the SPY implicitly. Do you ever look at overextension there to maybe give you a reason to hold longer, hold for more?
Just to be clear, overextension in the leaders there, like the Marvells, those looks. Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's important to consider. I'd say it's always important to consider when a leader is overextended, because that could mean it's the top for the sector. If it's a strong sectoral up move, what I like to see, though, is different subsectors starting to take the lead and see some rotation under the hood within that kind of sector overall. So maybe memories leading one week. Maybe it's, photonics another week. Maybe it's, I want to see that kind of bouncing around between these subsectors. So right now, what I'd like to see is semi-caps. So like these companies that make the equipment to make semiconductors. So ASML, LRCX, these types of moves, AMAT. I'd like to see some more money coming into those, as well as the ones that just didn't really outperform last month. I'm looking at you, NVIDIA, and the dip at 210. So I think that's where the money's going to go, because I think the rotation's not over. But if we do get the leaders rolling over and we don't see that money flowing into another sector or another part of the sector, that's when we can be a little bit more worried, I'd say.
Yeah, that makes sense. And the second part I wanted to go to, well, the second part, but it's a different question. Like, we're going to get SpaceX next week. Forget about the fact that a whole lot of money is going to go into it, whether it's passive buying or it's just the initial investment. And money's going to probably come from somewhere. There's going to be all kinds of this is going to happen here, and money's going to come out of Mexico. All these different theories. But there's simply the run that's happened in the space names in general. Now, there's a lot of ways that you can play this. I know for day traders, it's very simple. I'm just going to trade SpaceX on day one. My question to you is, are you looking at the Rocket Labs, the ASTSs, looking for some maybe technical setup? Because I see some of these things are coming in, pulling back, selling the news into some pretty big levels, which might give you a sympathy trade when everyone is looking at SpaceX. So have you looked at this? What are your thoughts? Are you playing SpaceX? Are you playing anything else in the space but outside of the actual IPO?
Oh, in the space. That's a nice pun there. I see what you did. You're appreciated. You're appreciated. So it's tough for me. I sold early like usual. I was in RDW. This was my big space play. We've been in all year. It's one of the big themes we've been watching. So I started a position somewhere in this cluster at 750. Added at 9 when it was breaking out. So average about 850. Took some off at 13 into this big trend line that we were watching. And then I said, hey, I'm just going to not worry about it. I figure at some point this is going to matter. Well, it mattered a little earlier than I thought and a little stronger and faster than I thought. So I didn't get a real chance to size into too many other space names. I have a little bit of ASTS that I'm still holding as well. But in general, I took a lot of this trade off at the $20 handle, the last little runner I had at 22. And so I'm all out of these, but I'm starting to look at them and they still look good to me. I still think that they have room for one more push into SpaceX, the IPO proper. After that, I would expect a liquidity event out of the sector. Maybe they get a day or two of pump. I have no idea. What I do know is that I made the easy money, and now it's a little scarier for me. I mean, I'm sure for good day traders like you who trade these IPOs regularly, there's easy money to be made on the long side and probably more on the downside, in my opinion. But for me, the easy move was the obvious sympathy plays running up into it.
I'm actually glad you mentioned. I'm glad you mentioned the downside because I think it's something that people forget. Like Cerebrus was a good IPO for like 5 minutes. Actually, you know what? No.
Less, I think.
It was a good IPO for 10 seconds, and then about another 5 seconds after the stock reopened, it halted for 5 minutes. So it was really good in the 5 minutes when you were in the money, but you weren't really doing anything. You were just kind of holding it, and then you had to get it all out. And then the next 2 days, it was a really good short. Then for the next few weeks, it was a really good short. So I'm more interested in the whole, we think there's a possible secondary rally, because you're getting a little something in here today. So how would you structure that? Because I think if you're buying dips in Rocket Lab or ASTS in here, for a swing trader, like most swing traders might not be used to having, well, this needs to work in 3 days or 4 sessions or something along those lines. Maybe tighter risk than normal. You're going to play it through options, I would assume. So, what would your approach be to that when you know you want to be out of any bounce before you get caught holding holding the bag potentially on Friday? I don't want to say bag, but yeah.
Well, very well could be, and it's our duty to let people know they don't always just go up. In fact, statistically, they go down quite a lot after a little bit. So what I would say is, in general, I'm just never smarter than my moving averages. I'm always watching my 21-day, this yellow here, the 9-day, this blue. Call it a 10 and a 20, but I need to be special. They're my pick-me moving averages, slightly different than all the other ones, but I like them, and what I'm generally looking for is general strength into them. So we could see in this ramping up period, this is what the last ad that I did for like a little day trade, swing trade, addition to the position trade, and it was off this 5 moving average. That was telling me it was really ready to lift off. If it's coming back and it's still holding the 9, that's very constructive. These still have juice in my book, and I'm looking for this hourly momentum to keep on holding. So maybe a small pullback as we see, doesn't have a ton of room to the top of this oscillator, and then a bigger push up. I think that these are still constructive, and I just got to manage the risk under each day's prior close for the most part. Any trade I'm entering, I have to think if I need to pull the trigger in the next day, 2 to 3, I got to make sure that I'm entering in a place where I'm not going to get stopped out under that day. I'm not going to buy a top wick essentially and the start of a down move. So as long as you're doing that and sizing appropriately, hey, you're probably going to catch a decent move. Probably going to be without me because for me, I already rung that register, and it's just a little bit of the Wild West now, into these IPO dates.
Well, you know what? From Hangry Wife, one of our viewers, they're going to quote you, never smarter than the moving averages. I like that. And when I use it and pretend that it's mine, just remember in my heart, I know that's your saying. So, but I'm going to say it's mine anyways, because that's how I roll. We have more. I have another question from one of our viewers here. I'm not going to give you a chance to try to tell me not to steal your line, because I'm just going to do it, Steve.
Okay.
I know
I'm ready. I'm ready.
It's actually, Steve, it's actually funny because I had said something similar the other day, something similar to that, and it was like, you know, our opinion on where we think the stocks are going to go doesn't really matter. I mean, we have systems built for those reasons. I mean, that's why we sit there and we build these systems so that we can follow them, right? I mean, if we're sitting there making our own or asking our cat or whatever what to do, that's when there's a problem. If we ask the charts what to do, then we can at least backtest and we have some reason. I asked the audience, hey, you know, what are we looking at here today? What do you guys want to talk to Steve about? And we had a couple people talk about Tesla. So, I mean, I have Tesla. I mean, I'm just getting out of the queues here as we go. I have Tesla up. It's doing nothing this afternoon. So I don't know if they're looking for a trade here this afternoon. I don't really think there's going to be one here in the power hour as we approach or as we're in 3 o'clock right now. But, you know, Tesla to me, maybe a little bit of a sort of a, I don't know, maybe a little bit of a flag forming here. But either way, it looks like we're kind of coiling up against the 200 period moving average. With SpaceX coming, there's a lot of talk of the merger potentially going between the two companies. I don't know if that's a good thing or not for Tesla, to be honest with you. Are you looking to do anything with Tesla? Is it a position of yours? And any advice for those maybe nervous heading into the IPO of SpaceX? I don't know, people asking about it.
No, it's worth asking about. I won't pretend to be an expert on the trade. It's not like my number one go-to, but you know, we were looking at it last week. We drew these little lines on last Friday. And basically, I'll walk you through what we're seeing and just add a few more for context. So basically, we were talking about some kind of flag structure, some kind of pennant structure forming out here.
Oh, no, I missed it.
Maybe undercutting a little bit, shaking people out, but holding this low and essentially going for this bigger push. Because on a higher time frame context here, I do think that this is a name to be bullish on. It's good structure overall, a nice ascending triangle starting to build out. I'd love to see one more push up, getting a new high, maybe tagging that 500 proper, and then selling off again, forming a higher low. And that's where I'll be really interested in watching Tesla. That's when I'll do my homework and become an Elon expert again, like I had to be back when it was like $100, $150 stock. But now I'm just waiting and seeing. What I will say is that it's been acting pretty orderly. It came up, filled this gap, came down, testing the ribbon. I want to see a loss and a reclaim of this moving average, the 200 right here. So that's where this kind of little shake them out, yeehaw move is where I'd be looking for. And I'd be looking to buy a reclaim of that for a little shorter term trade up to 500, a little maybe 3 weeks to 2 months kind of look. And then, you know, the longer trade, I think, is when you get in here for the position trade on the back test.
And then you even mentioned to us about that SpaceX last week too. You're like, maybe give IPOs even sometimes a year or something to settle down and wait for some of that range. So I think that a lot of us that are getting a little bit of FOMO, you know, people in the chat, oh, I'm not getting any allocations for SpaceX. Might not be the end of the world if you don't. There's going to be always another day. And even today, I don't know if you looked at this QNT today, but Neil and I were just talking about it and just looking at this thing. This, you know how long I was in this trade here? Here's me in and out of this trade. I don't know if you can see our screen. This was 2 seconds. Yeah. So I bought the open, it failed, and then I sold it immediately to the downside, which turned out to be a pretty decent look. And then now look at this. This has been the high of the day, really, has been that 60 where we opened, and now you're down to 61 and change. So QNT continues to go down. You think SpaceX has a chance to do this or what?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes, I do.
Okay.
With a few caveats, it is the biggest and the brightest IPO that we've seen in, I don't know, ever? Probably.
I would say ever. Why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, especially now because there's been so much money that, like, there's so many people that have just really crushed this AI trade. And you know what it's like, YOLO, right? There's a lot of people right now saying, I'm going to roll what I've won or whatever I've made, win, into, you know, something else. And that might be happening. That's why we looked at Rocket Lab and ASTS and all those names, because they're losing a little bit of steam here as I think people start to prepare for SpaceX. And you know what? You know, when everybody thinks right, generally the right way to go is left. And I think that that might be what's potentially happening here. I'm still going to try to roll it and see what winds up happening, but SpaceX on everybody's mind. I mean, you're going to join us next Thursday, right?
Yeah.
I would love to. I think I'm every other, but I can ask the boss, and I'd love to come in if you want.
Yeah, I think people, ask, because I think that there's a lot of, love for you here, and especially, well, we can go back, we can get your thoughts maybe at that point again on SpaceX if you're hearing anything or what it's looking like, and we can talk about, potentially setting up some trades for post SpaceX, because I think that's what happens, right? A lot of the helium, I was saying in the balloon, kind of gets let out a little bit as people looking to get capital, raise capital, get into IPO trades, and you need someone to buy that. Like, if Google's going to raise $80 billion, man, we need some money.
Money's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, it's got to come from somewhere.
And the other thing too is the post-IPO. Go ahead. Post-IPO, the short.
Points. I think you're dead on. And there's some trades I'd love to talk about that I think have legs in the space sector, but maybe the entry is when the helium gets let out of that balloon. So consider me there next week. I'd love to join.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, we appreciate you, Steve.
Steve, we want to thank you very much for coming through. Anything you want to tell everybody where you're going to be at in the next little while, or any streams you want to promote here?
Absolutely. I'm going to be hopping on over and starting my earnings stream very shortly. We're going to be covering a few of the big ones. We had an amazing turnout all week, really, but CrowdStrike really brought the numbers out yesterday. And we got almost 9,000 people in there. So thank you so much, everybody. We'd love to see some of y'all coming back in for Rubrik, Planet Labs in the space sector right there, and Lulu as well. So we got Yoga.
Watch Samsara. Watch IoT.
IoT's probably.
I've been accumulating some shares in IoT. So okay, Steve, thank you so much. You're well loved around here, and we'll see you next week. Thank you, Steve.
Appreciate it, Steve.
Real quick, sorry, just to double check. Where you can find me is at Trade the Pool's YouTube channel. I totally blanked there. That's where you can find me. Thank you so much, guys. I'll see you.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Thanks.
All right, let's go back over to Adara. She's got some updates.
Thank you to Steve, and yeah, definitely check that out. We also have earnings infographics to prepare you for those reports for specifically Lululemon, Planet Labs. Let's take a look at BTU and some of these coal plays. President Trump is set to make a coal-related announcement, or as his schedule puts it, an announcement on clean, beautiful coal. So we're set to get a clean, beautiful coal announcement very soon. It's supposed to start at 3. It is President Trump, so there's a chance it starts after 3. It's already 3:11. But I'll keep you posted. And again, you can join us right here for live coverage of any market-moving comments. I'm keeping my eyes posted on BTU, and I'll keep you all updated. Back to you.
Before I do
that
this,
LD break was so
yeah,
good.
I have to do a read here just quickly, but I just wanted to give you guys an update, man. We're doing it again. Well, here we go, man. And what was our red stock of the day? We trade the TQQs, and there it goes. We did not reload it, and I was talking about not reloading it there. Obviously, I'm there, we're talking with Steve, and wasn't fully focused on that, but I didn't think about reloading it, but we will take advantage of a move higher. And if you're like this volatility, well, guess what? You will also like Global X. Beta Pro by Global X offers Canada's first and longest running suite of levered and inverse levered sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. As triple levered bull and bear ETFs are tied to the NASDAQ 100 index and are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders the tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset U.S. dollar exposure back to the Canadian dollar. For those navigating short-term market moves, up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your account, your strategies, and your objectives. Trade tactically. Please learn more at betapro.ca and scan that QR code right now and go find out what they're all about. I don't know if my wife is watching the show or not, but she's sending me links to Realtor, like our MLS, like housing places. I don't know if she knows that I lost on QNT today or not, but yeah, I'm not really in the mood to look for a new house right now. But yeah, there it goes to the downside. I know you want to talk about it, but there goes QNT down into $61.
I paid for the low case, but we're talking to Steve. Usually, the trade usually to look for short, to me, is the break of the low of the day. There's going to be other ones out there. On the off chance that there's a little something, I'm paying for the other one too. That'll be, what's the name? INIO. I want to say INEO, but obviously that's not the name of the company. This is the energy name. So they were like a data center energy play for sure. What's weird? My wife does the same thing. No matter where and she'll do it in we'll just visit somewhere. Like when we're in Florida, wherever we're staying, she'll just start looking at real estate. I'm like,
this is what she sends me right here. This is this is in High Park, so Windermere right now. Obviously, I haven't even looked at this yet. Well Cooking. This is 4 square foot's really not that big. for me, I want to see what kind of property. There's going to be no property at all. So this is what the front looks like here. And I literally just sent this to me right here. There's a couple of them. And this is what the backyard looks like. So it's not even, this is some sort of a parking pad there. And I'm guessing this is their next door neighbor. Like you don't, actually this is probably it here. This is the parking garage. That's probably the property line. So I would say this is very similar to my current house where we have, you know, it's like 125 long, but only like 60 or not even 60, like maybe 40 wide, they're feet wise. But so if that's the backyard, man, and you want 2 schmil for it, I don't know, that's a lot, but this is what happens. Oh, and so that must be it. That's the backyard. So actually it's not a horrible backyard there, but this is what we're talking about. You know, looking at some houses and, you know, housing prices, I don't know what they would look like wherever you guys are, but this is like West Toronto, right there in Bloor West Village. So, yeah, not a bad little area there, but I'm just gonna tell her, yeah, I like the house. That's what I'm gonna tell her. But here it goes to the downside, QNT. Sorry, I actually missed that, Andre. You live there? That's where I live too, man. I live in High Park too, Andre. Come visit, man. I'm at High Park tonight, man. 8 o'clock at High Park tonight.
You have a game tonight?
Yeah, we have a game tonight, 8 to 10. I have to do the lineup. I didn't get a chance to do that yet, but we're only missing 2 kids.
Although
no, I like to do the lineup.
I do as well. The last time I tried to use it when I was rushed once, and it broke the rules that I set for it. I was like, this person needs to pitch in the 4th, and the pitchers can't catch because that's one of the rules they had. And I need this person to make sure they play at least, you know, whatever, like 1 inning. And it didn't really follow my rules, ChatGPT. So next time I'm going to use Gemini if I ever use making the lineup. And I have to do it for the weekend. We have 3 games on Saturday, which reminds me, I have to figure out what the rules are for that because there's all kinds of weird pitching rules.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, we do that every time.
Who can over the
weekend.
And you can't, who can't pitch on Sunday if they pitch on Saturday.
Yeah, you have a certain amount of inning limits and everything like that. But right now, we're running through, man. There it goes. Nice play here on Q's. We were debating not debating. I mean, you know, it took me a minute to take it, but we talked about this. We like the Intel short. We like the NVIDIA short. But yeah, right now, I think we might have done pretty good. I haven't looked at what NVIDIA's been doing. Yeah, NVIDIA's not even as good. I would have got blown out of this trade. So there goes NVIDIA. And then a quick check on RDW. I mean, look, the one I took, I don't know, that was the wrong one. RDW, the one I took, of course, was the futures. And where was that break on Redwire? Yeah, so it didn't even break yet. So you wouldn't be in that trade. But yeah, we did take the futures, and there it goes, man, as we go back to the futures, back to, you know, sort of not our roots. I mean, I never started as a futures trader. I just started doing this basically for you guys over the last year or two. But there it comes in on the TQs. We like that stock. Shorted it early, I mean, like that index. Shorted it early, which was wrong. Did not believe that the market was going to do that. Well, I had no idea the market was going to do this. And as you mentioned to Steve there, I think that that's a good thing to live by because I always am second guessing myself, and you guys know that all the time. It's like, man, it bounced off the 200 period. Why didn't I take it, right? And you could do that to drive yourself crazy doing that, but you know, part of it is true. You got to be able to follow your own rules, and there's another out there on the TQs, and there's a 200 period moving average. So you're right. I'm going to start to get lighter and lighter on this trade as we approach that point. We're still about 35-40% in on this trade.
Well, the next trade is going to be an IPO for me. I don't know which one. But it's a race to the bottom, flat bottom break on QNT. The only thing about QNT is try to remember the 60 level right now on this IPO is the issue price. If it loses 60, then it's red, which is pie in the face for the underwriters. The other thing that's happening is this other one is breaking down as well. That's INIO. So if you think that most IPOs go down, the exuberance that happens at the open is vastly different, and I'm fully expecting SpaceX to do something similar. Really, on Friday, I just hope that it looks like this for a few minutes, because I think everything after that, I'm sort of expecting it's going to have its best day in the initial push. You know what? This 32 break, I'm just going to try to slip in here for a play into the low if we're able to grab it. A little spready, this stock. All right, I'll pay down a little bit here and try and just sit on the offer. There we go. We just got a bit of a fill there. So I want to play this one into the low, but I think QNT is going to be a little bit different. So in QNT's defense, like remember, 60 is the actual issue price. So I think if I see a lot of size there, there's two ways to play this. And I did see some size on the bid at 60. That could just be the underwriters defending it. And if they put a good defense on, it could be a decent scalp trade. So as much as I like the breakdown underneath, it might be a better play to just, if I can, get a price as close to 60 as possible and try and go from there. Let us know what else you guys are watching. Ollie oxen free. I've said it before, I like to use these as like test drives for like the bigger IPOs when you're trading them. And you can say that these ones were test drives for SpaceX. You can try to work some things out, look at some patterns, but the truth of the matter is SpaceX is like one of one. When we get that IPO, it's just built different. It's bigger, there's more interest, rules are being changed for this, it's going into the index almost right away. Like there is so much that is unique about it that you'll take as much out of your experience trading IPOs and looking at a bunch of them as you can, but I do expect it to be a bit of a unicorn in terms of liquidity, again, just in terms of how much action we're gonna see on it. I think if SpaceX did this run, and this I can't even show you one. A 3-minute chart doesn't even. I have to actually use a lower, like a 50-second or something, because what I was trying to get at is if I saw the same thing on SpaceX that we saw today, I'm punching back in. Like if I have to lose twice, I have to lose twice on SpaceX. Now, how far do I have to go back to even see that?
I won't be able to lose twice.
Well, no. Remember the caveat, like QNTS did not have a lot of slippage. So this was actually a pretty good, yeah, this is annoying. And so this is a 5-second chart. Like I was in and out right away for a very tight stop. I lost 1/7 of what I lost on the last IPO. If that happens again and I'm in and out of SpaceX and I basically didn't lose anything, then to me, that's giving me another roll. And the second I see green on the 5, I'm punching back in and putting a stop at the low of the day. I didn't do it here because, quite frankly, it's QNT. And did anybody know about the stock before we all started talking about it this week? No, none of us did. And if you did, congratulations. I know you didn't. I'm sure maybe somebody did, but that's all I'm getting at. I want to have a playbook. And for SpaceX, if I do have a small hit on the open, I'm perfectly willing to punch back in because I think it's built different. The opportunity is bigger, so I want to give it more of a chance than just completely binary. But if it runs, stops, and goes down like 5%, whatever, like initially, that's a different story. Like if you just get rugged and it's like you take a hit, then it is what it is. If I'm willing to get shut down on it, and I didn't come close on QNT, which means I should have taken another try. Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, there is some news in the psychedelics space. Marijuana Moment reporting that the Connecticut governor has signed a bill to expand psychedelics pilot program in preparation for federal approval from the FDA. Here is a TAI pushing higher. DFTX didn't really move. In case you're thinking, hey, I thought President Trump was supposed to give a cool announcement. That is yet to start. It has not started yet. Back to you.
Break, and then I saw the bid. It's pretty. Thank you very much, dude. I was just telling Sean.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the president is live. So, well, what do we usually we think bump? Hopefully that doesn't mean anything to the IPOs, but I don't see why it would.
I mean,
but a lot of times you think it could mean bump. USO is not moving much. Remember, all futures are closed, but it didn't do anything with that bounce that we saw at the close of spot futures. Like if anything, it's starting to come back in very slowly. We'll keep an eye on it for everybody out there. We'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think we've had the kind of volatility in energy that we've been used to since the war started. So
no, not even close.
It's just not the same as it was like a couple weeks ago.
We're gonna need more than something from Trump. It has to be from somebody else. I don't know, like some sort of definitive something, because back and forth is driving me crazy. All right, so there's the move back up there. Okay, she has breaking news.
Okay.
Whenever we're ready, you can throw it back to Adara. All right, we're ready.
Boeing is flying. Kelly Ortberg and Co. on watch here. Air Current reporting that the company is considering hiking its 737 production to 70 jets per month, currently standing, I believe, around 40. So again, 737 production hike could reportedly be hiked all the way up to 70 jets per month. If I get more details or clarification, I'll let you know, but good luck for Boeing. Back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Boeing's been hit. I mean,
Boeing, I've thrown the chart many times. I think Boeing is one of the best potential breakout trades. It's just, it has to happen. Maybe it's not the daily. I keep going to the daily because that's actual muscle memory, but you have to look at this on a 3-month chart. On a 3-month chart, higher lows into a potential break here, 260 to 275. And maybe a small dose of this can get it a little bit higher to the upside. And Yannick, I wanted to get to your question here. So you don't think SpaceX can pull off a circle and run for days? It could. I just don't think, that's not where my head's at. Like, my head is at long early, and I'm thinking the first day is its best day. Now, if it proves me otherwise, and it has a strong second day, then I'll look for longs in maybe day 2 and day 3. But my default thinking is just based on the old patterns. Like, the Cerebrus was a long on day 1, it was a short on day 2, it was a short on day 3, and when the volume dries down, I stop trading it. And that's just the way I see it. Like, usually, you have to have an approach. I'm perfectly willing to change my mind on that, and I hope for everybody's sake that SpaceX doesn't rug everybody. It'd be really nice if it didn't. I'm not sure that everyone's going to get their wish. That's all.
I mean, I have no idea. I would agree. I
hope it does. I really hope
there's a chance of this thing.
I'm not buying it in my long term.
Joe, I mean, like different strokes. Like, Joe really wants to buy that name, so I think there's some opportunities there. All right, HYLN, High Leon or High Lion, right now today, up 18%. The question is, you're already long. Okay, so that's good, Birdman. There he flies in any weather, so that's a good one. A High Lion. Bouncing off, I don't know where you're long, but if you got long down into here at $6, that's looked like, a great little protection zone there. So if you want to let this thing run, I think there's a good opportunity for that, obviously. And I just wanted to double check here what the short float is, HYL. And this is something that just can help, breathe a little higher there. Shares of companies that brought in, okay, they're industrial there. That's good. Oh, rotation out into, so what do they even do right here? Designs and develops power generators. Okay, for stationary mobile applications, provides R&D service. All right, so still not really clear on what it does, but that's okay. We'll just go over here and check out the short float, still 10% there. Relative volume, obviously it's up 3x right now here into what's been moving around today. So HYLN, they develops and sells advanced modular power generation. So I think that's good. It's right space. We've seen GEV, we've seen some of these names start to go up to the upside. So yeah, you're breaking out right now. You're looking for advice what to do. Again,
that's sales.
Kind of like do you, and I hate always saying that because you guys are asking for it, but I would be getting some out. I mean, looking back on where this has come from, $2, $3, well done. You've made your money, and I think all I can do is from my experience. I got out of some not PanW, got out of some Marvell, some ARM, some Intel, some AMD over the last couple of weeks. So I would think that when you're experiencing moves like this, you may be early, but there's something called house money, and I have no idea where you're in. But let's just say you're in at $4 and you can get out at 8, and you get out of half. Everything else is free ride. So that's something that I like to do. So I would say no matter what you're in on, take a little bit of profit. Therefore, you can sleep a little bit at night and watch out for HYLN. And if you're going to stop out, put a stop at $6. Trail it down there to 6 if you wanted to. I think you'd be giving up a lot, though, if you did that. Like, you'd give up that whole 20%. So I would trail it, and, the ultimate low would be 6 there. Just watch out for, and I don't know, I could look back, but do some research, right? Ask ChatGPT or something. Has there been an offering on this name or one scheduled or anything? So HYLN, thank you so much for the super chat. And I think that $6 mark, I mean, you can see that, right? That's a pretty clear spot there. If it breaks below that, you may want to, pull that parachute and potentially get out of it. So we do have a call for Adara again.
Let's talk here about Airbnb. And this is an interesting catalyst here, guys. As far as I'm seeing, looks like the CEO of the company, Brian Chesky, is launching a new AI lab. Apparently, it's in its early funding stages now. What's odd is he intends to remain CEO of Airbnb while launching this new AI lab. So I guess pulling a bit of a Elon Musk here. If I get more details, I'll let you know. But once again, guys, ABNB dropping. Looks like there are reports that the CEO is launching a new AI lab, though he intends to stay at the company while this begins. Back to you.
That's right. I forgot there was a coal.
Yeah.
Yeah. You brought that to us earlier.
You know what? So HYLN, by the way.
Yeah.
195 times sales.
Yeah, I mean, Talked about taking a little bit off the top there.
195 times, not PE.
Yeah, but it's not moving on.
That's what I'm saying. It's height.
Right.
And by the way, IND. Oh, okay. Well, I'll get to the super chat. Was asked about this INDP. So it was a clinical stage biotech firm, and it doesn't have any news that I've been able to find.
Perfect.
INDP. So sometimes when you see this, it might be, and I don't know if this is the case. Every now and then, it could be like some other biotech company has something similar that might have passed, and maybe it's a sympathy thing, but I don't know. And when you're up 150% and I can't find a news story.
No news.
No news? Ooh. Happy for anybody that's in it, but on zero catalyst gives me some concern, because when it's biotech, they're not supposed to move 150% if they don't have anything material. Just a press release or something to explain all of this volume here today. So my guess would be some kind of a sympathy play, right? Like, we've seen it before, and I don't know if that's the case, and you obviously do your own research, but yeah, kind of a tricky one. We have a question about...
Marvell's going, yeah, go.
Microsoft. Oh, yes.
As we're seeing you in the chat there, Marvell ripping, a lot of people talking about Marvell, a lot of people talking...
Is the president moving us?
No, the president's talking about beautiful, clean coal.
Well, it's
maybe your FCX. I don't know.
It's the cleanest thing ever. So, like, no, it's theoretical support on Microsoft. Like, I think when you look at a stock that consolidates, and you have like a prior high where there is resistance, the idea that resistance turns into support is not a law. But like, there's certain things that I'm sure of. I'm pretty sure that my daughter loves me unconditionally, at least I hope so. I'm pretty sure I have to pay taxes. I'm pretty sure, gravity exists. I'm pretty sure we went to the moon and the Earth is not flat. Those things as well.
The moon part I'm not sure about. But
yeah, sure.
I'm
Okay.
not sure about everything else.
But like the whole like support turning into resistance or resistance turning into support, that's a concept and an idea. The 50 period being support, that's a concept and an idea. It hasn't been tested yet on Microsoft. We've just pulled back. We haven't shown, like, there's no proof that there's going to be buyers in at 420 or at the 410 level. So yeah, you're coming into a support level that also has this trend line I was drawing. I was drawing this yesterday. And you're also coming into the trend line here at the 420. So to me, that's like a place to look for a bounce, not a place to assume that it's going to bounce. There's a very big difference when you're looking at that. Like when you find a level that's already, and maybe this chart is not going to do it here. I think all roads, anytime you want to just see an example of what support looks like on a higher time frame where it's proven, just have a look at like Intel. Like down here. Look at that 200 period on the 3-month and look at it hold $19 for an entire year. This is a 3-month chart that shows you basically 4 candle there. That's a whole year of buy support effectively in the 19 to low 20s range on Intel. That's support. That's not theoretical. That's not a line on a chart. That's actual buying. So Microsoft maybe. And when it gets down there, we'll look for bounce. And if it shows bounce, then yeah, go for the longs and that kind of a thing. Los Pollos Hermanos, which I have to try to say it that way. Marvell, yes. Marvell, market, everything's spiking. It's just, the dip buyers in this bull market it's beautiful. It's beautiful. That's all you can say. It's great to be able to look at your long term, and when you're worried about it, or like days like today happen when you're like, uh-oh, this is confirming the things that were making me trim some arm or whatever it is that people were trimming. And then we get these V-shaped recovery days anyways, because there's so much buying coming in. Can we sustain that through this massive event that's happening next week? It's going to be a pretty big question. And I'm not too sure about it. Like, I don't know how resilient the dip buyers can get when you have some of these moves. Like, there's too many of these charts. Too many of these charts. Like, they're great, but there's too many of them.
I mean, some of them don't stop. You got Caterpillar still going. I mean, there's lots of different names that keep going higher. I just want to let you guys know we have exited before the money comes flying out. We got out of the TQs rate where we got in. Like I said, I wasn't going to average into it, and not only did I not average in, I actually punched out. I actually got to cancel my stop now. As soon as we got to 16s there, I just punched out. And so, in at that price, out at that price. Just looking at how this market was going. Plus, we have President Trump talking some $700 million commitment to coal. I may have to find a coal ETF. Let's go over to Dara.
Yeah, this BTU is at highs. Yeah, President Trump right now talking about how Americans weren't allowed to fix their own cars. But either way here, in between making these statements, he has announced a $700 million investment in coal. He also mentioned that he just had a meeting with GM. GM's not reacting, but he's talking about cars. He's talking about coal. He's talking about governors from various states. Again, guys, just be aware President Trump is speaking that investment in coal, $700 million. He also said he spoke to Ford officials as well, and F is at day's lows. So not moving on this. Back to you.
100 million. What, did you forget a zero over there? And he's got a little bit more money than that.
Shohei gets 700 million.
Yeah, per game. Yeah, no, I don't know. Coal's interesting. I was just looking at coal ETF. How about just this one? Coal right now. Oh, we don't have it. Okay, well, there goes that one. I was looking it up. There's a coal ETF. You mentioned BTU maybe as a possibility here. We'll see if there's anything going on there as Peabody Energy, potentially a play here for coal names. Yeah, there it goes. So nice little move to the upside there on BTU. I remember Dr. Copper, so CopX. Not that this has anything to do with coal or anything like that, but that's been on a decent run. Copper, I thought, yeah, there it is right now. Copper doing well for itself, up to $94, $95 as you know, some of those names continue to their worth over and over again. But yeah, there goes CopX. And yeah, we don't have the coal ETF.
I'll pull it up on eSignal. You know what?
Okay, you have it. I was just going to do this.
That's one of those, we didn't have.
It's not doing anything.
Yeah, it's not doing anything.
It's at a nice,
it's at some highs.
Actually, why not breaking out through 29?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I'll put a 15-minute
up on there.
Whoops, I'd already gone to 15. I'll go to the daily now. There's the daily. And if you're at Real Trading, by the way, just, if there's something that's not in the database, it's probably nobody requested it. So just put a request in.
Yeah, get it.
Like we didn't have like NASA in the database like right away. And I was like, oh, I want to be able to look at this. I put a request in. It was there the next day. It's that simple. If you really wanted it, Real Trading, you're gonna get it. The data's there. It's just a matter of plugging it in. Yeah, 39.10 on the daily chart. So there you go. Coal absolutely powering through. Looks fantastic. There's kind of a shame that the president talks about cars and GM doesn't go. Come on, man.
Yeah, he's just talking about it. I mean, he's got to give them.
Tappy tap tap tap. We're pretty close to the highs. Looks like a bull flag to me. Looks like a 200 period hold. Let's get a little breakout action happening. I don't see why not. Just do something. Tap it in. Tap. Before I forget.
Yeah, making meta.
Past 330. Usually look at the early looks. There's a lot of things over $1 million for 330. New bank, the Brazilian. SoFi, the Brazilian SoFi, according to Warren Buffett. 4.3 million, early look buy. PCG, you got How, 1.3. HPE, we didn't even really talk too much about them because Dell and others really stole the show on earnings, but they had a pretty big earnings. Well, not big. They had a massive print on earnings. 1.1 million to the buy side there. CNQ's almost always there. Snapchat seems like it's a million sell every time it shows up. And that's about it. The NASDAQ names will not show up on the locator till it's all disseminated at 350. But yeah, Hewlett-Packard.
Pulling back.
Big quarter for them. Not like everything else, bouncing. Still red on the session. They still pulled it back after that massive earnings run. Very different between them and, say, like Dell in terms of the ability to hold closer to the highs. Like, crazy parabolic spikes, but you saw Hewlett-Packard kind of pull back halfway from the highs when you got that parabolic run for a week. Dell kind of holding the top end of the range a little bit better. The top end of the range is like $80, but it's still holding it here on Dell. Like bounce, is your earnings gap? Where do the buyers come in? Right on the day one low. That's so key. Like where were buyers the day after earnings? Are they still there? Answer on Dell is yes. That is what dip buying looks like. That's what a bull market looks like. They're like, okay, we're still here. You're not going lower unless you break us, and that's exactly what happened after earnings. So you think about that on all of these earnings names that have been bullish. You know, with names like Lulu, you're just kind of hoping it holds a low for the first time.
Yeah, we had someone ask us there about how, I think it was MF Dane Generous, how low could Lulu go? Check lower, I think.
On the 3 month?
Right
$85 is a pretty big level on the 3
so
month.
it's, I mean, that's only 125 right now, so we'll have to wait to see on that one. And yeah, join us tomorrow. We'll be going over Lululemon earnings, that's for sure. I don't know what happened to Meta today. You know, other names are up $50. Meta is now down $20. not from its open. I mean, it's still green, but well, barely holding on. So it had a huge move up and then just said, nah, and all the way back down in as it's still the data center names, man. These guys have really nothing to do right now. I mean, they're not building out or anything, you know, they do have the products, but will they actually be able to monetize it? That's the next question. As they rolled out a couple different plans, I don't know how well those were received or not, but yeah, Meta continues to, you know, basically bleed out to the downside. And it's 340, so I'm not gonna take a trade, but this is coming into a level 620. We'll see tomorrow if that winds up holding there. But yeah, we can have a quick little look at Lululemon. And look, I mean, I talked about it all the time. I like the clothes. I have a whole bunch of them, but it's just a matter of like, the stock is what it is, and you're going through retail woes. I mean, some of their shipping there from, you know, Indonesia or China or whatever. We worry about tariffs. You know, we worry about a little bit of a stronger U.S. dollar, not really great for them. You know, producing elsewhere. Coming back in now, 324, 325. I mean, if they can put up some sales numbers, as Sharif had mentioned, you know, every time he's in the stores, whatever, they're super packed and lineups out the door. But Lululemon just continues to. They have that new, what is it? It's not Chip Wilson, is it? Part of the management team there just took it over again. So we'll wait to see what Lululemon has in store here. New management hopefully can bring this name back up to its glory days. But this was not even that long ago. Last year at this time, this is June. This is the quarter that we're looking for right now. That's what happened. We went from 340, guys, $340, right? All the way we are right now, 124. Like, they've really been getting hit pretty hard here. Just a year. They're this whole year down 62% from this time last year's quarter. So Lululemon has a lot of room, obviously, to go back to the upside. But like I said, wait for that kitchen sink. I think that's probably coming today. We'll throw it all out. Watch out for their numbers. They're probably going to be horrible. And then that way, next quarter, they'll hit their guidance and people will think they're back. So we'll wait to see what happens with Lululemon. Interesting to see Micron still down today. Would have thought that maybe they could have got back to glory. Marvell has already done that move. Micron's not doing it. They started the day up here at 1030, basically, the price, and made a huge move down to 970. Did recover all the way back to 1030, 1035, but now we're starting to head a little bit lower. Still down 5%. There's the move recently. Got as high as 11 and change, or maybe not even, 1080, 1090. So it's not like you're down a lot from here, but you are down a little bit on Micron. We'll wait to see where that goes. And it's, Meta just keeps flashing to me, man. It's like, man, we're getting hit, and then there's the bounce right now on Meta. And, you know, like Steve said, no matter what you think, if I'm going to go long on the 200 period moving average, there it is there at 621.50. So let's see if that winds up playing on Meta. 8 minutes until the imbalances, and QNT was the name today. And look at that. That's breaking the low of the day right now, QNT.
This is, so $60 was the IPO issue price. So this is, have any of the other ones gone red on day one?
Well, this one,
No, because I'm talking like red, like not red from the open, because that's happened a million times. I'm talking about red under the issue price.
I would think so, because there's been some, like probably like a StubHub. There's been some that have really not opened up too far away from their issue price.
I don't remember Hub very well.
This opened up Stub.
No, Stub, but I don't remember. For some reason, that one doesn't stand out, even though I feel like it.
Thing is, I mean, I have to remember.
That trade.
I'd have to remember what the price was that they were expecting on StubHub, because this is what it looked like day one. Oops. Oh, there it is. Okay, come on, slow down. All right, see? So this is what I'm saying. Like, if the issue price, if I think it was 20, maybe was it 25? I'm not sure, but
might have been.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, might have been even 18 for some reason. You want to try to look to see maybe where it was stopping before it eventually went down. But look at StubHub, man. Wow, that's under double digits now. $10 on StubHub, and probably going lower. Its low was 6. Wow, that's like a nice, 50%, 75% retracement from $6 up to 11. Wow. All right, StubHub, you gave some kind of a trade there, but who knows how long that one's going to last, StubHub right now. I don't trust that StubHub. Like, there's too many alternatives, SeatGeek, all that kind of stuff. Then you have legislation coming in. And look, man, damn. I mean, this is another one of those moves. We only had, I don't know what it was, maybe 15%, maybe 20% left, but boom. All we had to do was not think. Remember I told you about what Steve was saying? Like, if our out was going to be up there, we could have, well, we might have actually got stopped out, but I don't think so. We could have just left it, and then we would have had this trade on. But we did make some money back there on the Qs. Like, we have no fills higher than our in. So that's good, but, following the rules, we stop out on that one out of TQs. So, you know, oil, people talking about Amazon over there. Oil's a killer for them. I just heard someone in the chat, so shout out to you, New Loon.
It held up decently too.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I think you're right. You know, they're in that shipping business now, you know, for Amazon. There's actually even selling their shipping business out to other companies. Like, if you want us to ship your products, we'll do that. Because they have like almost like a freight department. We did have Freight came to market, I think, last week around this time. And, you know, they're trading, or maybe it was Monday. They're trading now out. But yeah, Amazon, again, like the business, like everything about it, but just in a down draw, right? And we had Google in the same kind of ways, and that was bought straight back up. So, you know, they switched over from Alphabet to maybe Amazon next. Like, there's the dip buy right into the 50-period moving average, right back up into the 70s. Wouldn't surprise me if next week we have a 4 handle on this name as well. That's Google up another 4%. If they go 4 more percent, you know, tomorrow, then you're back up to 385, 390, and then 400's not too hard away from that, right? But Robinhood, people talking about that. What a good day to be PDT.
Day one, baby.
Yeah, his day one is in there. And yeah, so shout out to, I forget his handle there, but you've really been talking about that all morning to the point where we, you know, was basically spamming. But it was like, yeah, get long on Robinhood. And all you had to do was sort of wait.
Spam, but
yeah, but the thing is like, you know, it was tough in the morning. So if you did get long, you would have had to been able to hold it a little bit against you. But upside right now, everything's trying to go higher now. The ES is up 0.45. I'm gonna throw it to Adair in 1 second. And then the diamonds, which would represent the Dow, is probably up as well. Wow, the Dow is up 1.7. Oh yeah, because UNH up. UNH having a great day. Oscar also having a day. The health space doing quite well today. What's up, A?
Replimune to the downside. I have to contextualize this a little bit. So we know this company had some FDA issues going back. We also know at that time the FDA commissioner was Dr. Marty Makary. Makary gets ousted and he gets replaced with an interim commissioner, Kyle Diamantis. Now, as of May 29th, 2026, so literally less than a week ago, Replimune, REPL, announces that they've met with the FDA and had a, quote, productive discussion, and they're trying to resubmit this treatment for FDA consideration. Well, now Endpoint's reporting that acting FDA chief Kyle Diamantis is not interested in a permanent role. That's not a good look for REPL if they're getting along with the current FDA and they want to resubmit. So long story short, REPL's FDA hopes might be dashed if it does turn out that Kyle Diamantis is not considering a permanent position as FDA commissioner. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adair. 3 minutes till the imbalances come in. Still the same names. It's nothing too crazy. Oh, wait a minute. Was Redwire there before? Maybe not. So NU's still there. I don't think we saw the 1.4 million on Redwire to the buy side. That could be interesting because it is heading slightly down. Like, it's rolling over a bit. So what could happen, you never really know. You could pop into VWAP, ideally in the next 2 minutes. That 1.4 million balance that we see for the early look comes out at like 2 million, and that could be a nice little long trade. I'll probably throw that one on one of the windows. There's nothing too expect. Yeah, usually like the NVIDIAs will pop in for a few million. It needs to be pretty big on a day like today. And I think we've had a lot of chatters. People are mentioning that it's been a good first day for the PDT rule being gone. I think you're going to want to track it. Don't assume too much because not everybody was compliant day one. So we don't really know the full effects. I think as we get a couple of weeks in, I think a few brokerages were waiting until the 8th or even a little bit longer. So I think the next couple of weeks it'll play out. But I think anecdotally, a lot of people have said that maybe it was a little bit better for the small caps. Track that volume and track maybe how their success rate is on those. Do they hold better? Trends in the upside. They bet because a lot of times it'll be the best prices you can get are all pre-market and then people are done. Is there more continuation in some of those names because the PDT rule's gone? We have a couple of weeks to be able to figure that out. As we said, not everybody was compliant on day one here. And we had Robinhood for sure because everyone was saying them. And outside of that, we only got a couple. Schwab is the 8th. We have Jack in the chat letting us know that as well. Not sure why everyone couldn't have just been compliant day one. They knew about it for a while. It's kind of weird. But that's just how it is.
Yeah, I wonder if they rolled it out to like different clients first, or
yeah, maybe
to test to make sure everything goes okay. Yeah, man. I mean, the futures are now right back into where we've taken some out before. I feel kind of silly, the fact that we did stop ourselves up, but we talked about it, and I don't feel that bad about it. We just talked about all that, and then we kind of passed over another name that should be able to benefit here, Webull. I mean, there's been lots of different fintech names that we've been talking about. Webull on the daily had a huge run again, like from almost 750. Oops. Yeah, here's another IPO, Webull. But yeah, this one name all the way back in. And, we did see something, and I'll zoom back out just for fun on this, but we had seen this happen before, right? I mean, Robinhood also kind of mooned and came back in and then started to go eventually. So I don't, the clientele, people that are already on Robinhood, I think it's kind of like a first stepper advantage here. Well, are you going to actually transfer over from Robinhood into Webull? The answer is probably no. If you're already on Robinhood, you're probably pretty happy. So here come those imbalances in just a matter of time. So 3, 2, and 1. And then here we go. Let's sort it by size. And we'll see if there's anything half decent there. There it is, new. There's RDW is that buy. So it's a good thing we didn't really take that breakdown there. Breakout higher didn't happen. Apple, watch these futures now, see if they want to go. Apple with a quick little spike higher there. But other than that, anything else catching your idea or your eye? Nvidia downside?
No. I don't see it. Nvidia's only $1 million. Like, that's not very big. Rigetti's 900,000, I suppose. Like, that could be something. 373 million for the overall market to buy. That's kind of a nothing burger. Right? If it's a bill, that's a big deal. Anything smaller than that is not. They're defending that IPO at the even price as well. So QNT, they're doing their job, the underwriters, because who else is going to be on the bid at exactly $60, which would be the issue. Let's see if it breaks down. If this is under $60, yes, tomorrow it's a short. I actually hope it doesn't break $60 today, because then you could look for that breakdown tomorrow, and then it would be actually red. I dislike the whole. If it does this move and ends up closing at 64, then you hear everyone talk about the quote unquote successful IPO that was up 7%. Because people that got the issue went 60 to 64, despite the fact that it just sold off all day. In reality, like anybody that got in early, it traded down. So to me, it'll close in the green if nothing happens in the next 9 minutes. But does that really mean it was any good? Like, I hate the framing of that. Like, it's so ridiculous. Like, if SpaceX opens up at $300, presuming here, I'm just making up a number, which is a realistic one, but then closes at $250, we'll hear about how it was almost a double up.
Yeah,
and you'll hear about it from everybody, but meanwhile, anyone that got involved as a trader probably got rugged. So
God knows that's not the case.
It's just such a weird, like, you can see the chart, and people that say that on other programs and channels, they know better. They see the chart. They know exactly what's happening, but they'll still call it successful, which to me is always hilarious. I'm like, no, a chart that is rugged from the open is not successful. I don't care if people that got the issue, congratulations if you got it. We heard stories this morning. We had one viewer say they went for an allocation of 12 hundo and got 25 for, I think it was QNT. It might have been the other one, but it was one of the two today. And that's just how it is. We know who gets the bulk of the shares. It ain't us.
No, and whenever we're getting in on that opening price.
Open price. So I'm just talking about the average retail investor that tries to get in on these IPOs at the issue. That you put a request in, you're probably, at best, you're getting a very small fraction. Because if you're getting an amount that matters, oftentimes it's because you're a whale.
Yeah, exactly.
That's just how the game is played, and there's not much you can do about it. Things are slowly changing, though, and they are getting better in a general sense. It's just, it is what it is.
So, by the way, there goes the market to the downside. We had it, so I'm glad I was able to lead the way on that, but not leading you to water, unfortunately, because, that we did get, it's a good trade. We made money, but, would have liked to held that last 10 or 15% back there to the downside. And yeah, just what you guys are talking about, some people in the chat, shout out to, it was a good talk there because I mentioned, there it was, what's up to Chris M, saying that the Webull interface is just not as, and Robinhood is different, so you're likely not going to get, the switch from one to the other right there. Sean, you have a question. May I ask in advance? Sure, Tony, what question you got for me? over there. Am I buying that house for $2 million? No, probably not. That would be one thing there. But you can ask it, Tony. Go ahead and do whatever you want. Marvell, and I think we talked about what the rules, the PDT, what that might mean. Maybe it means just hot stocks continue to stay hot because there are buyers in there buying up some options whenever we get some down days. I mean, look at Pan W, right? Pan W was, again, such a good name to have in your portfolio. And look what just happened this afternoon. It really just got bought all the way back up. So yeah, watching out for names like that and seeing the difference between potentially, strong plays, getting bought back up, making decisions like that. So there goes Pan W back to green. And we did see something very, very similar as well, of course, with CrowdStrike, right? Was back up almost straight to the straight line, back up 50 to the upside there on $50, $6.75 up to $7.25 right there for CrowdStrike. So yeah, man, all good on that one. Shout out to Chris, everybody that's still here. Blicky Spears. Oh, Blicky Spears, we're dropping jewels today. And I like that right there. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And we're here every day, so are you, Blicky. So for everybody that's been here, here's my guy over here, Birdman. Where is it right here? This is the guy that was telling us all, where is it? Here it is, Baidong.
Baidong.
There it is right there. Was telling us all about Hood today. And yeah, you are right.
All pre-market.
By the way, the
all
market,
pre-market.
yeah, the market
all
is,
they're all over it.
Damn it, taking, that would have been good trade, anybody, man. Planet Labs tonight, Lululemon tonight, Rubric tonight, IoT tonight. I like IoT, so tomorrow when this thing gets crushed, no, hopefully not.
Someone's trying to buy Lulu at the end here.
Okay.
For the first time all day, someone's trying to buy Lululemon going into the earnings. It's been sliding the whole way. How it's moving going into, we say this every single time, not everyone's watching every day, but it does bear mentioning. There's zero correlation between the performance of a stock, momentum from the imbalances to the close or in the afternoon to how it's going to go in the earnings. Like that whole, somebody knows something, it tends to not be true. I even find it when you look at like the fat fingers, it'll happen before the earnings release. So maybe they come out at 405 and you see someone start to do something at 403, 404. I actually find anecdotally that's usually the wrong direction. And like wherever there's like fat finger buys, like the initial move is usually the other way because realistically, that's self-fulfilling prophecy. It's just going to be worse to the downside if someone fat fingered long on earnings, the alternative. But this is going to be a big one. Can they finally handle the bid? The difference between Lululemon and all the other earnings names we keep talking about is if they're down 10 or 15%, they're in an uptrend, right? Like if you're down on crowd pulling back here, that's like an uptrend where people probably want to try and buy the dip. Lulu doesn't have that luxury. So it needs to be something a little bit different. That's why the kitchen sink reference. Like you're talking about like a fundamental, hey, they're showing us that it can't get any worse kind of deal. Intel had one of those. It wasn't one of those quarters that really blew anything out of the water. It was just like, oh crap, things have stopped getting bad. And then that was enough. And sometimes that's all it takes. And maybe that's what Lululemon is going to need. 2 minutes or 3 minutes to go.
2 minutes left. Yeah.
Everybody, they're still hilariously defending the IPO price on that Quantinium. It broke for a split second. It broke $60, and then a refresher just popped right back on the bid. So it looks like they're going to do a great job of ensuring this closes in the green, which of course we all know there were no buyers, at least. Not many of them today on this one.
All right. Yeah, and I guess someone there in the chat just said Lululemon is a Michael Burry play right now. Is that?
Yeah.
What do you know about
added
that?
Today.
Added? He already owned it?
He already owned it. He added it ahead of earnings. That's what he said anyway.
Dara, you have a great memory. Where did he start getting into this thing?
I honestly have never heard him mention it before.
I've never heard him say that
Like
at all.
my memory is good, but if I don't know a thing, then I can't remember the
that's
thing.
fair.
So
Yeah,
I didn't
Neil.
know until I know today. It was sometime around the midday. It was posted. I want to say around 12.
Dara's memory is so good that I just assume she knows everything, which is Tori. You shouldn't, but did anybody know that this dude owned Lululemon? I don't recall hearing. Usually you'll hear it. He shorts this, he likes that. The guy makes bank off his Substack, and so everything in there usually gets leaked, what he likes and what he doesn't like, because some people pay for it, and eventually it comes out. But buying Lululemon, interesting. Well,
yeah, I mean, it's so beat up. I mean, there's definitely an opportunity. Like I said, I think
there's some upside on it for sure.
Yeah, for it to come back. I don't think there's anything wrong.
Don't sleep on Sympathy Nike maybe as well.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit different business, of course. Okay, we're gonna wait to see what happens right here. There goes QNT. Looks like it's battling with $60.
Hilarious.
This could be tomorrow's trade today, right? I mean, I think a short. This is gonna break in the after hours. Someone's just buying it right now. This is Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs. Whoever is responsible for the pricing of this is basically sitting here with probably millions of shares. And look, you can see it's not breaking. Like, look at, this is a dark pool, right? If you guys never seen this before, like this is only showing 600 shares. There's thousands of shares being printed right now at O's. And it's just resisting. So this is a great trade. You go long at 60, and then just as soon as it breaks, you're probably gonna lose 50 cents, but they're already showing you there's a wall right now at 60. Before, the last time it did this, and there's only 20 seconds to go, the last time it came down here, same kind of thing bought up. There it is, 75 cents back upside. Look at this. Who's the underwriter of this? I mean, I want to employ them. They're sitting here right now just buying everything right now. So there it goes. Nice little play there for QNT.
Mission accomplished for them.
Yeah, they held it, so there it goes.
It closes in the green.
But, like I said, if those guys are off of that stock, then it's going to go down. Here it goes. There it goes. So there it is.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to show you. Bye-bye. There's 50 cents. So I gotta take this out of my ear. As soon as that broke in the after hours, they're probably not responsible to support it anymore. So there it comes right back down to the downside. Like I said, tomorrow's trade today, that short at 60 because it wasn't going to last. So we'll see what happens tomorrow for QNT. We want to thank Steve for coming through today, Steve Talman, of course, from Trade the Pool. I want to thank Rahim Alani coming from OCI. We had Feed on this in the middle of the day as well to talk about sort of their expansion with Adara. Please rewind to about 12-ish, and you'll be able to see that. So that was a good one as well. And then tomorrow, man, of Open Door, of EWJ Capital fame, of HUD 8 fame, we will have confirmed, Sharif confirmed it, I hope it's confirmed, we'll have Eric Jackson tomorrow on at around 2:30. So
HUD 8's been a beast.
Yeah, we'll hear what he has to say about that, and hopefully have a good time talking to him about whatever we decide to. And it's 58.80 now on QNT as promised. That was a downside play.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're talking about all day long, and hopefully SpaceX doesn't do what QNT did today. For a lot of people.
But you know what, like you said, if it's the worst case scenario and it breaks and comes right back, not the end of the world.
It's not the end of the world. It could have been worse on that opening print. I think we're all fortunate for that. But you know what? The fun part about it is we get to do it another time tomorrow morning, rest up, enjoy the weather, first of all. I know I have to get outside because we had to sit around for the IPO. Did not get outside for my walk, so I'm going to enjoy some of the weather this evening. For sure, hope you guys do too. But tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we do it all again. We're Trader TV Live. See you in the AM.